Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in my beautiful hometown, Bochum. My name is Leonard König. I'm sitting here with Eric. Eric, how are you?
I'm doing great. So excited for today's matches. We saw some of the spiciest picks come out in yesterday's competition, and we're going to see just more of those teams coming to light today. The best of the spice versus a lot of the best of the meta, actually.
Yeah, we are going to see one of the coolest featured matches soon. I mean, I'm just going to give you a quick hint. This is a pretty cool Pokemon that we are going to see today. It's definitely going to have some spotlight. And we have so many amazing battlers. It wasn't the biggest tournament. We had about 55 players, I think. But this was stacked. We had so many big names, and there you can see the top 8. We have Arceus Aurelius versus Lurgan Rocket and Ben Styler versus Chuno in the winners bracket, and then in the lower bracket we have 23 EJB versus Arsenio, Mao Zepang versus Talonflow. So those are all accomplished players.
Absolutely. With all these players, you also have to consider some of those very top names weren't even able to make it to today's bracket. We're talking like Zweilous, Freaka, Stone Collection. These are world's level players, and they weren't able to make it to day 2 of this competition. So that just speaks volumes to how strong the players at this top cut really are.
Yeah, and you have also seen the featured matches yesterday. I think in our first round that we were casting, one of the players to win this tournament, Zephimastix, the local hero, he got eliminated or sent to the lower bracket by one player who hasn't even played a tournament before. And just the technical play of his opponent was absolutely perfect. Even the, I don't want to call them no-names, but even the players who aren't that established are insane around here.
Absolutely, and Tashi was that player, and I was really surprised actually not to see Tashi in this day 2 after plays like that. Neither Tashi nor Zephy were able to make it. Players like Leandro as well. I mean, all these really, really strong players are just cut off at the top 8. So you think when all these great players are here, obviously not all of them are going to make it, but what are some of the names that you didn't really expect to see in today's day 2?
So, of course, you got to talk about Chuno. This guy has brought the coolest Pokemon ever. He has Lurantis and he has Dedenne, and those were amazing meta calls. We have seen them in one featured match where Dedenne was strong against all of the 3 Pokemon. I think it was versus 23 EJB.
That's right.
I talked to him yesterday about it. He said, yeah, he didn't bring Dedenne in game 1 and game 2, where I respected it, and I thought, okay, he's not going to bring it in the 3rd game, and Dedenne just played versus Registeel, it played versus Medicham and Noctowl, and that was such an amazing matchup. Who surprised you?
Yeah, I think same. Chun was really surprising for me as well. But players like Lurgan Rocket were not as surprising. As we know, he's been at the top of his game for like the last year, top 4 at Worlds. While there are a lot of surprises, there's other players that we just expect to be on this stage. And we're going to see some of these players who would just have such great Worlds finishes going up against people who have so much to prove inside this day 2. A lot of them actually, it is their first day 2. So I'm really, really excited for those players. And I'm so excited to see how they do today.
100%. And how they do today will determine the prizes they get in the end. We can just talk a little bit about that in a second. So we are playing double elimination tournament, which means that we have some players on the lower bracket who can't lose any more games. But first of all, let's talk about the prizes. The first place will get $1,000, second one $500, third $250, and fourth $150. Then they will also get some nice Pokemon booster packs. I think it's Zenith Crown. That's what the name of the set is. You know more about that than me. And the second place player, so in the grand finals, will get a Worlds invite, and the first player will get the Worlds invite and a travel award. So this is all about who's going to Yokohama.
Yeah, the big prizes are at Yokohama, Japan. This summer, all the players are looking to make that competition, of course, but only the first and second place will get them. There's not really a cumulative point system, so players really need one time to just shine and give it their all. A lot of the players in this bracket actually have made Worlds before. Some of them, I believe, actually already have their Worlds invite. I'm not too sure about that, but if that does happen, the Worlds invite will be relegated down to the third place.
So what else can we talk about? I mean, Bochum is not the only regional that is being played this weekend. We also have a regional in Knoxville in America. And we have some interesting comparison for you guys on what Pokemon were played, because there are some differences. First of all, Medicham. In Europe, everyone brings Medicham all the time. We have 8 players in the top 8 and only 6 players in the US. So I'm curious to see what they are bringing as a replacement.
Yeah, absolutely. While Medicham may not be used as much, we see some other Pokemon that do have the fighting type coverage in Lurantis. I wouldn't really say that is a great substitute for the Medicham, but when you think about it, Medicham kind of needs to deal with those steel types. We see in America that people are running the Azumarill kind of as that check for those steel types. Of course, Azumarill does have access to that Hydro Pump, so it can really decisively win that Galarian Stunfisk matchup, and it also has coverage against like the other fighters, and it's pretty good against the Sableye as well, while Medicham kind of struggles in that matchup. Now let's talk about the kind of the elephant in the room here. We see 5 Registeels inside of Bochum, and we see 0 at Knoxville. What do you think that is?
Yeah, we have been talking about Registeel a lot this weekend because it has been so prominent in the featured matches, and I think that the American players don't want to go for a double steel lineup, and they much rather prefer the Galarian Stunfisk. And this actually has quite the interesting synergy, because we have less Galarian Stunfisks here, but more Registeels, and we have only 1 Alolan Ninetales in the top 8, but there are 5 in the US, because Alolan Ninetales actually has some good use against the Galarian Stunfisk as the primary steel type, but if you're playing against so many Registeels, then it's gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, Alolan Ninetales, no room for it to run against the Registeel, but up against the Galarian Stunfisk, its newly released Shadow version has play and can win the 2-shield scenario, because of course it does outpace Galarian Stunfisk to that Weather Ball versus the Rock Slide. Regards to all of this, we still have a lot of things to talk about, like the Diggersby. Diggersby is something that we haven't really seen before at all, not even in the US, but Bochum. Looks like 2 players are enjoying that big rabbit.
Yeah, and Lurgan Rocket, actually, we talked about him. He is in the upper bracket. He basically, I don't want to say invented it, but he saw the application for the meta right here. It is a quick attack Diggersby in both cases. It's basically the same one. And we have seen it a lot on stream. It is really good against the most prominent cores right now.
Yeah, so Diggersby, it does take super effective damage from Pokemon like Trevenant, for example.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it can dish out those fire punches. And I believe 2 fire punches is enough to take out a Trevenant, while Trevenant's going to need 3 or maybe even 4 Seed Bombs. Oh, no, actually, yeah, just 3 Seed Bombs to deal with that Diggersby. But another thing is like the Walrein. We are seeing Walrein only coming out of 1 player, Arceus Aurelius. But when I was talking to him about the Walrein, he says that it's actually really, really strong, even despite the nerf. He still thinks it has a lot of play. Against just the general meta, it's safe, for example, because it can still hit Registeel with that Earthquake. It can still hit Medicham with with neutral damage, and of course it wins the Altari matchup extremely dominantly. Yeah. And here it's actually up against a lot of people running the Diggersby as well, where it just has solid play. Sableye, of course, it's good as well. So Walrein maybe is kind of a secret hero that Arceus Aurelius is running and nobody else really knows about.
Yeah, I mean, after the energy cost of Icicle Spear got upped a little, the matchup versus, I think, the most important Pokemon was Trevenant got significantly worse because you no longer outpaced these Icicle Spears and you lose the charge move priority event all the time, basically. So you are actually in a losing matchup then, as before it was a kind of decent matchup. It was a really good one, rather. So we are going to see how this Warren is going to perform, because in the first game for Arceus Aurelius, he's going to play against Lurgan Rocket, who brought the Digger Speed to the table. And this could be a key matchup. Arceus Aurelius yesterday said that he might have a really good matchup, which is why the pressure is all on him.
Yeah, absolutely. While Walrein is really, really good against Noctowl, of course, because it is that ice type, it's actually way more consistent in that matchup than some of the other ice types that we do see in the meta, of course. That's like Alola Ninetales. We saw a lot of Shadow Abomasnow yesterday, but those Pokemon are a little bit more frail and can't win that decisive matchup more dominantly because Noctowl, of course, basically everybody is running it. So if to have a really good check to the Noctowl in Walrein is actually just really, really great for Arceus. But on the other hand, there are other flyers other than Noctowl. What do you think about the Pelipper and the Mantine, for example?
So those are interesting because obviously a lot of people have dropped the Lantern from their team. I know it's still half of the top 8 that are bringing Lantern, but that number has declined, I feel like. Much like the Trevenant, it's also just 4. So Pelipper and Mantine are going to be a lot stronger than before because this Lantern has basically pushed both of these Pokemon out of the metagame.
Yeah, of course, Lantern makes both of them fall extremely out of favor. But we were talking about how the strategy with Mantine is you try to catch a good lead. We saw the Mantine player leading into a Noctowl the other day, which is an excellent lead because you're able to Bubble Beam over and over and over and just take those Sky attacks with a huge bulk.
Oh yeah, and we saw it KO the Lantern for a game with an Ice Beam. That must have been really satisfying. Again, this is a Lurgan Rockets Pokemon. He is bringing that one to the table. We have seen it win European regionals before. Emmy Weedle has proven to be extremely dominant with his basically signature Pokemon. And Lurgan Rocket is trying to win the next regional with Mantine.
Yeah, but when we're speaking about Mantine, what also really counters is our little mouse on the right-hand side, the Dedenne, an absolute hardwall to Mantine.
That is true. I mean, Ice Beam still really deals a lot of damage because Dedenne has no bulk whatsoever. But I think you won't even reach an Ice Beam in a no-shield scenario because those discharges are going to KO regardless.
Yeah, only 10 turns needed to reach that discharge, which can probably take out 2 or 3 Mantines. Dedenne is going to be a force to reckon with if Lurgan, Rocket, and Chun see themselves in that situation. And I believe that if both of them are able to win their first-round matchups, we could see a scenario like this.
So Chun is going to play with his Lurantis and his Dedenne versus the most meta comp that you could ever imagine. Bench Styler is basically running, I think, Medicham, Noctowl, Galarian Stunfisk, Lantern, Trevenant, and one last Pokemon which could be Registeel. It seems like it's Registeel.
Yeah, Registeel is correct.
Yeah, so Dedenne will have to prove itself, so will Lurantis, because those are the basically top 6 Pokemon, at least in Europe. Registeel really up there with 5 picks in the metagame. So I think against one of those Pokemon is Dedenne really good. I think you can beat the Noctowl. You can beat the Registeel, of course, even though in the no-shields you have a problem, because the Zap Cannon is still so powerful and Dedenne doesn't really have that much bulk that 2 of those will KO. It is decent against the Lantern. I think Lantern is probably outbulking the Dedenne.
It has play. It's not hard wall, so it's all good.
True. And Medicham should not beat Dedenne because those counters are resisted still, not a lot of bulk. We have discussed this by now, but those play roughs in no-shield scenarios will deal a lot of damage, and so much that another discharge plus some thunder shocks will take out.
Yeah, but it looks like Chun has done his research. Inside of the European meta, we see that Dedenne doesn't really have Galarian Stunfisk to face up against as that primary steel type. Of course, it is Registeel, so him understanding that there's not going to be as many ground types. Swampert, as we see as well, there's only one Swampert, so not that many ground types actually to deal with this Dedenne. Maybe there were more yesterday, but in this top cut, it seems like the Dedenne may be running free against Pokemon like Trevenant. It still does have play, even though those Thunder Shocks and Discharge will be resisted. Play rough is going to really hurt if you're that Trevenant.
Yeah, and we are not talking about Shadow Balls here. So the first matchup we are going to see is going to be Talonflow, a player which we have not seen before. And another player whose name I kind of forgot.
Matsepeng on the
Matsepeng,
left-hand
right.
side. He's bringing the Guzzlord. And,
Oh, right, the Guzzlord. And he's even matching outfits with his Guzzlord.
Yeah, only Guzzlord kind of struggled yesterday. We saw it once on a featured match, and it was quite unfortunate to see him having to shield up those ice punches from the Medicham. As we know, even though Guzzlord is a really bulky Pokemon, I believe its health product is like 350. It just doesn't have as good of a defense stat. But in terms of health, I mean, this is a really big boy.
It can take a few punches for sure, but it can also dish out a lot of damage. It's charging rather quickly with also high damaging moves in Dragon Rush, I think, is the fast move. And we're running a Crunch and Dragon Claw, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. With that fast move pressure, it's going to be able to deal a whole lot of damage to the Pokemon that have absolutely hard walls in Lantern, in Trevenant, and even Noctowl. It's just really, really strong against. But against Pokemon like Medicham or Stunfisk or Registeel, you're going to be in a world of pain. Let's take a look at this first matchup.
Oh, we are leading Noctowl versus Sableye, and this is not what Talonflow wants to see. The Noctowl will get some wing attacks in there. We are immediately switching into the Registeel, and we are having the Sableye in there. I would have thought that the Medicham was going to be switched in.
But it looks like Matsepeng has a great read because he understands that Talonflow most likely has that Galarian Stunfisk in the back as he's running an ABB strong against Noctowl team. Here we go. First foul play coming on the Registeel. Talonflow looking for the debuff. If he can get this debuff onto the Sableye, he can absolutely flip this matchup.
Yeah, and he is immediately shielding up the first one because otherwise, after a few foul plays, you would maybe get farmed down. But we are going to reach the next foul play. We are going to see some damage. I think there was no attack drop.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look like there was an attack drop. Here we go, foul play at number 2 coming down. Registeel opts for the no shield. Sableye still very, very healthy, and it puts it in a great position to farm down if he decides to shield up this move.
Yeah, it would be a lot of farm on the Sableye, especially if there is an attack drop now, which is happening. So it's probably one more Shadow Claw, which is a bit more energy. So this attack drop was rather unfortunate, but we are down 2 shields immediately.
Yeah, and he's going to have 2 foul plays to his name. Here we go. Does Talonflow up the shield? No, he's saving his shields. But what is he saving the shields for? As this foul play is going to put the Sableye into the half health range already in the yellow is that Sableye. And here we go. Foul play number 5, it looks like, coming down from Matsepeng. It's again going to go no shielded. This could be a disaster soon if he doesn't shield up the Sableye, as the Galarian Stunfisk isn't really great against the Medicham.
Yeah, he probably thought if he had a Medicham, then Matsepeng would have brought it in against the Registeel, but he didn't, so this is going to be a big problem. Also, a Noctowl with this much of an energy advantage, wow, it doesn't even reach the foul play. I think this Noctowl alone can beat the Galarian Stunfisk in a 2-shield scenario, not a 0-2 scenario.
Yeah, we see Talonflow shaking his head. He's clearly not very happy about this matchup. We know that 2 Earthquakes is enough to knock out this Medicham, but at the end of the day, it looks like the Noctowl is going to be his biggest op. Here we go. Earthquake number 1 puts Medicham into the yellow. Can he reach the second one before he's taken out? I believe so. But again, the real problem here is that Noctowl with about 60 energy to its name.
Yeah, and the Psychic will maybe get a defense drop. Not going to happen, but we are reaching for the next Earthquake. It is going to come down before the Ice Punch can be reached, but this is only 1 shield. We're almost at 2 Shadow Balls with the Noctowl. I think Noctowl is going to have an easy time against this Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, I mean, the Stunfisk is in the range of 1 Shadow Ball, and Noctowl is, oh my goodness, he's going for an absolutely savage Sky Attack bait. Does Talonflow decide to shield it? He does! He shakes his head, knowing that it could be a Sky Attack, but Matsepeng is an absolute savage. Goes for another Sky Attack. He's not messing around, and he wants that Wing Attack farm down.
Matsepeng does not really care about resisted moves. He wants to show that his Noctowl gets the breakpoint on the Galarian Stunfisk, and it can, in fact, Wing Attack down. However, we are going to see one last retaliation of the Galarian Stunfisk with the Rock Slide going to come down. We're putting the Noctowl in the yellow, but the next Sky Attack is reached, and we are going to see it deal more than 2% of the health of Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, Matsepeng understanding that he's going to first win CMP and second is going to survive 2 Rock Slides. So he wasn't really in a dangerous position there going into our second game. And Talonflow, he did bring that double steel lineup. He's maybe one of the few players actually running both those steel Pokemon. And it looks like Matsepeng just had a great read on him with that Medicham instead of going the Guzzlord. Because what would have happened if Guzzlord is up against 2 steels? Not a whole lot. That's all I can say.
You know, Eric, I'm not too big of a fan of the double steel type team because Medicham is on every team. I think in Liverpool we had about 150 players and 100 of them were running Medicham. Top 16, 15 players were running Medicham. I mean, the Pokemon is so universally good, it barely has any matchups that it hard loses. I think the only one really is Sableye because it has play against the Trevenant. With one shield advantage, you can do a lot if you don't get baited. So why would you bring double steel if Medicham basically works as a safe swap?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of an interesting decision, but Talonflow already locked in his team 2 days ago, and this is a decision that he's now going to have to live with. But if there is a team to be going up against with that double steel lineup, certainly one with a Noctowl and a Guzzlord is going to be the favored matchup here for Talonflow. Of course, their extreme bulk also makes it pretty strong against the Sableye. But if you look at Malzapeng, yesterday his Guzzlord had quite a few very rough matchups, but also had a lot of really great matchups against Arceus Aurelius. But here we see Guzzlord would absolutely destroy the Swamperts, the Sableye, and the Pelipper while absolutely getting hardwalled by the other three. So does Malzapeng decide to call it? Because it's really like a 50-50 shot here whether it has play or not, and does he really want to risk it on the line when he's just one game away from victory?
I mean, Talonflow brought ABB strong against the Guzzlord, and we saw that with Arceus Aurelius yesterday, because he did the exact opposite. He ran his first team completely weak to Guzzlord. It would have been absolutely destroyed by Guzzlord. Malzapeng did not bring it, and in Game 2, Malzapeng decided to bring in the Guzzlord, and it had no application, that matchup. So now we are seeing a really bad lead for Malzapeng. Noctowl without energy advantage is not going to be able to deal too much damage to this Registeel, and the first Shadow Ball is coming out before the first Zap Cannon could happen. I think that you might want to use the Zap Cannon immediately, maybe trying to prevent a catch here.
Yeah, let's take a look. Zap Cannon is going to come through, and it gives him that wing attack, of course. And now this debuff could be crucial, as these Shadow Balls would start to add up without that debuff. Zap Cannon comes through, and it looks like Malzapeng has luck on his side here. Shadow Ball number 2 is about to come through. Can this put the Registeel into the red and allow for a swap to come in?
This is why I'm not too big of a fan of the Registeel in the lead, because if your opponent has 2 shields, then they might just use it if it would KO. However, Registeel can't KO most of the Pokemon with just one hit, and then you're probably going to get farmed down because they don't need to shield the first one, and then they can just... Okay, wow, so they just actually lost the alignment immediately, trying to go for a farm down with the Sableye, but I think that he's not going to reach the foul play before the Zap Cannon, and Zap Cannon comes down, and this will have to draw out a shield. You have already lost one Pokemon.
Yeah, he does decide to shield it, but only if he knew how strong his Medicham was against his back line. Attack drop's going to come through. Of course, Malzapeng has already lost switch advantage, so so switching in may be the play here. No, opts to stay in, throws that foul play, maybe making Talonflow think maybe there's not that Medicham in the bag. But here we go. Foul play number 1 is going to be with that attack drop, and this is going to be doing mostly a negligible amount of damage to that Stunfisk.
I think that Medicham is really absolutely great in this matchup. Of course, you have it against the Galarian Stunfisk here. You are in a slight shield disadvantage. The Swampert is going to be really, really strong right here, just because there is a shield advantage on Talonflow's side, and spamming Hydro Cannons is always really strong. I think you almost have to shield this one up. I think Medicham can take it barely.
Yeah, I think it will tank the damage, but I mean, yeah, that's why IVs matter. Here we go. Ice Punch is going to be drawing out this shield from the Swampert, and Malzapeng is putting it all on the back of Sableye. I believe this Ice Punch needed to be shielded up, otherwise the Sableye would have the Swampert in foul play range. So here we go. Foul play number 1 is ready. Let's see if it decides to go through. Number 2 is going to be on the way, and I think this Swampert will actually fall to this second foul play, but of course, he's just going to be spamming out those Hydro Cannons. I think Malzapeng has to call that this is just not going to KO him and hold on to that last shield for the Galarian Stunfisk Earthquake, but no, I think this is going to put him in a pretty rough spot.
Switch timers are not up. Sableye can farm a little bit more energy. Now you have to go for the foul play. Perfect counting by Malzapeng. This is going to probably take out the Swampert, as it's not the bulkiest Pokemon, and then it's going to come down to Sableye versus the Galarian Stunfisk. Galarian Stunfisk absolutely energy dry. We are going to reach the next foul play way before the Earthquake is reached by by the Galarian Stunfisk. Now the question is, can Sableye farm down the Galarian Stunfisk before it reaches the Earthquake to for sure take out the Sableye? It does not look like it. Galarian Stunfisk goes for the Earthquake. We are charging it up. No Protect Shields remaining, and this is probably going to be the tie.
Yeah, very, very well played from Talonflo, taking back game 2 in his favor. And despite bringing 2 steel types into the Medicham, he's able to recover with that knockdown in the mid matchup, just doing a really strong job. So I like those calls from Talonflo. I think he's a little bit afraid of the Guzzlord, so he's really kind of showing that he's afraid of it, considering that yesterday Malzahpang didn't run Guzzlord in the first game against Arceus, but in the second one he did bring the Guzzlord, and that's when he was hard punched for it. So it looks like Leonard on the right-hand side.
We're in top 8.
Oh, so congratulations.
You too, man. You too. You deserve it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You put in the effort.
Yeah, I
respect
put
that.
Oh, no. Okay, it looks like I was kicked out. But Talonflo has those steel types to answer the Guzzlord. And if he continues bringing it, Malzahpang is really putting on the bench pressure with that Pokemon. But now, how does he answer these double steel types? Because at the end of the day, it's really just this Medicham that has a really clear solution to both of them. And of course, Medicham only has so much health. Those Zap Cannons and Earthquakes do put a lot of pressure on it, and often can't just simply 1v2 these Pokemon.
I mean, Sableye always is really strong. You can bring the Registeel, which is its own steel type, so it's basically just mirroring the other Sableye. There is a problem for the Medicham, which is the Pelipper, because this is a really good wing attacker. It does not even take super effective damage from an Ice Punch. However, Pelipper is not the bulkiest Pokemon, so I think that percentage-wise, Ice Punch of Medicham deals the exact same amount of damage to a Pelipper than it does to a Noctowl. However, the Psychic, if the Psychic connects, then you basically lose the matchup.
Yeah, and it's weird because even though Medicham's counters do about 8 damage per, a resisted one still does 6 damage.
Yep.
And Pelipper, it's not the most tanky Pokemon. So Medicham's Psychic can actually farm down, which sounds really weird to farm down a flying type, but Pelipper's just, again, made of paper. So yeah, Medicham, I think from Malzahpang has to come out. But now if you're Talonflo, you'd be like, okay, he's definitely going to bring the Medicham, so try to get that Sableye aligned to the Medicham, because I think if Talonflo can do it, that game is his, and Malzahpang is going to be going home.
If you align the Pelipper on the Medicham, and you actually lose the matchup, because your Hurricane gets called, or you are trying to do something fancy, you are in an energy disadvantage, then the Medicham will most likely just win this matchup with a little bit of health. But if you are bringing a Registeel in, it can't farm down anything. I have experienced this in Hoenn Cup a bit too much, where I lost this Pelipper versus Medicham matchup, and then my Registeel took about 80% of damage to counters just before I could farm down the Medicham.
Yeah, Pelipper as a flying type, I feel like Pelipper needs to do more against other other fighters being a flying type, but no, because Hurricane takes so long to get to, and Wing Attack just doesn't do a very significant amount of damage. Pelipper's not really like a great check for those fighters, but it's just much better against, let's say, like steel types, like actually Galarian Stunfisk, where it wins that matchup because Rock Slide, of course, one does do a significant amount of damage, but those Weather Balls do about 50%, which is just crazy to think about alongside those wing attacks. But yeah, Pelipper has play against other Pokemon that aren't really those fighters. So when you're thinking about like a Sableye, it actually does outpace to those Weather Balls, is able to spam them out one by one. It's pretty neutral against the Knockdown as well, but it looks like these players are both putting a lot of thought into this last pick. I think if you're Talonflo, though, going with the Sableye and the Pelipper lineup could be crucial in finishing off this game here, because I think if you're Malzahpang, not bringing a Medicham is not only unlikely, but it is basically impossible to win without it at this point. So I'm going to predict that Talonflo may be going with one Steel type and those 2 Medicham counters, or again, just Sableye and those 2 Steel types in the back. Malzahpang probably just trying to bring the Medicham again and trying to fight for that switch, get the correct alignment.
If you bring one Steel type and the 2 Medicham counters, then you are opening yourself up to be absolutely swept by Guzzlord.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think for Talonflo, he understands that these 2 Pokemon, Medicham and Guzzlord, one counters half the team, one counters the rest, and to build 6 Pokemon around just 2 threats from your opponent is so awkward to do. And Malzahpang knows this. He's in the driver's seat, even though the score line is tied.
I think that Malzahpang is not going to bring it. I think that he is maybe in his opponent's head. His opponent will predict the Guzzlord, and he is going to bring too many answers to it, and Medicham will go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it looks like Talonflo is extremely scared of the Guzzlord. Let's see if he is able to match that with his words. Here we go, Registeel, Swampert, and Sableye. So 2 Pokemon in the back, of course, have pretty solid play. Oh my goodness, and here comes the Swampert in the lead up against the Medicham. Malzahpang definitely quite happy about this.
Yeah, it is a decent matchup because the Hydro Cannons don't deal too much damage. We have seen this in the matchup before, and those counters are insane. And wow, we are catching a Hydro Cannon on our Guzzlord. However, this will probably be answered just by a Registeel. But Registeel, even though it has a good matchup, you don't deal too much damage, you can still crunch it, get the defense drop, and you can try to shield away those Focus Blasts. Even though if you shield twice against the Registeel, then Swampert is going to have a good time.
Yeah, let's take a look. Guzzlord, crunch number 1. This defense drop could be absolutely crucial in winning this matchup, but the Focus Blast from the Registeel will be lethal to the Guzzlord here if he is able to land it. Does Malzahpang respect it? He does not. Here we go. Medicham is going to be coming in for a farm down of a lifetime.
So he actually just accepted that he's not going to get good alignment with the Guzzlord, so why use a shield for it? So we are just going to get a lot of farm on this Medicham. Medicham is probably going to go for a Psychic, but we are going to see the Zap Cannon first. Will this get an attack drop? You kind of have to shield this now. This is kind of the win con. Okay, we are not shielding this Medicham at 40% of HP, rather 30, is trying to go for the full farm down. We are already at max energy. We are taking down the Registeel, and now see where this is going to go.
Yeah, let's take a look. I think he will be bringing in the Sableye for a nasty farm down, and if he does, this Sableye in the back from Malzahpang is going to be up against the world. Ice Punch. Oh, wow, he decides to bank the energy and swap into his own Sableye. Foul play coming through from Talonflo. I think you almost have to shield this one.
Oh, we are not shielding this one again. At some point you will have to use your shield, Malzahpang, because both of your Pokemon are at so low HP already. So we are charging up a return. We are not charging up a return. So if Talonflo counted this correctly, he is going for a foul play. He knows that he's going for a foul play, but however, he's also at kind of low HP, and we are seeing the first Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and remember, if we are able to throw out enough charge moves from both sides, again, 4 charge moves would reset that switch clock, and once that happens, these misaligned switch clocks open the door for Malzahpang to actually bring in that Medicham and throw out that Psychic and the Ice Punch against the Swampert. So there are still things that both these players have to be very careful for in the back half of this game.
Oh, we are actually going for a farm down. No, the Hydro Cannon is going to connect. You want to shield this at this point? Yes, Sableye is the major win condition here because those Ice Punches of Medicham against the Sableye won't do too much. You're going to see now, okay, we are almost at a foul play. We're bringing in the Medicham instantly, trying to go for 2 Ice Punches before we are getting taken down by Shadow Claw.
Yeah, but Malzahpang shakes his head. He knows his Ice Punch is not doing a very significant amount of damage. Sableye with the farm down will be able to come out with the foul play and throw it at his remaining Pokemon. Yep. Although this Ice Punch actually is getting it into quite a dangerous range. If he can reach one more Ice Punch, no, absolutely not. Talonflo now looking for the foul play. He has won it. Malzahpang, it looked like he had the correct Pokemon for this match. I think switching into Guzzlord may have been the mistake, especially when he had the good matchup from the Medicham onto the Swampert. Yep. Congratulations to Talonflo. Very well played.
I think he wanted to preserve the Medicham for a possible double Steel type there. He used the Guzzlord, got countered by the Registeel.
Yeah, okay. The Guzzlord was, I mean, really, really good against Sableye. Would be really good against the Sableye and the Swampert. But I think when he switched it in, that was such a huge mistake. Because, I mean, when you're winning the lead, you don't really want to give up that switch advantage. Then the Registeel comes in, and that was a very rough situation for him right there.
So I think if he countered down the Swampert, maybe take 1 or 2 Hydro Cannons, throw in an Ice Punch as well, you know, and the Sableye comes in, you can still just let the Medicham get farmed down and then bring in your Guzzlord. If they switch out, you're going in for the Sableye, and the Sableye will eventually double shield against the Registeel. So you're going to be fine. You will have the Guzzlord onto the Sableye, and this one probably doesn't really need shields, even though return will deal a lot of damage. But I think this would have been a lot better for Malzahpang. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, but Talonflo also proving to everyone at home that even though you get a bad lead, even though you have bad matchups in the back, you can still win the game. I mean, he just understands this game on a very high level and is able to basically save those shields for the Sableye, know exactly what he needed to do with those foul plays, just spamming out one by one onto the Medicham, onto that Sableye at the end, and closing out that match.
Catching moves is a really important part of the game. It's so great when you can count moves correctly, and it really feels just nice when you get this attack and it's going to be resisted because you switched in the Pokemon at the right timing. But sometimes alignment is more important than a bit of energy advantage.
Yeah, there's 3 key things in this game that players want to fight for. Alignment, energy advantage, or switch advantage. And in this case, he gave up the switch advantage in exchange for an energy advantage. But basically, all that extra energy that he banked up on his Medicham wasn't very substantial in that Sableye matchup later on in the game. So that's where he kind of reversed himself into a pretty difficult position where those ice punches were just not doing a very substantial amount versus Sableye.
I mean, he thought that the Medicham was too important against a possible double steal and wanted to basically sacrifice the Guzzlord. But, I mean, the Guzzlord, he hasn't even seen the entire team of his opponent. He just saw the lead. It was just the Swampert. But, I mean, when you're playing a Pokemon like Guzzlord, yesterday we compared it to Bastiodon. Those Pokemon that have these 100% win or 100% lose matchups, you really want to have the switch advantage. You really want to have alignment with those. Otherwise, you are going to be in a really tough position, and we saw it just now.
Yeah, I think that was a crucial mistake there. But Talonflo, he is showing quite some good signs of life, actually, because I believe his team was in just such an awkward position up against that lineup. How do you prevent yourself from being RPS'd by the opponent? At the end of the day, he's able to get a really strong read, and we'll be going into the top 6, I believe, now.
Yeah. We have Pelipper in the top 6. I couldn't be happier. I love the Pokemon. I think that Inadequance will be quite happy too. It's always running around with the Pelipper plushie. It is one of the coolest Pokemon. In fact, I love to use it as well. And was there anything else in this team? I mean, we have a Swampert advancing now, and we have one of the few double steel cores in the top 4.
Yeah, I think Double Steal, while it looked really, really good against this team because the opponent had a Guzzlord, I'm kind of not sure how it will do in the future games just because there's not that many Dragon types that the Steel types can just absolutely wall. I mean, of course, there exists Altaria, but I believe there's only one of them running around.
And this one might actually get eliminated in the... It could be eliminated. I think it's in the other losers matchup, if I'm not mistaken. This one will also be quite interesting, by the way, because there are close friends. I've talked to both of them yesterday. There was quite a bit of banter, so both of them want to win the next matchup. So what do you think after seeing this performance? Because this was the first Talonflo performance we have had on this stream so far. Is he competing to win it all? Is he on the top of the game? I mean, he made it to top 6 of the regionals, which is already quite impressive.
Yeah, I hadn't heard a lot from this player before, but seeing how he is able to play Double Steal into Medicham 2 games in a row, 3rd game flipping just a very, very rough team situation around. I mean, this player absolutely knows what he's doing. Despite the comp disadvantages, he was able to overcome all of them and come out on top. Mausapang, obviously a very strong opponent as well. So Talonflo really, really putting his name out there so far.
We just haven't seen the Mausapang strategy to full success so far. I mean, he made it to top 8. We have seen him lose twice on stream, but don't let that fool you. He is an absolutely phenomenal player. Congratulations to him again, but we are going to see who won this match. Talonflo is going to be in the winner's interview.
Welcome back to the live coverage from Bochum Regionals. We have our first winner from the top 8 today, Talonflo. How are you feeling after your first win?
Really, really well. Honestly, this is actually the first time I was on stream winning. I was on stream in Bremen, I lost. I was on stream in Stuttgart, I lost.
Oh, wow.
So I'm really glad the curse is over.
Well, now that you've finished, you've unjinxed yourself from the live stream, I think you're more confident being there and potentially mounting a run to go all the way.
Yeah, but I still need 3 more wins in order to qualify for Japan.
Yep.
So it's still very...
Well, it's 3 wins to Yokohama, so that's amazing, right? And Guzzlord.
Yeah.
I guess you were afraid of the Guzzlord. I think all 3 games, in the sense you bought a Pokemon that will be able to beat the Guzzlord.
Yeah, that's right. I was really cautious in game 1, so I brought those 2 tanks that could defeat Guzzlord. And in game 3, I made a bit of a gamble.
Yeah.
I was very sure my opponent wouldn't use Noctowl again because it didn't work in the second game.
Yeah.
At least not as a lead.
Yeah.
So I used Swampert, which is fairly weak against Noctowl. However, I still had in mind, what if he leads with Guzzlord? Answer, if he had led Guzzlord, I would have just lost.
Yeah.
But fortunately, the gamble played off, and he used Guzzlord as a swap into the Hydro Cannon, so my Registeel had an easy game.
Yep, and especially in game 3, you made like this very good call where you knew the Medicham had a lot of energy, but your win condition at that point was to try and save that shield in case his Sableye had any energy left to knock you out with a foul play. That was very well managed. Was that going through in your head? What was going through in your head when you're like, okay, the first Ice Punch did this much damage, the second Ice Punch? Were you getting nervous?
Not really. I was really confident that my Sableye could take the second Ice Punch and that I could just take out his Sableye with foul play after farming down Medicham.
You have a fairly interesting team, right? You have the double steel team, which I think is a very interesting one in the sense that you have two steel-type Pokemon. So one, Registeel's probable function was going to be baiting out the Medicham, and then the Stunfisk would be free at the back. Is that why you kind of ran the double steel lineup in game 1?
Yes, this was the plan. This is why I save swapped Registeel. I was hoping that he would use Medicham against it, but he used Sableye, so the plan didn't work out. Obviously, I thought, okay, he didn't use Medicham, so maybe he doesn't have it on his team.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing game of reading that your opponent did. I think he also understood that you're using double steel. So you have these lines in mind already, right? So it's a very popular Go Battle League lineup as well when you run double steel. When you build your team, would you think about, okay, I'm going to play double steel, and I'm going to try and put Pokemon that can beat the counters to double steel, for example, the Medichams and the Swamperts. Is that your team building process?
Exactly. I was starting with double steel because Registeel and Galarian Stunfisk are just good. Then I was first considering running also double Ghost with Sableye and Trevenant, but then I realized Obstagoon might be a bit obstacle, no pun intended.
Absolutely.
So I switched it around. I even considered Jumpluff at some point because it beats Obstagoon, but then I realized, oh no, what if an opponent uses a fire type and midway in my run someone actually had a Shadow Charizard. So good thing I did not have Jumpluff. Instead I ran double water to cover fire types, and of course Sableye and Medicham to beat out any Obstagoon or
absolutely
Medicham.
Understandable. Thank you so much for your insight. With that, we go straight back to our casters.
Yeah, thanks so much, Abi. That was really nice to see that his insight was always wanting to run a double something line. Of course, I'm glad he didn't run the double Ghost because we all know how double Ghost would have done into a Guzzlord.
Double Ghost, double Steel would make up for it, I think, but it would have been really crazy. Maybe he only knows so many typings, so he always has to play double typings.
Right, I mean, 2 double typings, coverage isn't real anyway.
That's true. It's a lie.
Coverage is a lie. Registeel has so much coverage, Zap Cannon and Focus Blast, and of course normal type moves.
Yeah.
I mean, that's already 3 types plus the Steel, so you already have 4 types. So
yeah, normal types are really good. They're almost neutral against everything, so you can farm down most of the Pokemon with Registeel, let that be said.
Yeah, absolutely. A really good strategy. But speaking of strategy, here we got Arsenio on the right-hand side and 23 EJB on the left. Of course, a Worlds competitor has brought the London t-shirt just to flex on his opponent. He's definitely a name to watch out for here. But these 2 very strong players are actually in a single elimination situation, which is very exciting.
They are two friends and they are battling to get the absolute knockout of the tournament in the lower bracket. So we're going directly into game one almost. We are seeing an Umbreon. We only see 3 in the top cut, and there we already have the Altaria, so I was not mistaken there. Oh, and this is such a good lead for Arsenio.
Yeah, here we go. Trevenant into Altaria. It's not a great matchup, but you have Shadow Ball to throw at it. If you're willing to invest the shields and if you bait the Seed Bomb correctly, this actually can be flipped. So 23 EJB more than happy to actually just play this matchup. Arsenal tries to call the Seed Bomb, and bang, there's the Shadow Ball. That really, really hurts. And now the swap into the Registeel. Moonblast is charged up, but he's going to continue to farm up. And what is he looking to do? Is he trying to make a catch? No, he doesn't catch anything, but he's going to catch the hands of Registeel as his Zap Cannon is about to land.
This is going to be really tough for Arsenio, even though he won the lead, because the Trevenant is so good against everything in the back, and the Altaria, as the only real counter against the Trevenant, is already so low that a few Shadow Claws plus a Seed Bomb will take it out eventually. And now we are seeing the Registeel mirror match. The Focus Blast is charged up. We are going to see an immediate shield. It is really important here for EJB to keep the alignment, and he had a pretty big energy advantage. So this looks kind of good for him right now. We are going to see a Zap Cannon, even though he already used one shield. He is at a range where another Focus Blast will take out his own Registeel, so the few Dragon Breath that the Altaria got in might actually win Arsenio the game, or the alignment at least.
Yeah, looks at both these players just staring at each other. They both know exactly what is happening here. Knew that the Registeel was going to follow that Focus Blast, and now bringing in that Trevenant, farming up as much as he dares, goes for the Shadow Ball as the Zap Cannon is reached, and here we go. Actually, the Zap Cannon is reached first as 23 EJB looks for the most aggressive farm down of his life. Zap Cannon goes through. It's not enough damage. These lockdowns are doing a negative amount of damage. Oh, he has to switch into the Azumarill, switch into the Lantern, and now it's going to be a very difficult situation as he has this alignment now and will have to fight back with that Trevenant.
EJB brought such a strong team against Arsenio, but Arsenio just keeps the alignment the entire time. Lantern is really strong against this Azumarill. Obviously, it's also a Spark Lantern, so not even the disadvantage of having not super effective water guns. Play Rough is going to connect. It is going to deal not a lot of damage, and we're just farming up for another Thunderbolt. It will be reached before the Play Rough. Now we can even decide to bait. I think that the Azumarill won't be shielded, so it wouldn't make sense to go for a Surfy. Oh, it will be shielded indeed. And the Azumarill is going to try to connect another Play Rough.
Yeah, here we go. Play Rough is not going to take this Azumarill down. But of course, I think Arsenio knows that he's got this one in the bag already. Here we go. Trevenant in the back may have to do a lot of work at this point.
Oh, we are switching, and we are going for the charge move priority event. We are going to connect the Seed Bomb, but the Altaria in the back is looking really strong. If I reckon correctly, it has a lot of energy, yes, to Sky Attack, but we are going for another charge move priority event. The Seed Bomb is going to go right into the Protect Shield of Arsenio.
Yeah, and this Seed Bomb is doing a negative amount of damage, but it still gets shielded up. Of course, he does have so much energy down on that Altaria. This is going to absolutely KO the Azumarill. And it looks like Arsenio is taking this first game quite dominantly. It seemed like he had control of this game throughout the entirety of it, knowing exactly why he needed to build up all that energy on the Altaria just to save it for the later stages of the game where it was able to get the job done.
Yeah, and it actually looked like EJB had a kind of a team advantage there, not only in this Bring 3, but also in the Show 6, because this cool core that Arsenio has with Altaria and Diggersby that are really oppressive Pokemon gets really countered by Azumarill. Azumarill is looking incredibly strong in this matchup.
Yeah, Azumarill and Medicham both being brought. We talked about earlier how Azumarill and Medicham are a little bit interchangeable, but it looks like this will be the right call for EJB, as both these Pokemon have excellent play up against the Diggersby of Arsenio. But of course, Altaria, if we see it being brought again, I think the Azumarill has to come out from EJB to be able to deal with the Altaria. Of course, there's just other Pokemon that have a lot of neutral play against Arsenio's entire team. I say Umbreon is a really great contender, but Medicham and Registeel, of course, aren't going to be the best, but against the other four, I think Umbreon looks really, really good.
I think Umbreon is actually, I mean, it's not the best save swap here because it loses to 2 Pokemon at the same time. Also, Altaria is not the best matchup because it has access to this Moonblast. So it could actually be kind of a good lead. But Altaria is a really prominent lead. I have seen Arsenio bring it every time almost. Like, he always leads with his Altaria. So rather not the best lead. What can you do to counter it? You can lead the Azumarill, which would be a good save swap, but I mean, he's not going to lead Lantern, is he?
Yeah, I think seeing him lead the Altaria again would be very, very rare. I think we can expect a Registeel even or a Lantern lead actually in comparison, even a Medicham, but Altaria lead is just so risky when you know your opponent has the Azumarill and the Registeel at the ready. Knockout, of course, it's quite neutral against Altaria, but it's nothing too comfortable.
So we are going into game 2. It is about to start now. Can EJB reverse sweep this, or is Arsenio just going to go to top 6 with a 2-0? We are seeing Azumarill into the Registeel, which is really tough. And now the Diggersby is brought in against the Registeel.
Yeah, EJB shaking his head. He knows that this is going to be an uphill battle, but still, this Focus Blast can put quite a bit of work onto the onto the Diggersby. Of course, Zap Cannon is not going to be the preferred play here, as it is double resisted. But here comes Earthquake #1 from Arsenio. He's probably just farming up to the max and throwing it off now. I don't believe this is enough to KO, but it is a stab Earthquake from not a very attack-weighted Pokemon.
The best thing about this matchup is that you can actually bait with a super effective move. Like Fire Punch at this point is going to deal a lot of damage as well, might as well KO, but we're going to let the Diggersby fall. Not have the alignment here, because I thought you really want to have the Azumarill in there.
I mean, yeah, Registeel is such a strong Pokemon. How can it win switch advantage up against a ground type? A Pokemon with 2 super effective moves.
Yeah.
Here we have the Lantern trying to aggressively farm down the Registeel. It's going to just have to throw off the Surf because that Zap Cannon would be doing a substantial amount of damage to the Lantern. And we see Arsenio kind of has a little bit of an energy lead here, but it's going to have to go up against the Trevenant, and this is going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, but the Trevenant will have to do a lot of work. I think that his Azumarill is not really going to have too many applications in the matchup, because after that it's going to face off versus the Registeel, and the only good move against Registeel it has is Bubble?
Yeah, I don't believe it is a Hydro Pump Azumarill, so it's going to be completely walled here. But Zap Cannon, I don't believe one Zap Cannon takes out the Azumarill, so if the Azumarill is able to get off a little bit of resistant damage alongside anything that the Trevenant can put in, it might still be okay for EJB here. But Arsenio knows that shielding up this Lantern would be a huge mistake. Oh my goodness, he actually decides to shield it despite quite a negative matchup. Maybe he decides that these fast, spammy moves are going to put shield pressure, catches onto the Azumarill, and Arsenio actually is in a little bit of a rough position here, as EJB still has that Trevenant in the back for the Registeel.
And that is exactly what he needed to do there. That was his win condition. The Trevenant is going to be needed against the Lantern and against the Registeel. So you use your Azumarill as another shield. Also, the chip damage from the Play Rough is going to add up, because there is still one more shield. So maybe a Shadow Ball will be shielded by the Registeel. So you need every little bit of damage to counter this Registeel, to Shadow Claw it down in the end.
I mean, Azumarill's job here is not to knock out the Registeel.
Yep.
It's simply to put it in a range where Shadow Ball can do a good amount of damage and put it into a range where even Shadow Claw plus Shadow Ball is enough to knock out this Registeel. Let's take a look. Does he decide to get silly with the baits? No, going straight for the Shadow Ball. EJB is not messing around. Arsenio knows that he has to shield this, otherwise that is his lose condition. Of course, you have to remember there's still a move on that Lantern in the back. Here we go, charging up. Zap Cannon is going to be fired off. EJB knows he has to shield this, and this is looking like a very, very close matchup, as Shadow Ball debuffed may not be enough.
So the debuff is not going to happen. This is a bad time for Arsenio. The Shadow Ball is going to be reached right before. Oh, we are using the Shadow Ball onto the Lantern. Lantern is not going to win the charge move priority event. Try to use a Thunderbolt there as well. We are still on one shield. I know this was a lot of energy lost by the Trevenant, but it is going to reach another Shadow Ball eventually, and we are just going to be able to shield up this Focus Blast and then take out the Registeel with a Shadow Ball. What a phenomenal performance by EJB here.
Yeah, that Trevenant was an absolute hero this game, as we see up against all 3 Pokemon of Arsenio. Only the Diggersby really has a okay-ish matchup, but even that matchup is not that comfortable. So that at that extent, EJB really had the composition advantage from the start. Despite all that, Arsenio put up a really good fight, and we are leading into a very close game.
Why did he let his Diggersby faint against the Focus Blast from Registeel? Because, you know, he knew that there was Azumarill in the back after it switched out immediately. And he had a Lantern in the back. Why would you not try to keep the alignment?
Yeah, that's absolutely what I was thinking. Simply a Fire Punch and some quick attacks would have been enough to deal with that Registeel, and just committing one shield isn't that bad when you can prevent a Lantern from going onto a Trevenant and putting it onto an Azumarill. This is turning one of the most negative alignments into the most positive one that you can find in the game.
Also, Registeel, I know it's fast with its charge moves. It's relatively fast because, of course, Lock-On generates a lot of energy, but those moves that it can throw, there is no bait move. It really needs a lot of time. And you can just farm up so much and then throw one Fire Punch just so that you actually keep the alignment and go into the next matchup with a lot of energy, like almost an Earthquake.
Yeah, that's right. Arsenio, maybe thinking that the Earthquake and the Fire Punch damage wouldn't be very substantial on a Pokemon like an Azumarill, so he thought that maybe winning that, giving up the shield advantage, would be a little bit detrimental to him, as he wouldn't be able to actually do very much to the Azumarill that just swapped in. But of course, we now see in hindsight that may have been a little bit of a mistake that Arsenio now has to pay for as they're going to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Azumarill is being brought in against the Diggersby, you will just immediately switch in the Lantern afterwards. Also, if you have an Earthquake, it is still going to deal a good amount of damage there. So, going into game 3, which Pokemon haven't we seen? I think the Sableye is the only Pokemon on Arsenio's side that we have not seen this matchup.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sableye is a Pokemon where we basically see inside of every match, inside of every set, inside of every game. So not seeing him bring out such a strong pick so far is quite interesting. But I think if you're the Sableye, it still has play against the Registeel. Definitely its main counter and main use is for the Medicham. But against the Trevenant, it still can do quite a bit of work, as you can shield it up and just farm down a Trevenant a lot of the time, as long as you can call that Seed Bomb bait correctly. But we are now headed into game number 3.
So we are seeing the Registeel mirror match, and now we are going to see who wins the Charge Move Priority event. There is a Focus Blast coming on Arsenio's side, a little bit more farmed up. He is in the energy advantage now, and we are not going to... Oh, now we are going to see the Focus Blast. The Focus Blast is going to be thrown onto the Diggersby. Arsenio might predict a Zap Cannon, but this is going to deal a lot of damage. Now you can immediately switch out into another matchup if you want to.
Yeah, but it looks like now it's EJB's turn to look for a catch. He does go for the Umbreon now. It's going to soak up this damage a lot better than the Registeel, of course. So he's not really too afraid of this Earthquake. Earthquake going to be doing about 40% of damage to this Umbreon. Now, he just needs to Snarl and put it into about foul play range. I think he's pretty close to that, as this Diggersby is probably not going to reach another Earthquake before that.
I mean, yeah, Earthquake not. I think it will get out another Fire Punches, shouldn't deal too much damage, and the Snarls don't really do a lot of damage either. So this could be another Earthquake, to be honest, but he threw the Fire Punch before that.
Yeah, it looks like this Fire Punch will be going through. Not doing a lot of damage, but any damage is good damage. Now, Sableye actually might be able to come in and put it into Shadow Claw and Foul Play range, which could be really huge. But no, opts to go for Registeel first. Just needs to soak up this energy before bringing in that Sableye.
So Sableye is going to have a really good time against the Trevenant. However, there is also a Registeel in the back. Just this Registeel, it is playing against 2 shields.
Yeah, 2-shield Registeel is just such a menace. And again, these foul plays just aren't doing that much damage to the Registeel. He's happy to eat it all up, and now throws the Focus Blast just before EJB gets to that next foul play. Really, really great timing. EJB, of course, going to opt to let this go. Umbreon has done its job, which is just to soak up energy. Trevenant can now come in and will be faced up against the Shadow Sableye. And of course, Shadow Sableye does so much damage, but it's also going to have to shield the Seed Bomb, because that's going to hurt just as much.
Yeah, that is the disadvantage of running Shadow Sableye, because with a regular one, with a purified one, you could easily take the Seed Bomb.
Yeah, oh, that's a really, really great swap in play. Arsenio was 2 shields up, and now he's got 0 to his name.
This Registeel actually had an entire Zap Cannon banked. I didn't even remember that. Oh, yeah, it farmed up against the Diggersby.
Yeah.
The Diggersby still lost the matchup to the Umbreon. This Umbreon is so insane against other bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, wow, that Shadow Sableye foul play really hurts, and I think it's actually in a range where EJB has to shield this, and that never feels good shielding up your Registeel. Here we go. EJB is closing in on that Zap Cannon. Arsenio, no shields, so this will be taking out the Sableye and putting EJB in an absolutely excellent spot to close out this game with his Registeel.
Yeah, because his Registeel is, of course, lower than his opponent's Registeel, but he will still need to throw a move because Lock-On does negative damage. Sometimes it feels like you're healing the opposing Pokemon. We are throwing the Focus Blast now. Focus Blast is going to connect. It is, of course, going to take out the Registeel with this super effective damage, but the Trevenant is such a strong counter, and we are at a point where a Shadow Ball will take out the Registeel. But we are reaching the Seed Bomb first. We are throwing the Seed Bomb, and at this point,
yep, that's the writing on the wall. Arsenio looks away from the phone in defeat as EJB, a Worlds competitor, is able to secure his place in the top 6 here at the Bochum Regional Championships. The two players hug it out. Obviously, this is a very, very great moment for EJB, but Arsenio, of course, wants to celebrate his friend's accomplishments, so very well played to both players.
yeah, they really like each other. If you talk to both of them, you will realize that they are so friendly and they are so funny together. And I think both of them are just happy and proud to be here. One of them has reached top 6. EJB will want to take this entire event to his name. And Arsenio, he can just be happy with the top 8 finish.
Yeah, it never feels good to go up some of your friends in the first round, especially in a single elimination situation. But Arsenio, I'm sure he will be rooting on his friend EJB, who is just looking so strong to close out this bottom section of the bracket. Of course, his next matchup will be after our higher bracket matches, but he's still got a lot to prove.
I think EJB lost all the leads in this match.
I think that sounds about right, but he's able to flip switch and knows exactly what his win conditions are. So at the end of the day, he still is playing so well despite comp disadvantages.
So in the first matchup, he led Trevenant into the Altaria. And the Altaria could just farm so much, he had to switch it to the Registeel. It could still gain a lot of energy. Dragon Breath, even though it's resisted on the Registeel, deals a lot of damage, so that the Registeel of EJB was in range of 1 Focus Blast. And because the Lock-Ons deal negative damage, in the mirror match especially, the shield advantage that you get from gaining more energy does not really help you, because still 1 Focus Blast takes you out. So
yeah. So speaking of Registeel, it was a really strong player on both of these teams, but Trevenant was actually the one that closed out this game. Let's take a quick look at the Trevenant Pokemon and why it's so strong right now. Of course, Shadow Claw does 8 energy each move. Shadow Claw, one of the best fast moves in the game, and it's going to get to the Seed Bomb in 5 and the Shadow Ball in 7. Let's take a look at the Pokemon it's good and bad against, though.
Yeah, I mean, Lantern, Swampert, and Azumarill are obviously good matchups. However, Azumarill is a bit tougher than the other ones, because Azumarill has access to Ice Beam, and you will want to shield that because it's not going to take you out in one shot. However, it's going to be really close, so if you are not in a lead matchup, your Trevenant might have taken some damage as well. Swampert can be difficult because it can have Sludge Wave, and if it's a Shadow Swampert, it is going to take out the Trevenant entirely. Lantern is free.
Yeah, Lantern can only throw resistant moves. We've seen the struggles of all the Lantern players today going into the Trevenant. I think the Lantern players are not having a whole lot of luck, and that's not great news for the 4 people who have brought it to this regional.
That's true. So the other good matchups are Medicham and Registeel. Registeel can only throw resisted moves. That is a tough one, but still 2 Zap Cannons will take it out. But Trevenant is really fast with those Shadow Balls, so it has a positive matchup. And Medicham, and this is where Medicham shines again, because Medicham can flip the matchup with a bit of an energy advantage, because the Ice Punch still deals a lot of damage, like 55% or so. And it is even like in the bad matchups, Medicham is good. The only matchup it really can't win is Sableye.
Yeah, and again, Trevenant is a tree, so it is made of paper. Against Pokemon like Registeel, it just does good because, again, Shadow Claw is such a great move. It outpaces, it can reach one in 7 moves. So 7, it's a 2-turn move. It can reach 2 Shadow Balls before that Registeel is able to get to 2 Zap Cannons, and those 2 Shadow Balls and many Shadow Claws is more than enough to knock it out.
So what about the bad matchups, Eric?
Yeah, the bad matchups are not bad. They're really, really bad. Because Trevenant is a ghost-type Pokemon, all its moves are double resisted against these normal typings. So Licky Tongue, Obstagoon, and a Noctowl, I would say those matchups are simply unwinnable. You have to spam out so many of the Seed Bombs. I believe your Shadow Claws are triple resisted against the Obstagoon, for example.
Yeah, and the Noctowl as well. Noctowl is Oh no, it's double resisted there, but Noctowl also has the wing attack, so it's charging up a lot of energy, it's dealing a lot of damage even. You basically just farm down a Trevenant when you're in the matchup. You will come out at 40% of your health and the Trevenant will just fall after throwing 20 seed bombs in your face. You don't care, Noctowl is so bulky. Lickitung is also a really tough matchup because Lickitung is even bulkier than Noctowl, and it has the super effective licks, so it will come out with so many body slams because the charge moves are also awful against Trevenant. You have the power whip and you have the body slam. It's not going to do anything, but those licks add up really quickly.
Yeah, licks onto a not so bulky Pokemon. Of course, those body slams do not a great amount of damage, but enough with those licks to be able to take that Trevenant pretty efficiently. Of course, Trevenant has a lot of potential in flipping matchups against Pokemon like Altaria, against even fire types like Charizard or Talonflame. It's able to flip matchups that it has no business winning. It's all about shadow balling, and opponent has to call it or not call it. Those are all decisions that have to be made. That we'll be seeing a lot inside of our next game here.
Oh, and we are going to see Bench Styler versus Chun, and this is really an interesting one because Chun is playing the little Diden. It's playing Lurantis, and this is the matchup that we were talking about before the first round of today started. I'm playing Diden, as you can see.
And I'm playing the meta team. Let's fight.
Let's fight it out on there. I mean, we made it to obviously top 6 now, which is great. So we only have Lurantis and Noctowl. I think there are some other Pokemon coming up, guys. Don't worry, I think Chun does not have to play with that big of a disadvantage. So, Bench Styler. Oh no, he didn't bring Registeel, he brought Umbreon. We were trying to guess his team. Or not guess this team, but remember the team. But I confused the Registeel with the Umbreon.
Yeah, I believe if you look at the top 6 Pokemon at Orlando, by statistic, these are the top 6 Pokemon that Bench Styler is running. So this is really going to say a lot about this entire tournament as a whole. We have the spiciest team that we have seen up against the most meta team that we have seen throughout the tournament. Both these players yesterday, I feel like, played extremely clean. No mistakes from either end, really.
And I mean, okay, let's look at the matchup in particular, because we want to see Lurantis and we want to see Dedenne, obviously. So what are these Pokemon good against? There is a Noctowl and a Medicham, which Dedenne beats. The Umbreon also has a terrible Dedenne matchup because Dedenne is really fast with those play roughs and Last Resort does not deal too much damage.
Yeah, but just think about how good the Dedenne would have been if Bench Styler didn't actually bring that Galarian Stunfisk. If that had been a Registeel, I think he would be in a world of hurt when the little mouse comes out to play. But yeah, I think the Dedenne actually has so much play against this meta team, and Bench Styler has to absolutely watch out for that. Let's see if he decides to lead G-Fisk, which I think is something that he has done in our previous games. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that, though, here. Let's take a look. There it is. The Stunfisk up against the Medicham, and it looks like Chun knows exactly what I know as well, bringing the fighter into the steal.
And we are safe swapping Medicham, and Noctowl is going to be the answer for that. Medicham now with a little bit of an energy advantage, couldn't switch directly, but we are having the Noctowl, which has a really clean matchup. We are seeing the Psychic instantly, so this one will go shielded instantly, so we really want to keep the switch on Chun's side. Let's see if there is a defense drop. No, there isn't, and the first Sky attack is going to come out. We will see if Medicham shields this attack. No, it does not, so it will be in a range where Noctowl can just farm it down with maybe one more shield, but I don't think you will have to shield because the only thing that can come out here is an Ice Punch, and you take that relatively well.
Yeah, Chun's going to take this right to the face, knowing that he has won the switch advantage. Noctowl is also going to be coming out with this, or with a Sky attack, or a Shadow Ball. Most likely going to be throwing that Shadow Ball up against the G-Fisk. That will be coming in here to soak up this damage. Bench Styler has the shield advantage and has that Noctowl in the back, though. And just looking at these teams here, that Noctowl will be pretty strong against the Umbreon and the Medicham. So things could still be looking up with this shield advantage.
And we're almost at 2 Shadow Balls, so this might be another shield for a Rock Slide here. The Shadow Ball is going to connect. We are seeing the Rock Slide, not immediately, it was not a charge move priority event, but now it is going to come out and Noctowl is going to fall. Would have kind of expected a catch at this point, maybe.
Yeah, but I think Bench Styler realizes that his Noctowl is his absolute win condition here. First bringing it into the Medicham. Ice Punches are going to start raining down fast from Chun, but he's going to opt to not shield this one just yet. Of course, it is not going to be lethal. So Sky Attack now going to have to be thrown this Umbreon. He has to make sure that he's going to get the good timing. One more Wing Attack, and now the Sky Attack will be coming through. Perfect timing from Bench Styler. Of course, Chun can let this go unshielded. I believe that Bench Styler is in the range of 2 foul plays and some snarls, so he's going to start having to expend these shields.
By the way, this Umbreon has Psychic as well, and not Last Resort. So this would make the Umbreon matchup, the mirror match, in a hard favor of Bench Styler.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something to really consider. Bench Styler may already know this, as Chun has played on stage many times yesterday. We're going to see the Sky Attack come through, putting Umbreon into the yellow finally. And if he is actually able to run down this switch timer, it's slightly misaligned, so that the Galarian Stunfisk may be able to get something done against this Umbreon. Has to shield this up, needs to save that Umbreon for the Medicham. And here we go. Does he opt for the Galarian Stunfisk? He does, knowing that it's slightly misaligned. Can he get to this Earthquake before the Medicham swaps in is the question.
We are seeing a foul play, and after that probably an immediate switch. This foul play is mostly used to stall out the clock here. So we can go into the Medicham. Medicham comes in, but it is going to take an Earthquake to the face. Now, the question is, will it use the last Protect Shield?
I don't think he needs to here, but he still goes for it. I think he realizes that this matchup is going to be quite favorable as the Noctowl. I don't think it will be able to reach those 2 Sky Attacks in time. Earthquake, of course,
it
does
is almost at a Shadow Ball, and it is going to reach the Shadow Ball. The Medicham did not try to throw the Ice Punch immediately, so there's no need to even use a shield here. If this Shadow Ball would KO, I don't think it does. Medicham is just going to counter down the Noctowl and win this game for Chun.
Yeah, Chun understands exactly what he needs to do there. That was a very, very dominant first game. It seemed like the Umbreon was in complete control there. And yeah, you make a great point where the Umbreon Psychic is going to be really, really awkward up against that mirror matchup. I still can't really conceptualize why Psychic is used over the Last Resort. And at the end of the day, it could be something as simple as didn't want to use an Elite Charge TM. Felt like foul play is just enough for the most part.
So are there any good fighting types in the meta right now that are not Medicham? Because Medicham is not getting hit super effective. I really don't think so. The other counter user that I would think of is Obstagoon, who would also resist the Psychic. So poison types? It's good against Golbat, but I mean, Golbat is really fragile, so I think foul play would be enough there.
Yeah, I think we've also seen Golbat a negative amount of times in his regional championship. I think Toxapex it would be good against. I don't think we've seen a Toxapex either. So there are use cases, but...
I think that Umbreon also outbulks the Toxapex by far.
Oh, yeah. But when we're looking at this matchup here, maybe that's the consideration, because your Dedenne and Lurantis are extremely weak to the Toxapex, actually. And so is your Medicham is not great against it. The Noctowl doesn't have a great matchup against it either. So Chun maybe has that for these specific matchups, because again, it's really just there for the poison types. I think Last Resort is run by most players that like Bench Style on the left here.
That is true. Also, maybe he's going to see a Nidoqueen at some point. It is also not a bad Pokemon. It is not as strong as it was before, but it certainly has some use, some applications in a few teams. But we are not going to see any poison types on Bench Styler's team, because he's not really running the Spice, is he?
Yeah, I think this is the most opposite of the Spice we can get. He's got his Ninetales on the table. He kind of hinted that he might use it, but it looks like opted to not pick it in his team at the end of the day. We're going to see Medicham lead into the Umbreon, and this is looking like a best day ever for Bench Styler.
Yeah, Bench Styler has the lead. We are immediately seeing a Noctowl save swap, and this Medicham is actually not staying in. It is charging up a little bit of energy, dealing a little bit of damage with these counters, which can be really important in the Noctowl mirror match, because that can decide if you have to use a shield or not on a certain charge move. Sky Attack comes down, and now we are going to wait as long as the Angry Owls are throwing Sky Attacks at each other.
Yeah, and now it's going to come down to whether these players want to fight for Switch or not. Bench Styler, we've seen him historically just give up Switch every single game, actually, and always play for the shield advantage, while Chun is always looking to fight for that shield advantage, for the Switch advantage. So very different play styles here. I believe that Bench Styler is just going to let this go. Again, he's just doing what he has done yesterday as well.
I can't believe that he just did that, because he knows that his opponent has the Umbreon on his team. and he has a Trevenant. So if you align Medicham against the Umbreon, it is actually okay for you. You most of the time win this matchup if it's not in the no-shields. But now you will have to align your Trevenant onto the Umbreon, which is basically half of a catastrophe. It's one of the worst matchups that you could have.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the course of action for Bench Styler here is. And we're going to see his stubbornness in not wanting to fight for the switch advantage really bite back here as Chun is at the back-to-back Sky Attack. He knows he has to keep this Medicham alive. Oh, actually, his opponent switches into the Medicham. This is a huge opportunity. He can go into the Trevenant now and actually clean up this game. Bench Styler's win condition has not been found by him, but his opponent defense drop.
He is bluffing it so well by not fighting for the switch after seeing the Umbreon. Chun thought, okay, he is never ever going to bring a Trevenant here. And now, look at this Shadow Claw on a defense drop. Medicham is going to deal a lot of damage. We are going to knock it out before it reaches the Ice Punch. So this is loaded with energy. And of course, Noctowl and Umbreon are not the best matchups for the Trevenant. However, Medicham can have a good time here.
In the darkest hour, Bench Styler's win condition has been found. I cannot believe that we're in this situation right now. He knows exactly what he's doing when he doesn't fight for that switch advantage, and that's why his worked so well for him throughout this entire tournament. Seed Bomb after Seed Bomb come out onto this Umbreon. He knows that the Trevenant is not the protagonist of this storyline, though. Medicham in the back will be cleaning up this game, and Bench Styler is in a very dominant position.
But it is still a lot of damage. We are seeing the Umbreon farm down the Trevenant with the Snarl. You said it earlier, it is made out of paper. We are shielding up the Umbreon. It absolutely makes sense because the Medicham does not deal that much damage with its charge move, so you rather want to keep this Umbreon healthy so it can take a few counters and throw in a few foul plays, because this Noctowl in the back is also really low. It does not really have that much to throw against the Medicham.
Yeah, but I think Bench Styler recognizes that if he can farm down this Umbreon, he will be able to throw the Ice Punch at the Noctowl and wrap this game up. Here we go, farming it up. He does get to it before this foul play comes through, and I'm not sure if this is the play, as the Noctowl may be able to reach that move now.
He could undercharge.
Oh,
it doesn't even need to undercharge. Oh, it is going to reach. Oh, this is so bad for Bench Styler. It is going to reach the Sky Attack. Sky Attack is going to deal a lot of damage. KO the Medicham. Now Trevenant has to try and Shadow Claw down the Noctowl. We all know how this one goes. Noctowl goes for the Wing Attack and wins the game. 2-0 for Chun.
Wow. I really thought Chun had that at first. Then I thought Bench Styler really had it. But I think he needed to have let that foul play go. I think at the end of the day, if he was going to shield anything, it had to have been the Medicham.
Yep.
But he doesn't make that call, lets the foul play onto that shield, and then doesn't build up to 2 Ice Punches, which he absolutely needed for that knockdown matchup. I think his nerves got to him at the end of that game. The very cool and collected player that we've seen this weekend is going to be falling to the lower end of the bracket, but we're still going to see more of him later on today.
But that means that Danny advances, and Lurantis as well. So we haven't seen them in this matchup, and I think this is even more impressive by Chun. I think I said it yesterday as well, but this guy brings spicy picks to the table and then uses all meta teams most of the time, sometimes bringing in Lurantis, sometimes bringing in Deden to throw the opponent off guard, making them overthink a little bit, but then he just goes for his, I have a team of 4 with meta picks and I'm just going to bring them and win.
Yeah, but a lot of players have said this may be a predictable strategy. He always tries to bring these meta picks. In his winners final matches yesterday, to qualify for the day 2, he actually did play the all-meta lineup all 2 games, and here he did the same. Another thing that is quite predictable that we've noticed, that he always tries to catch the first move on one of his Pokemon, and maybe Bench Styler has recognized this. Maybe some of his other opponents later today will be recognizing these patterns inside of his play and using that to punish him.
But whenever you become more predictable, it is so much easier for you to throw your opponent off guard by exactly not doing the thing.
Yeah, but I hope Chun recognizes what himself is doing so he can adapt a little bit more, because we saw yesterday he tried to catch Galarian Sunfisk, Rock Slide onto his Registeel at the start of a game. I mean, he just does this every single time. And again, if he just changes this up all of a sudden, then he's really going to throw his opponent into a world of confusion.
Yeah, so they're going to have a tough time battling it out with Chun. I think Chun is really close to making it to Yokohama. I think he just needs one more win to be in the winner's grand finals, and that would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, this is a player that kind of has had an underdog story. He has had success at the Leo Regionals, getting top 24.
Yeah.
But again, with such a spicy team, I would be so excited to see him go to Yokohama and see what he can show us. But of course, let's not see what he can show us. Let's see what he has to say in the interview with our other casters back there.
Welcome back in, everyone, and we are here with our winner, Chun 027. Tell us, how do you feel? You have not dropped a round yet.
Yeah, very happy to win everything until now. Yeah, hope we can continue that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to say that your team, we've talked about it a lot, obviously. It's not what we would call a meta team. And
Yeah.
the last round that you played against Benchstyler was probably the most meta team that you can kind of construct. I mean, it's been doing well in a lot of tournaments. What was your thought process when you saw this team about how you would play against it?
Well, it was when I saw the team, I saw it was pretty difficult for me because yeah, I really want to use Spice, but yeah, it was not possible to use that in this battle. But yeah, luckily I also have 4 Metamons, so yeah, I prepared yesterday with some tactics. Also, talked to someone also, to Sneeuwman, thanks to him. He helped me a little bit with it yesterday.
Your fellow friend from the Netherlands, right?
From the Netherlands,
Yes.
Exactly. The only other Dutch player this weekend. So yeah, we talked a lot yesterday, and
Cool.
yeah, very thankful to him that that he helped me with this round.
So there was a potential pivot point in game number 2 when you didn't know Benchstyler's backline and he had that Trevenant that would have been matched up against your Umbreon. When
Yeah.
you flipped into your Metacham and the Trevenant came in, what were
Yeah.
your thoughts? Were you worried?
I was a little bit worried, but I also knew Ice Punch could do a lot of damage against Trev. And I also knew even if you farmed up so much energy, I still had an Umbreon and also Noctowl, and they can catch all the energy.
Good point.
Yeah, you saw my Umbreon catches 3 or 4 seed bombs in that battle, and so I was like, okay, that should still be possible, but it was very close that battle.
So you are now up, you're in the winners semifinals next against either Arceus Aurelius or Lurgan Rocket. Is there one that you fear more than the other?
Well, I fear them both because I think I'm the least favorite, but that also helped me, yeah, that the pressure's not on me, it's on the other people. So yeah, we'll see.
Okay, we'll see indeed. So tune back in or don't go anywhere. That's an even better story. And we're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Amanda. We have been discussing a little bit, Eric, and you have a vision of how this tournament is going to go. Do you want to present it to the audience?
Okay, here's the crazy prediction. Chun has had kind of an underdog story. I'm going to sit here and predict that Chun is probably going to be the winner of this tournament. I think in the top 2 spots, we're also probably going to see Arceus, and we're probably going to see Lurgan Rocket. But I think Chun is going to be going to Japan. I have so much faith in him. Just seeing him play those matches gave me a lot more energy. I think Benchstyler has a lot of great shot in the bottom side of the bracket, though. So I believe he will have a solid time there. We'll just have to see later on. But I think he can get through that bottom side of the bracket, and we'll see some of the finals like that.
Yeah, I wish we are seeing Deden in the finals, brought in all 3 games. He can even, we don't need the bracket reset then even. It would still be absolutely amazing. I want to see this Deden and this Lurantis, of course. I think Chun has performed incredibly well so far. But we are going to go into a quick break, show you some videos, and we will be right back for the next match.
All right, well, it looks like we'll have the videos in a second. But for now, just let us know in the chat what your predictions for this game are. If you think Chun is going to go all the way, let us know.
Yeah.
But if you think that's going to be Lurgan Rocket or Arceus, the game that are coming up, both of these are, of course, Worlds competitors. Very, very highest level inside of this game. They have a great shot as well, but we will be now cutting to our break, just going for some videos, some tips. So yeah, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Bochum Regionals. I'm Lundberger and I am here with Frika and we are going to do a little bit of a Pokemon Go challenge. And I'm excited because this is one PvP thing that I might actually be able to beat him at.
Hello, I'm Dominic and I'm here with Lundberger, as she also already said. we're doing this competition with a few rules. You can explain them, Amanda.
I will gladly explain them. So we have about 25 minutes here. We're going to go around and catch Pokemon. What makes it a little bit different than normal Pokemon Go is that we can only catch one unique Pokemon of each time. So if we caught a Squirtle, we cannot catch any more Squirtle. We want them as close to 1,500 as possible because at the end of this catch challenge, we are going to pick a team of 6 and battle each other with these Pokemon.
Yeah, we will battle in the Great League format, so they have to be below 1,500 CP. But also we aren't allowed to power up the Pokemon or evolve them, so it's really important that they have a really high CP when we catch them already.
But we can use TMs to change the moves, so I hope you have a lot because I have over 100 of each.
I have, so it will be really challenging.
All right, game on. So Frika and I decided that we can use our daily incense, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that on, and hopefully I can catch a Galarian bird. I haven't caught any of them yet, but that would be great to use in this challenge, and also just a big flex. So basically what I'm doing right now, just letting you know, is I'm checking the CPs of things to see if they're worth keeping or not. Everything so far is quite low. The Stuffle is like 700, so that's not low by any means, but I think that it can get higher. I'm gonna hope that Frika took it, and I'm going to gamble that I'm gonna find a better one. So, like I said, I just found a Stuffle that is higher. This one is 953. I think the cap you can find in the wild is like 1,100. So I think it's a good investment, and I'm going to catch my only Stuffle I can with the 900 CP. It also can learn Tackle, so it's a nice, good normal move, and hopefully he doesn't catch any fighters, and we can see how it goes. So, one Stuffle in the bag.
Hello guys, the challenge started. Amanda and I did part ways a few seconds ago, and now the fun and catching begins. Until now I haven't seen many Pokemon. I'm sure it will be better in the next 25 minutes. I want to beat Amanda for sure. I can't lose against her, that's not possible. So yeah, I hope it will be fun, and yeah, let's get to it. I got a spawn here. It's a Swirlix. I'm not sure if it will be good in the challenge. I think it could be really good because it's at the moment weather boosted and can get to a really high CP when it is a high level. I have a challenge where I can catch a Pokemon now. I have to make a screenshot of the wild Pokemon to get a new Pokemon encounter. So I will do it. And yeah, let's see what I will get.
All right, I'm going to continue catching, but we're going to go back to the content. We'll be back after this break. I wasn't lying. We're back after this break.
Well, you can't lie. You never lie.
That's right. For those of you just tuning in, I'm Amanda Lundberger, and I'm here alongside one of my favorite caster friends.
Count Xevious, that's who I am. The games so far have been really, really intense.
Oh my goodness.
Especially the one between EJ and Arsenio. It was two very close friends duking it out, and only one of them could go through.
I know, it's really kind of sad. It feels like some wasted potential that would happen if only one of them can move on. But sadly, they were in the losers bracket, which means in a double elimination tournament, one of them had to go home. But EJB is still in the tournament.
Yep. Maybe Arsenio could potentially not waste his potential.
I like it. Moving on to other people who haven't dropped a round yet. Do you want to introduce them?
Ooh, of course, obviously. So we are going to take a look at the next match, which is going to be between Lurgan Rocket and Arceus Aurelius. These competitors have been absolutely on fire in day one, and they are going to duke it out right now in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. As we all know, Lurgan Rocket was the very first regional champion for Pokemon Go ever. That was in Liverpool last year. And Arceus Aurelius, he's no It's no slob either. He's been doing really well in a lot of tournaments, placing in the top 32, top 6, top 12. You know, he's definitely a day 2 contender.
Yep, both of them are there for a reason, right?
That's right.
And one of the main things that I like about Lurgan is that he went for that quick attack Diggersby.
Yeah.
There's 2 quick attack Diggersbys.
In day 2, that is so weird, right? I mean, there's like a lot of non-meta things that are starting to shake up what is known to a lot of people as like the core 4 or the top 4.
And Diggersby has held its own, right? Like if you look at the top 4, you do have the Noxow that Diggersby can beat now just because it's running quick attack.
That's right.
Of course, the matchups we just saw the Registeel matchup is not as solidified anymore because the Earthquake is just not enough. But the Registeel can hit back with the Focus Blast. But looking at what we have, I think it's a very, very good pick, and it's doing a lot of work.
I completely agree. And also, we didn't get to see it last round, although it was on the team. There was a Lurantis, and there's also a Dedenne. So, I mean, there are some picks in the day 2 that are not necessarily popular, but have been popularized afterwards as well. If you think about Inadequance back in Stuttgart, he ran the Dunsparce, and then everyone started running Dunsparce after this. Human Catcherbug in Liverpool started running Shadow Charizard, and Shadow Charizard also started to pick up steam.
Yep. And if you really, why and how these Pokemon come into the meta is very simple. These people spend a lot of time team building, right? There are other, let's say, grassroots websites where you can go, you can build these teams, and more often than not, when I've tried to build my own team, right, you see that what is the biggest threat for your team? You see a Shadow Charizard.
Yes, that's right.
It just takes a fraction of a second to be like, maybe I should put it in my team.
Yeah. But again, we talked about how you like bulky Pokemon. Shadow Charizard is one of those that is very paper frail and needs the shields up. But with shields down on the other team, oh, that thing can go to town.
Yep, I'm beginning to take a liking to Shadow Charizard. Slowly but steadily.
Sadly here, there's no Shadow Charizards on the team, but there is a Shadow Alolan Ninetales on Lurgan Rocket's side, which is an interesting pick that we kind of thought would, you know, become more of a meta thing.
Yeah, but there was a lot of Alolan Ninetales, but we still don't know what Lurgan's Alolan Ninetales is running. Is it Charm? Is it Paras?
Yeah.
We have not seen it on TV.
And we also know that Lurgan is a man of IVs. He really knows, like, okay, if I have run this with a certain attack or defense, I know it can flip X in the mirror, or X because it should lose it. So I'm really interested to see afterwards if he'll be willing to share with us the different IV spreads that he has across his Pokemon.
I know for sure that no other Stunfisk will win CMP against Lurgan Stunfisk.
Ooh, very interesting. So you have already had a little preview into the Pokebox. Arceus Aurelius also running something that we said fell out of the meta with the Icicle Spear, you know, nerf. But I really like the Walrein pick.
Yep, and just looking at Lurgan's team, right, Walrein is going to do a lot of work for Arceus Aurelius. He just has to keep it away from that Medicham. You see Diggersby, that's going to take super effective damage. Mantine is a part flyer, so it's going to take neutral damage because, well, it's also a part water type, unfortunately. But all the other Pokemon, Walrein has play against Trevenant, super effective damage, the Ninetales, you have the Earthquake coverage, and the Stunfisk, you also have both. You can throw either an Icicle Spear or an Earthquake to do a lot of damage there. So it's a very good Pokemon, and honestly, throughout day 1, Arceus has really put that Pokemon has put a lot of work for Arceus.
I completely agree, and I think he was saying the same, that he doesn't understand why people aren't running it anymore because it does pick up a lot of these matches, like you were saying. Lurgan, on the other hand, I wonder if his Cresselia is a little bit sad that he didn't bring it with to this tournament, because that seems to be a staple on Lurgan Rocket's team.
Yep, I think Cresselia has run its course. But unfortunately, looking at Arceus' team, Cresselia would have been amazing right about now.
I don't think that Lurgan is too sad, however, about his positioning so far, as neither one of these players have dropped a round yet. This is the losers, or the winners bracket.
All right, slowly pushing Arceus and Lurgan down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, one of them's going to go. I'm just predicting the future.
Yeah, one of them's got to go. Look at them fist bumping and saying good luck to each other, and hopefully they are locked and loaded.
Yes, it looks like, yeah, they're both having a good time up there as well, and that's partially a bit of the fun. Ooh, Arceus Aurelius trying to give him a little intimidating stare. We'll see if it really works in his favor.
Yeah, these competitors know each other very well, and it looks like they're having quite a bit of fun, just like us over here.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So if you are going to predict what one of these people would run, do you think that the Manton has play on Lurgan's side, or do you think that he will bench it?
I think he will bring he might bring Mantine based on what happens game number 1, but we already have game number 1 here. You see the Medicham into the Noxowl. Arceus has a very good lead here, but this all comes down to who has the better IVs.
That is true. Sometimes, as we said before, the attack-weighted Noctowls can win charge move priority. Let's wait and see. Neither one of them throwing right away, and Arceus Aurelius actually throwing the first Sky Attack before Lurgan Rocket throws an Ice Punch.
Yep. Lurgan knows this is not enough to send his Medicham packing, so opting not to shield and going for the Ice Punch here. Arceus also mechanically executed that really well, waiting a turn so that he has no surprises.
Which is also very interesting. I'm sure if you're Arceus, you're actually pretty happy about this matchup because, like you said, the only thing that is good against it is that wall raid. Oh, but catching this Ice Punch on the Lantern is huge for Arceus Aurelius.
Yep, that is absolutely huge. This Ice Punch is resisted, so it does not do a lot of damage to this Lantern, and in comes one of the best answers for Lantern in the Stunfisk. Stunfisk does super effective damage with the fast move and also has the potential to one-shot this Lantern with an Earthquake. Here is the first Surf.
Yes, the Surf is also super effective, but you definitely need more than one to knock out the Glare and Stunfisk, and now this is a bit of a baiting game. Lurgan going straight for that Earthquake, which is getting shielded up by Arceus Aurelius as well, so my goodness, it's like they're in each other's heads at the moment.
Yep, this is going to be one heck of a mind game. Absolutely perfect shield by Arceus Aurelius, and he goes for the Surf again. Lurgan knows that this Surf is not enough. Lurgan is kind of shield averse right about now, because he's not pulled up any shields yet.
It makes sense. However, being able to win charge move priority here does force Lurgan to use that last one because he is at the Earthquake, and now he's saying, I'm throwing the Earthquake. It is your turn to choose. Are you going to be completely shields down? Let's see what Arceus Aurelius decides to do.
Yep, at this point, the Stunfisk is devoid of any energy. It is at a 0, and so is the Lantern. And in comes the Wall Rain. Wall Rain now gets an energy advantage, and this is very, very good for Lurgan Rocket, for Arceus Aurelius, because these Icicle Spears are super effective and will do a ton of damage if going unshielded.
Yes, Lurgan also already knows it. He's shaking his head a little bit because he knows that once the Noctowl comes back in as well, there's not much the Trevenant can do. Throwing the more effective and heavier cost Shadow Ball, and Arceus Aurelius already pumping his fist. He knows that he might have this one down. Throwing his, but Lurgan Rocket catching this Sky Attack and shielding it on the Galarian Sunfist. Do you think we'll see a mud shot down?
Yep, at this point, I think he forgot that Arceus forgot he had a shield. They are going for the hype. They're more hype than we are because Lurgan knows that this is over, but the Sky Attack comes in and sends that Stunfisk back, and the Medicham, can he put up a show here? No, he cannot.
Wow, a very fun matchup between two very good competitors there. I think from the beginning, Arceus Aurelius had it in a good position because once that Medicham didn't shield the first Sky Attack, the Walrein felt like pretty free to play, and even in that sense, the Walrein even didn't do that much that round.
Yep, the Walrein was just there for show.
Yes.
But it did get an Icicle Spear through onto the Trevenant, which did a lot of work. But what comes to show here is Lurgan's understanding of the game, and Arceus' understanding of the game is really, really high level. You saw Arceus waiting before throwing a Sky Attack, but Lurgan did not have that luxury because it was a charge move priority event, whatever he does. So he had to throw that move because he went for that zero shield scenario, which kind of gave Arceus an opening that, all right, if you're going to throw an Ice Punch, here's my Lantern.
Right. That is a very, very good point. And catching the Ice Punch on the Lantern was probably, I think that it was already maybe a bit in favor of Arceus Aurelius just because of the team composition and how things were playing out in the Zero Shield. But catching that Ice Punch on the Lantern was a little bit of salt in the wound for Lurgan Rocket there.
I think catching that was very, very good for Arceus Aurelius. But I was surprised that when the Lantern came in, we didn't see the Trevenant swap in. That was a call that was made in the game, but unfortunately it did not work out for Lurgan. I think he thought there was something that's not good against the Trevenant at the back, but it was not meant to be.
It wasn't meant to be that round, but that is the thing. It's like prediction is about 50% of the game too, because if you do not see your opponent's last Pokemon, you're not sure what they're going to bring, right? And you could be right on it, but in Lurgan's case, it was not advantageous for him not to swap in that Trevenant.
You could see it on the stream. He was visibly distraught when he saw the last Pokemon because he thought he had it. He thought that was going to be a Medicham maybe.
Right.
And he was like, all right, I got this. My Trevenant's going to win. Oh, no.
Oh, it turns out that is the weirdest looking Medicham I've ever seen.
I think the Medicham put on a little bit weight, right?
It got a little bit colder.
And then went for a bleach.
But I also liked the play. I mean, at that point, he knew that it was kind of over anyway. He didn't shield up the Trevenant and the Icicle Spear. But Trevenant normally wins Charge Move priority against a Walrein. If they were on even energy, he did have that shield. It maybe could have flipped at least that portion of the matchup. But we're going to go ahead and get right into match number 2. And a brilliant call here by Arceus Aurelius, getting that Spark Lantern on the Mantine. And let's see how Lurgan responds.
Yep, Spark Lantern onto the Mantine. This is an absolute nightmare of a lead, but in comes the Stunfisk to try and counter this Lantern. Arceus Aurelius knows he will get to the surf first, gets to the surf and throws it, and Lurgan opting not to shield this.
Yes, we saw this a little bit before, but now it's changing. And what an interesting play here, choosing to bring a Noctowl into a Galarian Stunfisk that already has a bit of energy advantage. Now, Lurgan Rocket will need 3 Rock Slides to take out the Noctowl because it is a very bulky flyer. And the Shadow Balls will do a decent amount of damage, but even still, you don't see this happening very often going into an unfavorable matchup.
Yep, Arceus is playing out of his mind. He's trying to read Lurgan like a book, which is done in Game 1 and also now working on it in Game 2. You see the second Rock Slide coming in. Second Rock Slide will still not be enough to send this Noctowl packing, so the Noctowl can throw the Sky Attack right about now, but unfortunately Lurgan gets to the move first.
This is interesting. Arceus Aurelius is putting up his Protect Shield there, and if you look at what is in the back, we're about to find out what that Shadow Alolan Ninetales is running, charging up a bit of extra energy here, throwing before Lurgan Rocket gets to the next Rock Slide, and Lurgan also putting up a shield on this Sky Attack. They really are playing for switch advantage here.
Yep, I think this is going to be super, super close. Who will pull out all these shields, and will the Noctowl be able to wing attack down? But here comes the Rock Slide, and he pulls up a second
With such a
shield.
sliver of HP left, Arceus Aurelius is now out of Protect Shields, and let's see how he decides to do it. He's throwing directly before Lurgan Rocket is able to throw this Rock Slide, and Lurgan choosing to let it go, maybe thinking that the 1 HP through a shield would have happened anyway.
Yep. Well, and this is amazing because now Arceus has the switch on his side. He secured the switch for himself, and it will come down to what is at the back. Here comes a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball is going to do a ton of damage to this Mantine, and Lantern comes in, and here we see the Power Snow Alolan Ninetales.
This is not super advantageous for the Alolan Ninetales either, but at the same point, now that it has this little bit of energy advantage, Arceus doesn't want to swap in the Trevenant to this either because the Powder Snows and the Weather Balls would be doing super effective damage to that grass tree.
Yep. Oh, tries to catch that Dazzling Gleam onto that Trevenant, but unfortunately Lurgan, being patient with his moves, throws that Weather Ball. Will this Weather Ball be enough? No, it's not.
Quite enough. Oh, if you saw that Arceus was trying to maybe go for a Seed Bomb, realized he couldn't get there, and then the Weather Ball is now coming through to knock it out. And again, when you're out of Protect Shields, there is still a lot of energy left on this Alolan Ninetales. Will it reach the Dazzling Gleam?
Yeah, it probably will if Lurgan decides to shield this Pokemon, and he does, and there's the Surf that does 1 damage to the shield, and in comes the Dazzling Gleam. This does a lot of damage, especially from a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Will the Lantern survive?
It's going to be close. Oh, he survives with just a sliver of health, but not enough, and able to win with a Bubble Beam. A not very effective move against this Lantern here, and they both know it. What a game, though. These guys were playing out of their minds with their strategies.
Wow, that was an amazing call by Arceus, kind of predicting that it was an Alolan Ninetales at the back, getting everything in line, but unfortunately that shield deficit and 1 HP on that Stunfisk kind of flipped it for Lurgan very, very well. Very amazing shield management from Lurgan, knowing that, all right, if I'm a shield up, I can deal with it with my Alolan Ninetales.
And I think once he also saw that the Lantern is on Spark and not on Water Gun, that Galarian Stunfisk became a much better swap in that scenario as well, because as we see, you need, just like you need 3 Rock Slides to take out a Noctowl if you're a Galarian Stunfisk, you kind of need 3 Surfs to knock out a Galarian Stunfisk if you're a Spark Lantern.
Yep.
Because you're just doing absolutely no fast move pressure.
Yep, and that's exactly why I prefer Water Gun Lantern, because the Water Gun Lantern has a much better matchup against the Alolan Ninetales, for example.
It does. It still has an advantageous matchup as well against the Noctowl, but it is not as good. So you're having a bit of a trade-off there. But I do agree, having a little bit of fast move pressure does come in handy. However, sometimes being able to spam a lot of charge moves is the way a player likes to play as well, because your opponent only, as so well as you only have so many shields.
Yep, you only have 2 shields.
That's true.
Exactly.
You can't carry them over to the next game.
You can try. But it's really interesting to see how this works out, because Arceus has called Lurgan's line twice, right? The second time it did not work out as much. Having such a bad lead, Lantern into a Mantine and flipping that, Lurgan must feel really, really confident right about now, and Arceus needs to go back to his playbook and try to find what he wants to do.
I think Lurgan Rocket played out of his mind good at that. I mean, if you think about it, if you were in his position and you're like, I didn't play the Mantine the first game, he's never going to think, and you saw how pumped Arceus Aurelius was as well, with knowing that lead was so good.
Maybe he pumped too fast.
Maybe he did indeed. But even still, I really love how they could tell by the very middle, whoever wins like this mid game is going to line things up right. It just came down a little too much to the wire, and Arceus Aurelius couldn't flip it to his advantage at that point.
I think the game might have been a wee bit more closer had he thrown the Surf and gone into the Trevenant. Maybe.
Interesting.
Because, look, Trevenant is, of course, not a great matchup against Mantine, but Shadow Ball from a Trevenant hurts. And Seed Bomb is still neutral because Mantine is a part Water-type Pokemon.
Right, yeah.
So maybe. But they're locked and loaded.
Maybe we'll have a chance to see in the 3rd game, but let's see for sure. We have a Mantine lead against the Walrein, which is also, like you said before, a little bit of a neutral matchup. It's I mean, the moves of the Mantine don't do too much, and Lurgan Rocket knows it. Immediately swapping in that Galarian Stunfisk, which does decent, but the Walrein has an energy advantage.
Yep, the Walrein does have an energy advantage. Not even waiting to throw the Earthquake here. Throwing the Icicle Spear, Lurgan knows his counts, and opting not to shield his Stunfisk. And what, oh my god, but that was a little bit of a catch-up, but unfortunately we will see what happens. Here comes the Icicle Spear goes in, and Lurgan opting not to shield the Stunfisk here again.
And now he is at his first Rock Slide here, going through, throwing it at the Walrein. Will Arceus Aurelius use his shield? No, looking like he's going to let that first one go through as well.
Yep, lets the first one go, and the second Rock Slide will come in quick and fast, but unfortunately Lurgan did not throw his Rock Slide, and this Icicle Spear will be enough to take out the Stunfisk.
Let's see how he responds. Yes, it looks like that both players have been talking, and they're going to maybe play this out, but we're not sure. There was some maybe technical mechanics going on in the game. Throwing this Icicle Spear at the Mantine here, and Lurgan Rocket not shielding this one up either.
Yep, I think this Icicle Spear, as you saw, it does quite a bit of damage, even though it's only neutral, just because Mantine's flying type comes in as a weakness for it. The next Icicle Spear comes, and Lurgan still not shielding his Mantine.
Remember when I said you could bring us shields over to the next game?
Well, he's definitely trying.
We're just having a little bit of a hypothesis here, if this is even possible. The Mantine goes down fully loaded, and in comes that Shadow Alolan Ninetales, doing some Powder Snow damage while this Surf comes in, and once again going unprotected.
Yep. The Surf will do a lot of damage just because the Ninetales is a very bulky Pokemon, but due to it being Shadow, it takes more damage.
That's true. Going ahead and throwing the next Surf here, and then we will see if it was able enough to take it out. Not quite, but it's getting pretty close. And even these Sparks are doing a decent amount of damage, and might be able to just Spark down at this point, and the Alolan Ninetales goes down.
Yep. Oh, wow. That was let's say I think the judges will have to decide what to do here. That is what they are for, and they will debate over what they want to do. Will it be the same line of three? Will it be a rematch, or will it not be a rematch?
Yeah, and that's the wonderful thing about the judges here as well. I mean, they're impartial people who are going to take a look at the footage and see what will happen. I'm fairly certain that there will be a rematch. It looks like both players are already agreeing to this as well. But, you know, we'll have to see for sure what like you said, how the rematch will go, if it will be same teams, if it will be something different. It would be a little bit unfortunate, I suppose, because they got to see all of Lurgan Rocket's team, while really the Walrein did a lot of work in that matchup, throwing Icicle Spear after Icicle Spear.
The Walrein did way too much work in that matchup. But knowing that these two players are friends, maybe Arceus will be willing to disclose his third Pokemon as well.
That's also true.
So just to make it competitive and just to make it fair. He doesn't have to, but he can.
I really like this. There is a lot of camaraderie and sportsmanship in Pokemon Go, especially at these tournaments. In Liverpool, there was a matchup with Status Stan, who was playing against Maxi, and it was a mirror match of a Dunsparce at the beginning. And somehow, Stan just was able to generate energy a little bit quicker, and they realized it because Maxi missed a turn, and Stan just paused for a turn so Maxi could catch up. And I was like, wow, like on the big stage in front of everyone, that is a high display of sportsmanship.
Yep, that's what we play for, you know. In the end, of course, there will be disputes, there will be times when things don't go your way, but yeah, if you're nice to people, at the end, it comes back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. Everyone, of course, if you're coming here, you want to do your best, you want to play to win, but you want to do it with integrity.
Exactly. And they've both given their best so far, and I'm sure they will be more than happy to continue giving their best in this tiebreaker. Technically, it is a tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's true. Both of these players, if you guys are just tuning in, are people who have not lost a round yet, so we are in the winner's bracket. And if you want to follow along with all of the bracket, I believe we will be showing all of the streams anyway, so don't feel like you missed too much, but you can type in !bracket into the chat, and you can see who will be playing soon.
Yeah. And I think the judges are taking a look at Lurgan's phone, trying to see if there are any other, you know, recurring issues. So while they get it sorted, who do you think, what do you think will happen? Will they lead the same Pokemon?
You know, I'm not really sure. I'm not super familiar with it, as it doesn't happen all that often, these type of technical issues. So I guess we'll have to take a mental note and see for sure. But in the meantime, too, I'm curious. I know that you like bulky Pokemon, although Shadow Charizard is starting to change your mind. What do you think about the Shadow Alolan Ninetales? Is that going to change your mind too? Because like you said, it does have a lot of bulk to it naturally, but that Shadow makes it 20% extra vulnerable.
Yes, but I think inherently Shadow Alolan Ninetales is bulky. Just because it was much bulkier before.
That's true.
So it's not. I wouldn't really classify it anywhere close to being Shadow Charizard level of flimsy, okay? Even a normal
but
Charizard.
Do you like Shadow Pokemon in general?
I do like them in some cases. For example, I like the fact that some of the Pokemon, like for example, the Shadow Charizard can usually pull up a shield, or even in a bad matchup. For example, if a Shadow Charizard goes up against a Swampert, if you land the first Dragon Claw, you can 2-shield and farm down the Swampert.
Yeah, and you see how much it does, especially if it's a Shadow Swampert as well.
Yeah.
Like a Dragon Claw does basically 50%.
And if you have a very good IV Charizard and you swap it in, and then an Altaria counter swaps to you, you can get to 2-3 Dragon Claws. And we just saw it on stream as well. So there is always play. Like what's the worst nightmare? Except water types, like pure water types, like Lantern, in the sense like most of their damage is a quick, fast,
right. And with their fast move.
Yeah, and they're also bulky, like Politoed, Lantern. Pokemon like this is the worst nightmare for Charizard. But anything else?
Do you know what would be great against a Charizard?
What?
It's one of your favorite Pokemon.
A Rainy Castform.
Rainy Castform.
Well, I think Rainy Castform might not like a Blast Burn as well.
That's also probably true.
Which, speaking of Rainy Castform, you can catch your own very shiny Rainy Castform in the Hoenn event if you're still playing.
Or the Sunny Castform.
Or the Sunny one. I personally want the Rainy one.
Yes. Do you have one already?
I do have one, but I want a PvP IV one.
That makes sense.
I made one trade for it. Unfortunately, it became lucky.
That is unfortunate indeed.
All right. The players are locked and loaded. going to lock and load.
Yep, it looks like it will be a rematch of this game, this decisive game number 3 already. The loser of this one will go down to the losers bracket. They are not out yet. They will have a chance to still come back to play. And the winner of this one will be playing Chun, who just beat Bench Styler.
Yep. I think Chun's been very, very impressive so far, but so are these two battlers. Arceus is very, very good right now at reading the teams and trying to play it around it. Unfortunately, game 2 didn't work out, but let's see how Lurgan adapts to it. He's seen what Arceus wants to do in 3 games already, because they've both seen what what they both want to do in the 3 games. So will they adapt their strategy based on what the information they have, or will they just go with what they did? So.
Yeah, I know. Like we said, this is all a mind game at this point, right? And we're going to get right into the matches here. Looks like they're both rocking some pretty fun poses. And Walrein is coming into the Galarian Stunfisk, so it does look like it is completely new teams. This one is slightly favoring the Galarian Stunfisk just because of those super effective moves, and the Walrein needs to get to an Earthquake basically to knock out that Stunfisk instead.
Yep. Powder Snows are neutral just because the Stunfisk is a part ground type Pokemon. The Rock Slide, however, is going to be super effective on this Walrein, and Walrein pulling up a shield here. This would have done about 40% damage and going immediately for that Earthquake. Will Lurgan call it?
Just unshielded. It's going unshielded. How much damage will this do?
Oh, it will put the Stunfisk into the red, and that is very, very unfortunate for Lurgan. Tries to catch the Rock Slide, but here comes that Alolan Ninetales, which is not going to enjoy these Kai attacks just because it's a shadow Pokemon.
That's true. This is one thing that Noctowl may fear a bit, because both the fast moves and the charge moves that are coming through are going to be doing super effective damage. Lurgan Rocket charging up to almost 2 Weather Balls, going a little past, throwing at charge move priority, forcing Arceus Aurelius to see if he wants to use this shield. He's not, and hoping that he survives. You can see his fingers are crossed. And he survives with 1 HP.
Oh,
able to throw the Sky
God.
Attack, and Lurgan Rocket choosing to shield this up to keep that switch advantage. He also has a lot of energy left on the Pokemon as well. He still has over 1 Weather Ball stored, almost at 2. So this could, whatever comes in, could get also a potential Dazzling Gleam, which if you look at both of Arceus Aurelius' team, that's what he's going to shield.
Oh my God, this is a Dazzling
Does he call the bait? Does he call it?
He has to call the bait here. It's not a bait, and he gets Dazzling Gleam.
Oh my goodness.
Medicham goes back into the Pokeball. It's Walrein against the world. Here comes the Stunfisk. Stunfisk has so much energy loaded. The first Rock Slide comes in, and Arceus cannot shield this at this point.
Oh, he has to. He's going to shield it, and he's going to have to try to farm down. But if you look at Lurgan Rocket's back line, there is that Medicham as well. And honestly, Arceus Aurelius might not even get to see it, because this Galarian Stunfisk is putting in work.
Yep, the Galarian Stunfisk did the Rock Slide, and that's it. That is how the cookie crumbled. He tried his best, and the Walrein is gone. Well played, Lurgan Rocket.
Lurgan Rocket stays in the winner's bracket, and Arceus Aurelius will move down to the loser's bracket as these two hug it out. And I like this. We have a little pokey crowd watching these two battlers duke it out.
Yep, I think both of them did an amazing job in these 2 games, and kind of changing their team up as well, which is probably what they agreed with the judges. And unfortunately for Arceus, even though he made a lot of amazing plays, even though his Noctowl survived with barely any HP, and pulling off that win.
But speaking of not surviving with 1 HP, did you see that Dazzling Gleam?
Oh yeah,
the Shadow Alolan Ninetales on the Medicham.
I did not think it would
shot.
I did not think it would one-shot a Medicham.
That was insane. Medicham has a lot of bulk. Medicham is one of the Pokemon in the Great League that benefits from being level 50 or 51.
Yep.
So I mean, it's going to be a little bit stronger in that sense than other Pokemon. I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, me neither. I was... All right, speaking of how good Ninetales is, we're going to take a look at what Ninetales is good for.
I would love that. Take it away, Count.
All right, I'm going to take it away. The Alolan Ninetales is a Fairy and Ice type Pokemon. This is a very interesting typing because one of its typing covers one of its weaknesses. The one thing that it doesn't cover is the poison types.
That's right.
So fast moves include, you can go for Powder Snow or the high damage move, Charm. The charge moves are Dazzling Gleam and Weather Ball, but it's not the Weather Ball Fire.
It is the ice.
Weather Ball Ice. So what is it good against? Amanda?
Well, you could kind of see it already in the last matchup. It is good against the Medicham. However, usually it's better with the Medicham when it is on that Charm variant, which we're not seeing as often. However, The Dazzling Gleam does do a lot of damage. The same goes for the Sableye. Sableye does not want to see a Charm Alola Ninetales at all. But I mean, let's just say if a Dazzling Gleam takes out a Medicham, I don't even want to know how many Sableyes that would take out as well.
Oh my god. I think Dazzling Gleam from a Shadow Alola Ninetales. Now I have to respect it when I play in GBL as well. I would never have shielded hoping that I might survive.
Yeah.
But now I know I have to shield it.
The other one that it doesn't do well against when it's on Charm would be the Obstagoon. Obstagoon does not want to see the Alolan Ninetales. If it's on Powder Snow, it can potentially flip matches, although it depends on the movesets that the Obstagoon is
And also on the shielding scenarios. The other Pokemon that the Alolan Ninetales are good against is, as we know, Ice is good against Grass, so Trevenant, Ice is good against Dragon, so Altaria. We have not put in all the matchups here because we're just going for the core condensed meta.
But those are the ones that would do better if it was on Powder Snow and not Charm.
Yep. And then you have Pokemon
that just wall it.
Yeah, that's just not going to be great if you end up against it. You have the Registeel. Registeel resists everything the Alolan Ninetales can do and cannot do a lot of super effective damage against it, but the Zap Cannon is still going to do a lot of damage.
What if it's running Flash Cannon?
Oh yeah, then it's bad. It goes from bad to absolutely worse. Because people kind of tend to no shield there.
No, it's true. Yeah, a Flash Cannon is a bit unexpected at this stage.
Yeah, Flash Cannon is also a move Registeel can learn, and we saw it in day number 1 as well, being run by Stone Collection.
That's right.
And yep, it did a lot of work actually. You also have other Pokemon that are just bulky Fairy types, which as Azumarill, and it does Water type damage. So your fast moves are really not doing anything, and your charge move you have to get to the Dazzling Gleam to kind of threaten the Azu. The other Pokemon again are Water types, but as I said before, the only typing that Fairy Ice doesn't really cover are 2, which is Poison and Fire. Unfortunately, there is not a lot of Fire Pokemon in the meta, and the Fire Pokemon in this meta is Shadow Charizard.
Right.
But that's also going to take neutral damage.
And it's running Wing Attack mostly.
Yes, exactly.
And not actually a Fire Fast move.
Yep.
Yeah, Nidoqueen. I mean, I would say I'm not always super fearful of it if I'm running a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, because although I'm getting super effective damage, I'm also dishing out super effective damage.
Yep, you are damaging each other, basically. So with that in mind, let's go see what Lurgan Rocket feels about his win.
Yes, and his Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, for sure.
This is Eric, here with Lurgan Rocket, the winner of our match here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Eric.
Yeah, so tell us a little about your picks. We see you have the Mantine. How did you come up with that?
So, somewhat inspired by Emmy Weedle, seniors world champion, won the Stuttgart Regional, I believe, with the Mantine. I think the Mantine is it's almost unchecked in this current format, in this current meta for what's being played. It's really only Lantern and Registeel for it. Mantine is quite positive and very tricky matchups against most other Pokemon. But a big part of it was inspired by Emmy Weedle's success with it in Stuttgart.
So is the main strategy to spam out the Bubble Beams?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Bubble Beam everything to oblivion. Eventually, the Pokemon will faint. And if not, well, you can play for timer.
So the idea is basically get the Pokemon switch locked, and if you have a good lead, they switch, you Bubble Beam them, and then you switch out and you win the matchup.
Yeah, but Mantine has a lot of, as I said, very tricky matchups. Some matchups people think might be neutral, maybe even positive for their Pokemon, like for how we simulate these battles, we see that Noctowl is normally reported as a win over Mantine, but as the Mantine, depending on when you Bubble Beam, even though it's very, very obvious that you can guarantee the win. The Noctowl has no play whatsoever. So maybe a lot of people aren't aware of their Mantine matchups, and that's what I'm hoping to exploit this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. So you think the Mantine is really good, but also the Alolan Ninetales. We don't see many people here running the Alolan Ninetales. Why do you think that's the preferred ice type for you?
Oh, for me, it's when I was building the team, I wanted to have a secondary check to Charizard after the Mantine. I have Galarian Stunfisk, which is nice, almost one shot with a Rock Slide, but I wanted to have something that could also handle Charizard, because the Charizards don't run Fire Spin, they all run Wing Attack now, so it's not really much of a threat fast move damage for Ninetales. There's also, it's for what Ninetales breaks. With good IVs, you can get Galarian Stunfisk, you get Noctowl, of course, you get Trevenant. There's some play against Medicham, although Medicham surprisingly does very, very well into the Fairy type Alolan Ninetales. Similar to Mantine, it's very good against the common Pokemon that most people have been bringing to these tournaments.
Absolutely. So the main check is the Registeel here.
Yeah, yeah. So Registeel, big issue for my team with the Mantine and the Alola Ninetales. I like playing them both together. If there's Registeel, not happening. Worse off, if there's a Registeel and a Lantern in the same team, it's a huge risk to play even one of them. But sometimes you have to risk it.
Yeah, did you really expect, like, I see in here we have 5 Registeels in the top 8
Yeah.
versus in Knoxville, there are no Registeels.
Yeah.
Did you expect that huge of a difference?
No, to be honest. Registeel and Galarian Stunfisk, they're quite interchangeable. They cover a lot of the similar threats. They have similar checks and similar answers for themselves. There's, obviously there's some differences in how they play. For example, Noctowl has some good play into Galarian Stunfisk. Registeel is generally seen as a harder answer to it. Registeel has some play against, for example, Metacham, but for the Galarian Stunfisk, no, not a chance. So I'm quite surprised that there's that much of a difference, but I don't know, maybe it's just the Europeans like their Registeel.
Yeah, and do you think it has anything to do with the love of Swampert in this region?
Yeah, in this specific country, yes, Germans play Swampert and Germans lead Swampert. No, nothing like that. Swampert is amazing against Galarian Stunfisk and the Registeel. I don't think that has any part to play.
Absolutely. Well, thanks so much for your insight on these Pokemon. Good luck to you in your future games.
Thank you.
Up against Chun, though, do you think there's any issues with that?
Yes, Dedenne.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking.
Oh my! I seen he defeated my friend yesterday, EJB. With the EJB's team was very, very, very vulnerable to the Dedenne. Mine will fare much better. I have 2 ground types, and I have a Trevenant, but. Like I cannot play the Mantine. It'll get KO'd after 5 Thunder Shocks. So it's it'll be tricky.
Yeah, but like the Mantine, you let it into the Lantern and you still won. So I mean,
yes,
there's play.
Oh, you can't do that every game though. I don't want to have to go through that every game.
You ice beamed the Lantern yesterday, so it's clearly a Lantern counter.
Yeah, exactly. But no, one and done. I don't want to have to do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think the Lurantis is going to be any of a problem or not really?
So I don't know my Lurantis matchups all that well. I know that it generally carries Fury Cutter, Leaf Blade, and Superpower, so very, very quick, very spammy. But I'm not too sure how it matches up against my team. It's not something I factored in much whenever I was building the team.
No, that's very interesting. Do you think Lurantis, it makes much sense in this meta? Or?
Yes and no. It's a grass type that has very, very good play against the steel types in the format because of the superpower. Or even in the case of Galarian Stunfisk, you have the Leaf Blades. No secondary typing, so no extra weaknesses tacked on. Fire is quite uncommon. It's really only Charizard. Flying, obviously, almost everyone has a flying type in Noctowl, but at least the superpower can, maybe hit for like 40% or so. I think it has some play against Metacham, whilst also having that fighting coverage, so it can kind of replace a Metacham in a team, but you need to build a very specific team around it, I think. But yeah, obviously we've seen this weekend that it has been very successful for Chun, and I believe one other player had it yesterday as well.
Yeah, I believe so. There were 2 Lurantis players, so that's more Lurantis than we've seen in the past 5 regional championships.
Likely true, yeah.
Yeah, for your team, what do you think is the biggest threat? Is there anyone in the lower bracket that you might think really has a good chance against your team?
No.
I'd love to hear that. But so you think if you can get past Chun, you're home free?
Oh yeah. Well, if I get past Chun, that's the world's invite sorted.
Right,
I come here to have a great time, hang out with some friends, but ultimately, this is what we're at the competition for, is to try to qualify for Worlds. For lower bracket, there's nobody that I'm overly concerned with. I don't believe anyone in the lower bracket has Registeel plus Lantern in their team. If they do, I'm unaware of it. I haven't looked for many other people's teams. I'll win anyway.
Oh, yeah. I love the confidence, and good luck against Chun in your next game.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Eric.
Yep. Back to you.
The confidence of that man. Lurgan Rocket throwing some friendly shade at his opponents there.
I wish I had 10% of the confidence he has.
But he mentioned EJB, someone that was knocked out earlier in the tournament, but knocked down to the losers bracket, not out, because he is now playing up next against Benchstyler.
Yep, both of them are amazing players. Benchstyler did face defeat against Chun, but now he has a chance to redeem himself and continue this run to try and get that ticket to Yokohama.
Benchstyler is sort of not a super local hero because apparently he is from almost an island-ish part of Germany. But he is German, and he is playing against EJB, who is Austrian.
Ooh.
So sort of like a border thing.
Yep. Let's not make this into a border conflict. But both players have demonstrated a really, really high skill over the course of a day and a match.
That is very true. I mean, both of them obviously made it to day 2, and Benchstyler came from the winner's bracket, so his first loss was actually today.
Yep, exactly. Oh, yeah, that is absolutely true. And we see the cute plushie of the Vulpix there, Ninetales.
The Ninetales, yeah, the evolved Vulpix into the Ninetales. It's kind of funny, though. He chooses to have this Fox on his team, but there is no Fox on the actual team of 6. Like we talked about, there is not a lot of fire types in this Show 6 Pick 3.
Exactly, and we talked about this as well. Maybe that's the typing that needs the buff that can kind of change the meta, because there's a lot of double steals, there's a lot of Medichams, there's a lot of Trevenants. So well, it's a typing that can deal with all of them in one way or the other. There's some play. So maybe that's the buff we need. Maybe that's the buff we'll get.
I do think in a previous meta, it was a little bit stronger as well, and because there were quite a few people who qualified for Worlds in 2022 with a Ninetales on their team, but it seemed to drop out of favor with the meta update.
Yeah, and it's also because of the Weather Ball nerf. It doesn't do as much damage as it should. Just looking at these two teams, you see the Umbreon there, which is, I think, these are the only two teams that have made it today too with an Umbreon. So it's, if there is going to be an Umbreon mirror match, it will be a lot of excitement.
A potential for a timeout opportunity.
Actually, no. Chun also has an Umbreon, but his Umbreon is running Psychic, so that would be even a longer game. But we are locked and loaded already. 23 EJ going up against Bench. It's a Trevenant lead into it. Oh, my God.
Oh, wow. Not a great lead for Benchstyler here. He's shaking his head no, and I wonder what this safe swap will be immediately into that Galarian Stunfisk and met by the Azumarill. Now, 23 EJB's Azumarill is running Ice Beam and Play Rough, so the charge moves don't do that much. If you had Hydro Pump, you could really be fearful if you're the Stunfisk, but I think Benchstyler knows it at this point, throwing the Earthquake, and EJB choosing not to use his shield.
Yep.
Oh, he did shield it last minute.
Earthquake is shielded in the last minute by 23 EJ. EJ knows preserving Switch might be important in this game and goes for that first Ice Beam. Will
This is
Benchstyler
interesting, because also EJB charged up to Hydro Pump potential, and you could see Benchstyler wasn't sure at that point. Like, he has not played this opponent yet. Is he one of the madmen who would be running Hydro Pump? Because a lot of teams are doing double steal. Shielding up an Ice Beam here. Both players have used one Protect Shield in this middle game.
Yep, shielding up that Ice Beam and making sure he will be able to throw this Earthquake onto that Azu, because that Azu is very, very healthy. Now, it will be a race to that second Earthquake or the Ice Beam, and yes, the Stunfisk gets to this Earthquake. This now is all up to the Azu's Ivy. Is it bulky enough to tank this Earthquake?
But we won't even be able to find out, because EJB has chosen to use both of his Protect Shields in this middle game and maybe looking for a bubble down. He's pretty sure he would not be able to reach another Earthquake. Benchstyler knows it as well and throwing this Rock Slide, because you know what? Chip damage is chip damage.
Yep, exactly. Chip damage is chip damage. At this point, any damage is good damage. So what will he decide to do? Will he come in with his Lantern, or will he go with the Trevenant? Because at this point, Trevenant against an Umbreon is not a great matchup, but in comes the Lantern and throwing the Ice Beam, which is resisted onto this Lantern, and it will not do a lot of damage.
Oh, I think EJB was thinking that the Trevenant would come in, and now we have a potential for a Spark Down. I think if you're Benchstyler, you're definitely not throwing a move. Even though you know this is most likely a play rough, you know that you are going to come out of this matchup with a lot of energy.
Yep, electing not to shield, and the player of hits does about 25% damage to that Lantern, but the Lantern is sparking down this Azumarill. That's a huge spark down, a lot of energy, but unfortunately all that energy is going to be absorbed by this Trevenant. Trevenant resists everything that the Lantern can throw, and this is looking like a huge uphill climb for Benchstyler.
Yes, and meanwhile, these Seed Bombs are going to be super effective, and EJB throwing right away. If you notice, he's saying, okay, you know what, I could charge up a little bit of extra energy, but I want my Trevenant as healthy as possible, and forcing the last shield out of Benchstyler as well, swapping now Trevenant into the opposing Trevenant, met by EJB's Umbreon, and this is a very uphill climb for Benchstyler.
Yep, the Umbreon is not taking any damage from that Shadow Claw with its bulk. It's unfortunately doing super effective damage back to that Trevenant. Trevenant does have a way to come back into the game by throwing Seed Bombs, which are neutral, but then again, the bulk of that Umbreon will really shine. That's why you like bulky Pokemon when you play.
That is true. One of my favorite things in the game is Umbreon after he gets a charge move attack. His little paw lifts up and he kicks into the air. It's the cutest thing. So Seed Bomb after Seed Bomb here, getting snarled down. EJB will now be able to throw a foul play into the Lantern, but the Lantern is out of Thunderbolt. Will this be enough to knock out an Umbreon? We have to remember Umbreons have a lot of bulk, like you were talking about.
No, this will never be enough to send the Umbreon packing. Here comes a foul play. This foul play will actually might not be enough to take out the Lantern. It may survive with 1 HP.
We'll have to see for sure.
Yes,
You're absolutely right. Predictions on point by Count Xavius, throwing the Surf, which probably will be enough to take it out at this point. However, there is a Trevenant still in the back, and with 1 HP, a Lantern might not be able to do too much to it. It is now Shadow Claw down. 23 EJB taking the first round.
Ooh, yes, taking the first round in a very, very impressive fashion there. He was never at any point in that game, he was not in control. He was absolutely on point with everything, and Ben Styler was playing from the back foot. If you lead your Trevenant into an Umbreon, it's like this. So there are some matchups it's very difficult to come back from. You have Trevenant into a Noctowl, Trevenant into Umbreon. What else?
Mantine into a Lantern?
Mantine into a Lantern, but that can be flipped because as Lurgan said, you just bubble beam things to oblivion, right?
Oh, I do like these team compositions though as well, and it was just a really good prediction by EJB. EJ, if you notice, also is wearing the shirt from the Worlds tournament last year. He won the last chance qualifiers for his round, and it was able to participate in Worlds in London.
Yep. Unfortunately, for EJ, and for me actually, basically not for EJ. For me, I cannot buy that shirt anymore.
Yes, it's exclusive. I think as well, Lurgan Rocket was wearing his pin from London as well. So maybe they're just channeling this World Championship energy that they had from the previous season to help them move along in this regional tournament.
And 3 of the top competitors are World Championship competitors as well. We have day 2. You have Lurgan, you have EJ, and you also have Arceus as well. So.
I'm not sure if he competed in Worlds, but I think that he did get day 2, which was one of the close to qualifying.
Fair enough. Fair enough. This is going to be very, very interesting on what these 2 players select, because Ben Styler really, really had no way coming back into the game, so he needs to adapt his playstyle to go from trying to play 3 Pokemon that are going to be kind of like a rock, paper, scissors line to a line where he can try to play around EJ's style of play.
Yeah, that was also really interesting and a good call from EJ, running the Azumarill too, and also double shielding it up against that Galarian Stunfisk matchup. If you looked, the Azumarill did not have a good matchup against either one of the back line of Bench Styler. However, just being able to secure switch was enough for him to make sure that the Umbreon was still lined up against that Trevenant, and the Trevenant was lined up against the Lantern. So he knew that even though this Pokemon, it's not essential for it to survive in the sense that it's going to do something else, he needed it to survive to keep that switch. That's not always the case. Sometimes you'd rather take shield advantage than switch advantage.
Yep, and the best example was the last game where Lurgan took the shield advantage instead of fighting for switch. Arceus really wanted to fight for switch, but unfortunately it didn't work out for Arceus even though he got switch. But we are going straight into game number 2. It's a Medicham lead into a Noctowl. This is a neutral lead for both parties.
Neutral slightly favoring the Noctowl, but we do know that Medicham usually wins charge move priority, and these ice punches do hurt. Counters also, you can see, definitely chipping away at that Noctowl as well. Going ahead and throwing. Bench Styler, knowing that his Noctowl would lose that charge move priority, doesn't even bother to try to throw, getting in that extra wing attack and shielding up that first ice punch.
Yep, that is interesting play as well. Shielding up the first ice punch, opting to prepare the Noctowl's HP, but this is amazing. Catching on to that Umbreon. Umbreon is good. Both of these 2 bulky Pokemon are going to be doing a lot of neutral damage to each other and bringing his own Umbreon into the Umbreon mirror. We just talked about it before we started, and this might take a while, but both of them are going to throw last resorts at each other.
That's right. They are both last resort, which was a community day move for Umbreon. This first one goes through, the little paw goes up. We're going to get to see one of my favorite things over and over, so be prepared for a lot of giggling on my side, Count.
Fair enough. Here comes another one. Are you going to giggle? Let's find out. But here is the last resort. And
no, I'm going to keep a straight face from now on, guys. This is a very, very high technical skill here. Will he hit all the bubbles? He is going for all of them. An excellent one, and bringing the Umbreon still into the green.
Yep. Ben Styler has the advantage in this matchup just because the Noxal was able to chip and dip on the Umbreon. So EJ is on the back foot, but EJ, on the other hand, did get some more energy onto that Umbreon. So we will see how these two decide to play it out. And here comes another last resort from EJ's Umbreon.
This is actually quite interesting too, because if you look at the backline, there is a Medicham and a Trevenant. And so, I mean, if you're Bench Styler, the ideal thing is to get that Trevenant on the Medicham, right? I mean, but in the same sense, neither one of them know what that backline is because they've only seen the Medicham and the Noctowls.
Yep, but EJ does have the shield advantage, so if he wants, he can opt to take the switch, and if he does, he will win. But this is going to be really, really interesting, letting the last resort through, knowing that it is not enough to KO the Umbreon, but here comes the Medicham. Medicham getting in 2 counters before the Umbreon could throw a move, but this means that this Umbreon will go back to the Pokeball without being able to throw the next foul play.
Yes, it was what we kind of call a snipe there, so EJ coming in, hoping to, like you said, take out the Pokemon before it's able to use all of the energy that it had stored up. And this is very interesting. Oh, coming back in with the Noctowl instead of the Trevenant, and the Psychic is going to be thrown now. This is a heavy-hitting move, especially with same type attack bonus. It's going through. The Noctowl is in the red and now going to be able to throw the Sky Attack. EJB still has 2 shields. Does he know what the backline is?
Yep, he has 2 shields and he does not want to use them. He is putting it all onto this Noctowl. 2-shielded Noctowl against anything is an absolute nightmare. Here comes a Sky Attack. EJ, will he decide to shield it? He no-shields the Noxal. He knows what is at the back.
Yeah,
He's predicted what's at the back.
I think they're talking about it already because Bench Styler, immediately when he saw the Noctowl, you saw his shoulders sag a little bit because, as we've talked about and as you guys have probably seen throughout this tournament, there is not much a Trevenant can do against a Noctowl.
Yep, the Sky Attack goes shielded, but the Trevenant has no more shields to hide behind, and here comes the next Sky Attack, sending that Trevenant back to the Pokeball. Oh my god, this is very, very, very high-level prediction by 23 EJ, and absolutely dominating this game.
Indeed, very well played. Bench Styler going from the winner's bracket to now out of the tournament.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but he did play some great games.
He had a very, very good run. Making it to day 2 is not something anyone can be ashamed of. If you think about it, this was a player who played and beat Stone Collection, who also competed in Worlds last year, and actually made it farther than a lot of people who I think were kind of crowd favorites, right?
Exactly.
I mean, like there was people that once you saw the names on the list, you're like, oh, this person for sure will make day 2. Oh no, I'm positive this person's going to take it home. And despite all that, there are quite a few not lesser known names, or maybe lesser known names, but not lesser known skilled battlers.
Exactly. For example, Bench Styler did finish top 6 in Bremen as well. So I mean, everybody here has some accomplishment to its name. But of course, the crowd favorites are the crowd favorites. But we still have 2 crowd favorites left in in the games.
Tell me.
Obviously, it's Arceus and Marcus.
That's the same person.
Arceus and James. Okay, I'm going to absolutely get confused with this. I was perfectly fine not knowing their real names. I went with Lurgan and Arceus, and somebody came and confused me. Was that you? It was you, right?
No, I mean, I never lie and I never am confusing. I never not am confusing, sometimes if.
No, that didn't make sense, but okay. I'll let you have this one.
Okay, I appreciate it. What did you think of the gameplay overall? What are your thoughts? How do you like to play out mirrors? I guess that's the big question. So there was an Umbreon mirror. They're both running the exact same movesets. I think timing is also usually pretty important in these types of things because you don't want to let the extra snarl go through. However, since their charge moves were not aligned, how do you try to match it up?
Well, to be honest, it depends. For example, if an Umbreon swaps in, mechanically it would mean you have to try to throw first as your Umbreon, so you don't give the Umbreon too many turns free.
Right.
Because if the Umbreon that swaps in throws first, then you give it basically 2 free turns. So to gain back the energy and at even energy. So whenever a Pokemon, which, for example, you're playing a Sableye and a Sableye swaps in, always throw your move first. Because if you wait for the other Sableye to throw the move, you're basically gifting it an opportunity to get on even energy when it never should. So that is, let's say, a bit more complicated mechanics, but more often than not, you just go up to 100 energy and then throw the move. All right, that's basically it.
I'm really thankful that I think these are like nice tips to give people who are maybe not even just starting out. I mean, I've been playing since the very beginning, but I always feel like I learn something new from you every time we talk. Yes. But you know, someone else we might learn something new from, 23 EJB. So we're going to go over to him and get a little bit of his insight about the last matchup.
Yep.
Hello there, I am sitting here with 23 EJB, the winner of our last featured match. I think you have achieved the losers finals now. How do you feel?
I'm feeling great. Like, it's a big accomplishment for me. It's actually the first time I ever made day 2, and I'm in losers finals now, so I'm actually top 4, I think.
Yeah,
Should be
I
top
think
4.
so.
So I'm feeling good about it.
I mean, you have beaten your friend before, and now you have also beaten Bench Styler, so 2 very strong players in this competition.
Yes. Yeah. I also beat Super Alki yesterday, my local Austria, right? So like I had a pretty friendly bracket, like with all of my friends facing them, and yeah, it hurts beating them, but one of us has to be victorious, and this time it was me.
But by now you can call yourself the best player of your friend group. How's that like? Is that even better than winning a regional possibly?
That's not true, because Logan Rocket is still in the winners. So I'm going to have to beat him as well if I want to be called that, and that's what I'm aiming for today.
So do you think you have a good chance? I mean, he plays a kind of difficult team. He also is running the Diggersby. And what do you think are your chances if you face him?
I think it will be quite even. He has the Diggersby, I have the Azu, so I think I have the upper hand on this one. He has the Mantine, I have the Noctowl, so I think if we face, this will be a really, really interesting game.
I also think that would be quite the match. I'm excited to see that. So your last match against Bench Styler, what was your thought on the matchup when you entered the game?
It looked what we call rock, paper, scissors. It's like it can go either way. The matchup was okay. So I knew I had a lot of play. Also, so he had a lot of play, and we just rolled the dice, and I was the lucky one.
So do you think in the last game, in game 2, because you won 2-0, which is also quite the accomplishment, how happy were you when you saw that your Noctowl was aligned against the Trevenant?
Yeah, I was expecting a Lantern in the back. Because
really?
I was expecting Lantern. I thought maybe I have a chance with Shield Advantage Noctowl. It's good, so I might have a chance. And I brought in the Noctowl, and he said, GG's. And I was like, what do you have in the back? He was like, you will see. And then he brought in the Trev, and I was like, oh man, I feel so bad.
Yeah, I could see that on the screen. He was already going,
Yeah, he was like, he let the phone down. I don't even know if he was tapping. He shielded, and he was like, I'm so sorry, I just shielded. I'm like, we just played out, it's fine. But yeah, I felt good. I won. I knew I would win no matter what then, and that was my goal, top 4.
Obviously, if you have the Noctowl against the Trevenant in both of the last Pokemon, then nothing can happen to you
Exactly,
anymore.
yeah.
You just need to tap.
Exactly, yeah.
At this point, it's just tapping. So, did you have any banter, any mind games with him during the game?
With him, no. No, obviously with Asane, I had a lot of talk during the game, but with him, no. We just had casual talk, just GG's after game, good game after game 1. Like good luck before the games, no talking, no interaction. I don't want to disturb him in his thought process or anything. So I can do this with friends, with what I call good friends like Asenia. I talked. You probably, if you would have heard that, you would be disappointed. So it was a good fun and a good joke. And we talked all evening yesterday. We talked each other like that, and it was a good fun. But
I think that is actually fair play with your friends. If you're both on the same level of nervousness, then you can have a little bit of fun.
If a friend doesn't trash talk me on stream, it's not a friend. So it's as easy as it is.
That is actually a fair point. So, EJB, I'm going to give you a few more minutes to breathe through, prepare yourself for the losers finals, and we are going to give it back over to the casters.
Thank you.
All right, we do have. So it just gets me going, right? If you don't trash talk me, you're not my friend anymore.
Well, EJ, I have a couple things to say to you.
Fair enough. I think that's a very, very good. It's all about the community here. You see people on the stage having fun, and that's really, really good. I think one of the best matches we saw was people communicating on stage. Was Arceus going up against Lurgan Rocket.
I know, it was. You could tell they were like laughing almost the whole time.
Yeah. And we see Arceus again going up against Talonflow. Do you think these guys are friends?
I don't know. We'll see if they'll be doing any trash talking to each other.
Fair enough. I think Arceus is already in his zone there, understanding and waiting for him waiting for Talonflow to lock the screen. The interesting thing about Arceus so far is he's managed to, if you look at his gameplay, right? His gameplay is to get that sliver of advantage and push it through till the end game. And if the opponent doesn't fight back, he's going to steamroll them.
Yeah, it's an aggressive style of play and not something that everyone has, which is interesting as well because it's definitely working to his advantage, as you've seen. Something to note about Talonflow is that he is the last German left now in this German regional competition. And also, since we're going to see it on stream, I think we saw it on stream earlier, but he showed me last night, he's running a Psycho Cut Medicham.
Ooh, that will be really interesting to see how it fares against Arceus Aurelius. But Arceus has been really talking up his Walrein, right? Saying, it's my MVP, it's done so much work. But Talonflow has double steal in his lineup. He has the Stunfisk and the Registeel and the Medicham.
Yes, but again, with the Medicham, you have to wonder, because Psycho Cut gets energy so quickly, most likely a dynamic punch, right? We're about to find out, I guess. We're into the winner's semifinals here.
All right, here we go, losers semifinals. That is not a lead that you want to see as Arceus Aurelius knocks out into a Registeel. This is one of the best counters that Noctowl can have. The lock-ons don't do a lot of damage, but however, the charge moves will do a lot of damage to the Noctowl. Noctowl does get to that Shadow Ball first. This is the non-debuff Shadow Ball, so it's going to do about 25% of this Registeel's HP.
I think the fact that Arceus Aurelius is staying in with the Noctowl should give some sort of indication to Talonflow that the team is a bit weak to this Registeel, right? Going ahead and tanking the Zap Cannon, and we'll have to see what Arceus Aurelius chooses to do next, because look how much damage that did, and he got the attack drop.
Yep, that is absolutely unfortunate. The attack drop is not what you want to see as a Noctowl player, because this Shadow Ball now does not do as much damage as it should. Yeah, Shadow Ball again going unshielded because, well, you got the attack drop. Why do you have to shield anything?
Yes, I mean, to be fair though, even with that, Talonflow has to throw a move, although he could have potentially tried for a very aggressive lock-on farm down, but the Registeel is already in the red. Registeel, more like Ready Steel.
Ready to get farmed. Let's see what it gets farmed by. The Trevenant. Oh my god, this is not great, because Trevenant is that one Pokemon that's going to be an absolute nightmare.
Oh, and I love this timing by Arceus Aurelius, counting really well and throwing right before the first move goes through. This Seed Bomb will be enough to take out that Registeel, and now Trevenant has energy, and Sableye, even though is a pretty good answer to it, is not. Oh, this is interesting. He thinks that it's going to be hard countered, but he maybe is noticing that it's not doing that much damage because this fighter has no fighting type moves. It is running Ice Punch and Psychic, and you can see on Arceus Aurelius' face
what
he does not understand.
Yes, exactly, and the Earthquake goes through, but Talonflow is baiting with an Ice Punch, and Arceus is, oh my god, it gets absolutely debated by this Ice Punch, and that is insane. You do not want to be in Arceus' position, and here comes a Psychic. Does he think this is a dynamic?
He does. He is using both of these shields on the Walrein here. This is a Psychic, and now he knows the full moveset of this Psycho Cut, Ice Punch, Psychic Medicham. Talonflow clicking furiously, trying to get up to that Psychic, but he won't get to it in time. And this is Arceus Aurelius' time to bait. He thinks now, okay, I know that none of these moves will take out my Walrein, right?
Yeah.
So able to just knock this down.
This is insane, because now the Walrein is going up against the Sableye. Sableye will take a lot of damage over time with these Icicle Spears and Powder Snow beginning to add up. So he does pull up that first shield. The Walrein, unfortunately, is still not in a range where a foul play would be enough. And Arceus Aurelius letting this Trevenant go.
Yeah, you can tell he is not prepared for this moveset, which is a very strategic thing done by Talonflow here. He has really flipped this on its head. You thought that Arceus Aurelius already thought it was kind of over when that Medicham came in the Walrein. Then he thought, maybe I have a fighting chance. But blocking up two not super effective moves, and now taking this return on this Walrein, Talonflow has taken game number one.
Yeah, that was amazing gameplay there. I think Arceus was taken back by the fact that it was running Psycho Cut, right? And it makes sense, because once you run Psycho Cut, you really want to, let's say, make coverage, right? Medicham is a fighting type Pokemon. Imagine running a fighting type Pokemon with no fighting moves whatsoever. You don't
even have to imagine it. We just saw it.
You just saw it, and it's a game 1 surprise. Going into game 2, I don't think it will be that great anymore because the Walrein matchup is now dependent on him landing the Psychic.
But again, this is a bit of the mind games. Now, will Arceus Aurelius play heavily against a Medicham that won't even be on Talonflow's team the second round?
Yep, that is where mind games like this comes in, and that's probably why Talonflow went for that Medicham game number 1, saying, all right, he doesn't know what I'm running, so I'm going to, I'm going to show him in game 1, and then I will let him decide what he wants to do because I have my game plan down.
I mean, if I was in Arceus Aurelius' position, I would have definitely shielded up that first one, which was that Ice Punch bait, because if you're running a Psycho Cut Medicham, because you generate energy so quickly, you would expect it to be running 2 very heavy-hitting charge moves, and the heaviest hitting charge moves for a Medicham would be a Dynamic Punch and most likely a Psychic, right?
Yep. And to be honest, at that point, Arceus' win condition, in a way, was the Trevenant. So maybe not shielding the Dynamic Punch, potential Dynamic Punch, was the play because he did throw that Earthquake first. So that put that Medicham in a range where the Trevenant could farm it down. And then with that much energy advantage, remember, the Trevenant did already have an energy lead from that Registeel matchup
That's
as
right.
well. So it could have flipped that Sableye matchup. But I guess in that scenario, if you think it's a Dynamic Punch, you just shield it. And what a lead. Noctowl into Pelipper. This is kind of IV dependent and also bait dependent. Will the Pelipper go for the Hurricane?
And like I was saying before, if you look, Talonflow hasn't brought the Medicham this second game.
Yeah, and this is perfect, right? You see, this is something that we've seen Arceus Aurelius do throughout the tournament, waiting a turn always and not letting any catches happen against him. The first Sky Attack goes in, this Hurricane will be shielded. That is an amazing call by Arceus.
What a call here.
A huge move does 1 damage.
It's exactly, and now he's going to be able to charge up a little bit more. He knows the counts for another Hurricane, and he knows that the Pelipper is far away from it. Talonflow choosing to let this go down because if you look, he still does have that Registeel in the back, and with the chip damage that has already been done to the Noctowl, a Zap Cannon would be enough to knock it out this place. But Arceus Aurelius immediately safe swapping into that Lantern.
Yep, saving that Noctowl for a rainy day. Here comes the first serve onto the Registeel. Of course, this is a stab move, same type attack bonus, but unfortunately, due to the bulk of the Registeel, it will not do a lot of damage. And will the Registeel throw immediately? Yes, it goes for the Zap Cannon. The question is, debuff or not to debuff?
That is the question. Let's see, I'm going to say no.
Yes.
Oh, no. Today is not my day to gamble. And because of this attack drop, Talonflow has now swapped in his Sableye to be met with a heavier hitting Thunderbolt, but it will be doing a little bit less damage because of that attack drop from the Zap Cannon from the Registeel.
And this is an amazing position to be in if you're Arceus Aurelius because the Sableye is kind of forced to drop a lot of energy onto the Lantern, and the Lantern has done its job. It's damaged Registeel. It baited out a potential counter to that Trevenant, and now it's going to have to deal with this Noctowl. The Noctowl is very, very bulky, but unfortunately for Talonflow, does not get to the return before the Noctowl can throw the Sky Attack, and he lets it go.
I really like this play by Arceus Aurelius too. He is just like, nope, I'm going to go ahead and get this out. I know it doesn't do well against a Registeel, but I still have a Trevenant in the back. I'm going to make him waste as much energy as possible, going for the Shadow Ball right before the Zap Cannon or Focus Blast goes through, and Talonflow using this shield up. But he doesn't know the Trevenant in the back, which has the same type of attack bonus on Shadow Ball, will be doing heavier hitting moves.
Oh my god, I think Talonflow thinks it's a Walrein at the back, considering the Arceus' love for Walrein, and this is not going to end well. But here comes a Zap Cannon. Will this be enough to take out the Noctowl? Yes, it is, but this is an absolute nightmare for Talonflow. Trevenant is one of the hardest checks you can have for a Registeel, and at this point, Talonflow knows, he knows, and it's over, and he lets a Shadow Ball go through and sends his Reggie packing.
That makes complete sense because, as you saw, Arceus Aurelius still has 1 shield left as well. Zap Cannon wouldn't be able to take it out. He would have been able to, needed to make 3 Zap Cannons to take out that Trevenant.
Yep, that was very, very well played. Very well read, and finding his win con by Arceus Aurelius, knowing that, all right, great, I just shielded a Hurricane. Now my Noctowl is like at full HP and I got rid of 1 whole Pokemon.
Yes, it was advantageous for him at that point, indeed. And Talonflow, I think I really liked his play as well of benching the Medicham that second game because, like we said, now it was like this mind game, and you could tell like Arceus Aurelius wasn't sure what was in the back right away either. I mean, it's kind of a 50-50 flip.
Yeah, I mean, running the Pelipper lead was probably something that I did not expect as well. Just because, well, you did have to deal with the Lantern in game number 1. You did have to deal with the Noxel. Both of these Pokemon have good matchups against the Pelipper. I mean, Lantern has an absolute dominant matchup against the Pelipper.
Very true.
But Noxel, on the other hand, is very IV dependent in the sense that if you have a very good IV Noxel, you can survive the bait in the one shield.
And by very good IV, you mean one that has a lot of defense and HP.
Yes, exactly. A lot of defense and HP. You can survive the Hurricane even if the Pelipper baits the Weather Ball.
Interesting.
But considering in a meta where people are running a Noxel where it has to have play against a Stunfisk, which means it needs to have a lot more attack, maybe you don't know till you deal with the Hurricane.
Yep. And we have seen Arceus Aurelius' Noctowl survive with 1 HP on the powder. So, I mean, I do think it's probably a little bit of a bulky Pokemon. This is not a great lead for Arceus Aurelius. Let's see how he chooses to respond. Choosing to do 1 Powder Snow, then flip into this safe swap Lantern. And that Registeel is staying in. It's going to tank this Surf before throwing a move of its own.
Yep, the Surf comes in, and this Surf will, again, not do a lot of damage just because the bulk of this Reggie. Reggie is running to that Zap Cannon, and it does get it. I mean, locking into that Zap Cannon. I do not know how it runs.
This time there is not going to be an attack drop.
There will be an attack drop because it always happens.
Yes! You can't be wrong every time. Even a broken clock is right 2 times a day. I was right once going for this Thunderbolt against this Psycho Cut. Once again, Psycho Cut Medicham.
This is great because Thunderbolt does do more damage. Psycho Cut Medicham, of course, is not doing any fast move damage to that Lantern, but in return for sacrificing that fast move damage, you have a lot of energy that it can dish out. And here comes the Psychic.
Which should be enough, right, to knock it out at this point. Oh, barely surviving.
And this is the best part, right? You have so much energy, so much energy on this Medicham, and it is impossible for this Trevenant to farm down before it gets to another Ice Punch. Will the Trevenant be forced to throw the energy? Oh, and he catches it on that. Oh my God.
The Walrein caught, making basically this whole charge move go to waste, right? It's not very effective against the Walrein, and now he's going to go ahead and probably try to Powder Snow down because he knows, he saw that Registeel earlier.
Oh my God,
this is an interesting play here. So he's going to go ahead and Arceus Aurelius is going straight for that Earthquake. Does Talonflame think this is a bait, or will he use his first protection?
He does have to protect
He doesn't protect it! He doesn't let it.
Oh my God, that's a whole Registeel gone back into the Pokeball. Arceus Aurelius takes a huge gamble, and it absolutely pays off. Now we go towards the end game. We'll see how Arceus finishes this game.
I gasped so much, I think I'm a bit lightheaded because he is able to now Powder Snow down that Medicham, and he has 2 shields left, basically 2 Icicle Spears against 1 Sableye. The Sableye does have 2 Protect shields, but it looks like Talonflame does know that it is basically over. He's choosing not to even use these shields, letting this go through.
Yep, that is insane. That no shield there can be the critical thing to put Arceus Aurelius over this last hurdle. Talonflame is absolutely devastated. Here comes the next Icicle Spear. No, he doesn't opt to throw it. He does throw it now. The Sableye has 2 shields and pulling up that shield.
Yes, he has 2. Now 1 shield, the Icicle Spear, but there is another Icicle Spear coming in now. Oh no, but we have to remember that Sableye wins charge move priority, and Arceus Aurelius is also forced to use up his last shield here. This is still close. I mean, the Trevenant is half health here.
But unfortunately for the Sableye, it has no energy and nothing left in its tank to give to Talonflame. It has done so much work in Game 1 and Game 2, but this is it. This is it. 1 more fast move, and here comes the Icicle Spear, getting Arceus over Talonflame. What an amazing game there. Going for his win con, knowing that, all right, I got to throw this Earthquake. If he doesn't shield, I win. If he shields, I was going to lose anyways.
Yep, that's exactly right. And wow, what a play, too. You could see that was the thing that completely flipped the matchup in favor of Arceus Aurelius. Talonflame putting on a wonderful showcase as well. And you have to remember, this is the winner's bracket.
Yep.
So this was the first time that Talonflow has lost as well. So he will drop down to the losers to play to see who will still be in this tournament. Arce Sorellis is for sure in the top. Oh no, I'm sorry, we were in the losers bracket. I'm so sorry for Talonflow for giving you a little bit of false hope here, or maybe giving the Talonflow fans a little bit of false hope. This was indeed the losers bracket.
Let me correct that. Arceus Aurelius is still in the lower bracket, trying to get to the lower bracket finals. But Talonflow is unfortunately eliminated from this tournament. He had an amazing run. He did very well. He also, when I was taking his interview, said he does not like to play on stream, and that was the first game he won on stream. So he overcame that hurdle that he set for himself. It's kind of like a jinx, right? You need to get over it once. But unfortunately, second time, he would have won if he just clicked that shield.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell, but it was just very high-level play by both opponents. I also have to tell, I don't know if you can see Count's hands, but he was like desperately shaking, like no, you're wrong, stop talking. And I appreciate that. That's a good friend, like letting you know that you're looking stupid in front of the crowd.
Yeah, but after you look stupid in front of the crowd. That's what good friends are for.
Indeed, indeed. So I have to say then, that means there are no more Germans left in this German regionals.
Yep, that is unfortunately how it is. Sometimes, you just don't make it. And a lot of Germans were touted to be qualifying from here, actually.
I mean, a lot of Germans played in Worlds. I mean, our world champion, Dancing Rob, is from Germany.
They had the highest percentage of competitors in Worlds from Germany, which is really good. But I think we had an amazing show of a lot of Pokemon, but a Pokemon that was always in spotlight was a Noctowl. Let's take a look. I'm gonna let you do this one because you messed up.
This is my punishment. Yeah. This is the beginning after the meta shift in Stuttgart. This was the Pokemon that was the most meta. It was the most used Pokemon. Ever since then, it's been in the top 4, essentially top 2. Noctowl has been basically the Pokemon that has made the meta because of its new fast move, the wing attack buff. So it's dealing a little bit more damage and also getting a little more energy. The charge moves that you want to be using for the Noctowl are Sky Attack and also Shadow Ball. There are other charge moves
that you don't want to touch.
You don't want to use them. And Noctowl originally got the buff that people started using more even before wing attack because it then gained Shadow Ball. So that was a new thing for Noctowl, and I believe like Hot Pocket won Peoria regionals using a Noctowl before the buff even happened.
It was also House Stark who popularized the Noctowl.
That's true, yes.
And I think it's an amazing Pokemon. And how Noctowl came in and broke the meta was that it kind of broke the Medi-Licky core that everybody was running.
Everyone was running.
And Lickitung does not have any play against the Noctowl. The wing attack's doing so much damage, and the Licks are like, okay, I'll give you half an hour, get it done.
Now, the thing is with the Lickitung was actually like, it makes up for it because of the bulk, right?
Yes.
So it's able to, even though the Licks are doing resistant damage there, the body slams are coming in, not fast by any means. But they are still coming in. So over time, the Lickitung can sort of chip down the Noctowl. However, if you're a Lickitung user, that is the Pokemon you're like kind of bummed to see.
Yeah, and also you kind of can never use Trevenant and Lickitung in a lineup anymore, because if you do, then you have 2 Pokemon that kind of loses to the top 4 Pokemon.
And the ones at the top of this list, I mean, I would say it's actually quite neutral, because the Metachams, if they're running a fast type, like a counter, then they can actually be doing a decent amount of damage with the punches, and then also being able to get to that ice punch as well.
Medicham, if you run with a little bit over 107 something attack, you can win CMP over the Noctowl to try and win that zero shield scenario, which some players find important in their game plan, which we saw Arceus take absolute advantage of by catching that ice punch onto his Lantern. The Pokemon that usually Noctowl is good against are fighters, as you can see on the screen, Ghost types, Sableye, Trevenants, and also normal types that are not doing really normal damage in the fast move. You also have Swampert, but this is kind of iffy. Of course, Swampert has a lot of play against Noctowl. It's not absolutely hard walled, but I still think in a normal scenario, I would give advantage to the Noctowl.
It depends. If I would say a Shadow Swampert, because a Shadow Swampert only needs 2 Hydro Cannons to knock out a Noctowl, but if you're a normal one, you're not doing that 20% extra damage the Shadow does, so you would actually need 3 Hydro Cannons to knock it out, which you're absolutely right, doesn't make it a very advantageous thing. Exactly. What are some of the bad ones, the Noctowl? We see it quite often in these tournaments, and that is a Lantern.
Does Noctowl really have a bad matchup outside of Lantern?
Registeel. Maybe even worse?
I think Lantern is the worst possible matchup you can have as a Noxel. There is also the
Yes, that is true. Dedenne, which we might get to see pretty soon. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and talk with Arceus Aurelius about his last win and staying in the tournament. Because guys, we were in the losers bracket.
In the losers bracket.
I don't know if you knew that, so let me just remind you that was losers bracket.
All right.
What an exciting match. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. I'm super happy to have pulled that off. He was playing ABA weak to Trev 2 times, and I cannot lose to a player playing ABA weak to Trev two times. Then I would have retired.
Yeah, what do you think was the biggest threat on his team for you?
His biggest threat was definitely Sableye because my Trevenant beats the entirety of his team, apart from the Sableye. Pelipper is iffy, I guess, but so his biggest threat was Sableye because it was the only thing that could stop my Trev from sweeping. And I expected him to lead it, but he didn't. So when he stopped leading, when I realized that he wasn't going to lead the Trevenant, I just lead the Sableye. I had to do something else.
Yeah, so do you think like when you Earthquake the Sableye, that's like a crucial point in the game?
Earthquake the Registeel, you mean?
Oh yeah, the Registeel, yeah.
Yeah, definitely, because that he does not get to the Focus Blast on the Registeel, that's important. But the thing is, if he shields the Earthquake, I'm ahead of the Registeel on energy, so I will get to every Earthquake before the Registeel catches up to me. So I think, for me, I just wanted shields down, because then my Trevenant with energy could Shadow Ball the Sableye in the end game. And that's what I wanted. I just wanted to get shields down, because shields up, his Sableye just takes out both Walrein and Trevenant if aligned correctly. So I just wanted shields gone, I wanted Registeel gone, I just threw it out there and hoped that he would try to win with the 2-shield Sableye.
Yeah, so like Walrein, most people think it's like not great against the Registeel, but you think it's a bit of a hero in this game here where it can actually flip that bad matchup?
Yeah, I've taken out 3 Registeels in this tournament so far with my Walrein, so it's not as clear cut. I mean, Walrein usually loses, but the game has so many twists and turns that Walrein can flip the matchups against almost anything. And he had Psycho Cut Medicham, so my Walrein was a lot safer than I actually expected it to be. So when he was so soft to Walrein and Trevenant, I just had to bring them both.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you think there's a certain team that's still in this tournament that you're really afraid of, or nothing?
No. I don't know the Chun's team.
Dedenne?
Yeah, it's just weird, but so it will be weird figuring out what to do against it, because I'm not used to planning for those threats. But there's no team that I'm more afraid of than any other. Maybe EJ that I'm facing next, because he has the Umbreon. And I haven't faced a single Umbreon yet, and Umbreon is, well, it's super safe into anything on my team. So he's either leading it or switching it in every game.
Yeah, well, definitely good luck on that game.
Thank you.
We'll see if you can make it past this, how you can potentially deal with Chun's Dedenne later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks so much, and good luck, man.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yep. Back to you guys.
Congratulations once again to Arceus Aurelius for winning that losers bracket final. And now, he, like you said, he will be playing 23 EJP next. But we're going to take a short break. You guys stay put. And when they come back with the new casters, we'll also be back up into the winners bracket final.
Yep.
So I'm going to go find my dignity in the meantime while we're on break. And you guys can watch this short Go challenge.
Can you actually find it?
That is the question. I'm Amanda Lundberger.
And I am Conzivius.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, I'm about to beat Frika in this little catch and then PvP challenge. We are catching one unique Pokemon. and we're going to use them in a best of 6 battle. And I'm feeling pretty confident. My Pokemon are not super high, but they're also not terribly low yet either, and we still have a little bit of time. I'm waiting for something really good. Ooh, so my daily incense got Darumaka, which is Leo's favorite Pokemon. It's not commonly used, but it's also not commonly spawning, so I think I can safely take this one without worrying that I will come across a better one later. If he stays in my ball, I might have to feed it a berry. Never mind, he's easy. He wants to come with me. One other thing that Frika and I discussed was any research task that was claimed during this adventure we can use. So I just caught 5 Pokemon, which was one of my research tasks. So it is going to head and give me an Oddish. Okay, it's at 520, that's not low. So I will also catch this Oddish. This is like Little Cup. Ooh, we got a Bergmite. That one's pretty high, so I will actually feed it a berry too, because Dominique is a grinder, so he catches all these Pokemon. I think he has the record of the most Pokemon caught in an hour in mines, so I'm hoping this actually slows him down, but he might not catch a Bergmite this high. Okay. Let's see. I'm really debating if I want this Turtwig, because it's fairly high, but maybe I would catch higher. This is the gamble of only getting one of each, but it's just been sitting here taunting me. I am going to catch it. I'm gonna be so mad if we walk like a couple more steps and a better Turtwig comes into my ball.
Yeah, I finished the challenge, and now let's see what I got out of the screenshot. It's a Yanma, so yeah, maybe I can use it later. I will catch it for sure, because there probably won't be the same quest on the way again. So yeah, let's see if it will be good for the challenge. Oh, it broke free. Need another ball. Maybe I should learn to throw better. Some great throws would be easier to catch it. I got it. So first Pokemon caught. Let's see if I find other ones. There's a Picky Peck here. I'm probably sure I won't find another one, so I will just catch it to get some resources. It's still 100 dust, and yeah, resources are always important, especially when you want to play PvP. Second moves are quite expensive and also powering up the Pokemon, so catching everything is the way to go normally. There are another 2 Staffels. Sadly, still not high enough CP for me. They're also weather boosted, so I hope I will get one close to 1500 or like over 1000, but they are both not high enough. So yeah, so probably I will still wait to catch a Staffel, but let's see. Maybe the Trico here, it's also not high enough. I'm thinking about what Amanda already caught. I only have 2 Pokemon still. Maybe she has more. Let's see in the end. There was a Staffel. I went out of range. I decided to catch it. It was nearly at 1000 CP. I don't know if I will get a better one, but I think it will be most likely a good Pokemon for the challenge. So I hope I will get it again. Let's see. There it is. And yeah, I will catch it. Hopefully Amanda didn't get it. I hope it will be a good improvement for my team. Oh, there's another one. I think I will catch a Ducklet here as well. It doesn't get too high in the CP, so I probably won't use it and just catch it for the resources. I'm not sure. I finished another challenge. That's also good. Now I can catch a Oddish. Let's see if it will be useful in the end. I'm entirely not sure how the meta of our little cup will be, what we can bring, what she will bring. I will use my daily incense now. It's a nice new feature. It's a feature we can daily use an incense for free. It holds, it goes on for 15 minutes And you get normal instant spawns, but also like some rare spawns you normally can't get at the season. And also the Galarian birds. It's a Galarian Articuno, a Galarian Moltres, and Galarian Zapdos. So probably there can be a really good catch in there. If I get one of them, be really great, and most likely a good addition for the team and also for my Pokemon collection overall.
All right, we're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna look at what I have in the Pokebox here, and then we'll be back with this Pokemon Go Catch Challenge.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the winners finals here. We've got Chun up against Lurgan Rocket playing for a spot at Worlds.
Yeah, I still can't believe I did that on camera. Yes, this is going to be the match to qualify for Worlds. It's either Lurgan Rocket or Chun. Remember, the loser of this match is not going to be out of the competition. Both players haven't lost a single match yet with a Deden.
That's ridiculous. I mean, we've seen the great success that Deden brought him yesterday, but so far today, no Deden yet. He's mostly opted for the meta picks, actually, which is really interesting, considering he's a Spice player, but he's going completely against that right now.
But Lurgan Rocket also is bringing some spice to the table. He has made a great meta call, which would be the Diggersby. But you know what counters Diggersby? Lurantis.
Lurantis is a key Diggersby counter, actually, I would say. Because, of course, Leaf Blade is super effective, and it's so fast to charge up with the Fury Cutter. Lurantis, though, is going to have to watch out for those Fire Punches that are going to spam out so quick from the Quick Attack.
That is true, but Lurantis has, of course, the advantage that the Leaf Blade has the same type attack bonus, while the Fire Punch does not. And also, Fire Punch is not the most damage to energy effective move.
Yeah, while Leaf Blade, one of the most efficient damage per energy moves in the entire game, I still don't really know exactly how much percent it does to a Diggersby. I'm going to guess 2 probably kills it. It's embarrassing that I don't know the matchups of Lurantis versus Diggersby, right?
Yeah, how could you? That was key preparation.
That was key preparation. Forget about Medicham versus Registeel matchup.
Yeah, Psycho Boost Medicham versus Registeel.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Or Psycho Cut, not Psycho Boost.
Psycho Cut, yeah. I mean, all these kinds of things. I mean, why are we even here?
Yeah, that's true. But why do you think, let's talk about the last match a little bit again. I mean, you have had the interview with Arceus Aurelius. What is the reason to run Psycho Cut over counter on Medicham? Because then your amazing matchup versus Registeel is just over. You are getting hard-walled with Ice Punch and the Psychic.
Right, but you're also having an excellent matchup against the other Medichams, where you're going to outpace the Psychic and be able to win against the Pokemon that is so common in the meta right now, right? So Psycho Cut could have its uses. I'm not sure if I'm completely sold on all of its benefits, but potentially against a Noctowl, you're getting out those Ice Punches a lot quicker as well. So you can flip like a potentially bad matchup against Trevenant. You're also getting to your Ice Punches faster. So there are reasons to use it.
I think the Trevenant matchup gets significantly better. Against Noctowl, I think you are still missing the damage from the counters because the Ice Punches do not really do that much damage, about like 20 to 30% of the health of the Noctowl. So those counters really add up, and you can actually get a KO with like 3 Ice Punches and a few counters, and I doubt this is going to be the case with Psycho Cut.
Yeah, Psycho Cut has been very interesting, but that's not the only Medicham moveset that we've seen that is interesting. Chun will have the Dynamic Punch, and now we'll be going to some player footage.
That was really nice. You can see Shun discussing his pose after he just did it, and Lurgan Rocket, of course, going for the epic zombie pose.
Yeah, Chun holding up the Lapras. Maybe we'll see that Spice pick if he can get to Worlds. This is the match to decide it, though. Who do you think is going to come out on top in your prediction?
It is a difficult one. On the one hand, we know that Chun is absolutely perfectly prepared for this entire event. You have been talking about the notes that he made, and he seems to be in a top position to win this game, to take every opponent down. He might have calculated everything before this day 2 already, because he knew the tree he was in, he knew the opponents he could face. And Lurgan Rocket, I mean, he's a crazy experienced player. He can always pull out another trick off his sleeve, but we don't know if his preparation was good enough to beat Chun. So I think it's really open. I can't make a prediction.
Yeah, of course. And at the same time, you can be the most experienced player in the world, but I can count on my hands the number of times I played against the Dedenne. Like, how do you even prepare against that without actually having played the matchup?
I mean, as much as I love Dedenne, I think that Lurantis is a little bit spicier, because Dedenne has actually had some success in US regionals before. I think in one. It wasn't some regionals, it was one regional. And now it is back on track. So the semi-final, we are about to go into game 1, and the Den is in the back. By the way, this is going to be a best of 5 match, and we're going to see the Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales matchup versus Medicham. Lurgan Rocket told me earlier that almost every game that he brought Alolan Ninetales was a win for him. So let's see if this turns out to be correct again.
He's going to have the Dynamic Punch, though. It's going to be a little bit quicker to get to than the Psychic, and Lurgan Rocket has to shield it up. Let's see if he commits to the Dazzling Gleam. We saw him nuking a Medicham earlier with that move, but no, he's going to go for the Weather Ball bait. Deuce Chun call this. No, he's going to shield up the Weather Ball. This is a huge bait from Lurgan Rocket, and we see the disappointment in his face as he realizes this may cause him to lose this lead matchup.
Yeah, and if he does not keep the alignment, then Dedenne is going to have a hard time playing versus this Galarian Stunfisk, which will be in a world of joy.
Yeah, the Galarian Stunfisk against the Dedenne, that might be the best day ever. But he's going into here actually with that a shield disadvantage, but still has a lot of energy and a very healthy Medicham. So things are still looking good for both players.
The thing is, this shield advantage for Lurgan Rocket is going to be really, really good, because Trevenant and his other Pokemon, Galarian Stunfisk, are having a good matchup against both of the Pokemon in the back of Chun. Actually, this Chun ran a team that was crazy weak to Trev.
Yeah, Dedenne doesn't have a great matchup against... Oh, and looking to opt to let the Trevenant go down. Seed Bomb onto the Medicham now. This is actually going to allow his Registeel for a very nice farm down. If he can come out with some energy, he will be able to threaten the Stunfisk, but it looks like Lurgan Rocket knows he needs to switch immediately, spamming that button. Galarian Stunfisk versus the world. 1 versus 2, but he's got a shield on his side. Dedenne comes in. Lurgan Rocket, no, okay, here comes the Registeel, but with the energy advantage that Lurgan Rocket has, this is looking to be a quite difficult situation. Earthquake number 1, not enough to knock out the Registeel, as we know, but 2 Earthquakes will seal the deal.
The funniest thing is that those mud shots of the Galarian Stunfisk will deal a lot of damage. Look at those fast moves. This is a lot of fast move pressure. We are very likely to see a shield here, very well calculated by Chun, because this Zap can still debuff and do some work here. So we are at another Earthquake. I think that we can just farm down this Registeel and go for a Rock Slide at some point. What we are going to throw an Earthquake, because debuffed Rock Slide could actually not KO at this range. It is such a weak move against this high defense Pokemon.
Yeah, Lurgan Rocket now Stunfisk versus the Den, and Chun is very upset about this situation. You can throw all the play roughs you want, but it won't be enough to send this Galarian Stunfisk back to the Pokeball.
That is true. Look at how cute this Den is. It's trying its hardest, going for a play rough, does a decent amount of damage, but I think that the Earthquake, even though the Galarian Stunfisk is debuff, will be able to take out the Den.
Maybe it's close. I think he can survive it, but I mean, I was surprised. Oh no.
Oh no. This would have taken out 4 Dedens.
Okay, I overestimated the strength of the Dene here. But wow, I was surprised by the amount of play Ruff can do. Like, not even joking, that's a lot of damage on a very bulky Pokemon with a resisted move.
That is actually true. So the Dene is a really powerful attacker. I mean, we have only really seen it versus a Registeel earlier, yesterday, in a longer matchup where the discharges were debuffed twice, so they didn't deal a lot of damage. Also, neutral hits against a Registeel aren't really doing that much damage anyways, if it's not a Shadow Ball from a Trevenant.
Yeah, of course. I think if Chun wants to go for the Dene, he needs to lead it. Let's think about Lurgan Rocket's previous leads, right? He goes A9 or the Mantine, and to me, the Dene looks great against both of those. But we've always seen him bring the Trevenant or the Diggersby in the back, never leading out with it. Lurgan Rocket has shown that he's really comfortable bringing the Mantine into electric types. We saw it in the previous match where he led it into a Lantern and was perfectly fine with it, even knowing that that was a possibility.
And he actually still won this game against Arceus Aurelius, who also advanced to the top 4, so he's also in contention to go to Yokohama qualified by this regional. So, do you think that Lurgan is going for the 500 IQ play to lead one of the Pokemon he usually has in his bag to counter out a possible Dedenne lead?
Yeah, but think about how good the Mantine would be good against everything except for the Dene and the Registeel. If you're Chun, you have to bring that Registeel, though, because those are your only 2 checks to the Mantine and the Alola Ninetales. So that's a must from his team. Lurgan Rocket, he knows that, so he can bring Medicham and Galarian Stunfisk and the Trevenant to respond to that Registeel because he knows it's going to come. But at the same time, a Mantine lead could be good because Chun has played a lot of the Noctowl and the Umbreon core.
The Pokemon that I would love to see here is Umbreon as a safe swap for Chun, because Umbreon is actually, I don't think that Mantine is that strong against Umbreon, because even the Ice Beams do not really deal anything to the Umbreon. You can be debuffed 20 times. Foul Play is still going to at least deal 1 damage, and that is enough for an Umbreon. Also, you can stall out the timer, so if you are debuffed for quite a while, you can always just swap it out at some point and have some energy stored. So I think that is a really good option for Chun to keep in mind. The only Pokemon this would really lose to would be the Medicham, even though in a no-shield scenario, Umbreon can actually flip the matchup if you have a really good one.
Yeah, for sure. Mantine, of course, he can just bubble beam down everything.
Yeah.
And that's when I talked to him in the interview. He said that's mostly the strat. Like, don't even worry about the Ice Beam most of the time. Bubble beam, bubble beam, bubble beam, and you call it a day.
No, that is true. Ice Beam, I mean, Ice Beam really important versus Lurantis. Mantine is a hard counter to it, so I don't really know if we are going to see it necessarily, even though Leaf Blade is neutral.
Beautiful lead here for Chun. He is bringing the Noctowl into the Medicham. This is looking to be a best day ever scenario. Of course, Lurgan Rocket has 2 of the hardest Noctowl checks in the back, but he's choosing to stay in here. Both players over-farming significantly as they don't want to accidentally get their move caught.
Eric, I'm having the best day ever as well, casting with you. So the Ice Punch is going to connect a solid 25%. And see how much those counters are doing? Counter is more damage than the Ice Punches are. So I don't know why you would want to go for a Psycho Cut against a Noctowl in this matchup. Oh, the Sky Attack is going through. We are going to connect with one more. Oh, the catch was phenomenal by Chun.
Yeah, we talked about how Chun always goes for the catch on his first Mon, his lead matchup, and he's just proving it again, always making the right catches. And Lurgan Rocket knows this, but so I'm surprised he actually let that happen here. Of course, 2-shield scenario. Oh, here's a very risky bait, and the shield comes out from Lurgan Rocket. Chun knows exactly what he's doing here, and it's going to conserve his energy in this matchup.
Dynamic Punch is not that much more expensive, but it still makes a difference sometimes. So we are going to see another bait, and it is going to be shielded again. So 1-on-1 on baits here. Both players are actually falling for it, and we are reaching the Dynamic Punch. 1 hit before we could go to the Dazzling Gleam.
This is almost going to land. No, Lurgan Rocket is going to shield it up. He needs to take this Medicham out because the Galarian Stunfisk will be dealing with the Medicham in the back if he cannot keep this Alola Ninetales alive. Here we go. Weather Ball is going to come through, and it actually hangs on to just a thread of health, and he's actually going to let it go down. Now trying...
Double KO.
Yeah, double KO, and now here's a very interesting scenario. We have Registeel versus the Stunfisk, but keep in mind, Registeel is having that type advantage with the Focus Blast, but at the same time, Galarian Stunfisk has Earthquake to hit the Registeel.
And Earthquake has a same type attack bonus. Also, the lock-ons deal negative damage, as I have said earlier before, and those mud shots actually do add up against the Registeel, and this is going to be really important. But the shield advantage, oh, we are trying to catch a Focus Blast. It did not work, and that is going to be key in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fate is already sealed here. Focus Blast from the Registeel, Shadow Ball from the Noctowl, and Shun looks to be in the driver's seat of this match here. Lurgan Rocket needs to get to the other Earthquake, but even if he can get to this, he's not going to have energy or the CMP against the Noctowl.
Lurgan Rocket would have to overcharge a lot to be ready for the incoming Noctowl, because I think at this point, one Rock Slide could take out this Noctowl, but I don't think, no, the Noctowl already has a Shadow Ball loaded. It is going to connect, and we are tying up this game 1-1.
Looks like Chun has been in control of this game since the start. Noctowl versus the Medicham was able to get a Registeel with the shield advantage onto the Galarian Stunfisk, shielded up the Earthquake correctly, baited an Ice Punch. There's so many things in this game that could have gone wrong just at a split-second decision, but Chun stays calm and collected. So does his opponent, Lurgan Rocket, though.
That is true, and I admire the guy for keeping his calm after losing the first game, bringing the Spice Pick, bringing the Deden into horrible matchups. Deden was actually, I think, almost triple weak to the opposing team, because I don't think that the matchup versus the Alolan Shadow Ninetales is the best either. There is a reason why Shadow Ninetales is played a lot and Deden isn't really, so I think the stat total is a bit on the side of the Ninetales. But he could come back, win the lead, played out calmly, and take game number 2.
Yeah, so if you're Chun here, I'm thinking, is it even worth it to try to run this Dene? Like, at this point, Lurgan Rocket's brought so many counters, he may think like, okay, I've scared away the Dene. Certainly he's not going to bring it, but boom, what if you bring a game 3 into the Mantine lead and you just win off of that? That will be an absolutely best day ever for Chun.
I mean, you can win the lead. You will still have to be able to keep the switch.
Right.
I mean, that is absolutely manageable. You can always do that by using your shields. But against what does the Deden have like applications after that? Because all the matchup that it loses so hard that you might actually not profit off of farming down the Mantine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little bit rough to bring the Den, but I think we might actually see the Lurantis here, because Lurgan Rocket has brought the Stunfisk every single game, and when I spoke to Chun, he says that, of course, 2 superpowers is able to knock out the Galarian Stunfisk, so there's definitely room for play there. It's not great against the Medicham, and it's definitely not great against the Mantine, but like, up against the Galarian Stunfisk, it's going to be a really good matchup, and Lurgan Rocket has run it for both the last 2 games, so could definitely be a legit pick here.
Those grass-type Pokemon are really good against Galarian Stunfisk most of the time. This is actually why our co-caster Nadequins brought Chesnaught a lot, because it really walls the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, let's take a look at game number 3. Galarian Stunfisk again led into the Medicham. Lurgan Rocket tried to spice things up, bringing Galarian Stunfisk in the lead. Not something he usually does, but Chun makes a brilliant call. Here we go, Medicham into Medicham, Noctowl into the Medicham. And this is looking to be a very favorable matchup for the Noctowl. Although these Ice Punches encounters will still add up, as Medicham has an energy advantage.
Oh, and Chun is going for an immediate shield. He's not even waiting for something to happen. He just shields the first Ice Punch, signaling, hey, I want to keep the switch.
Yeah, but now think about it. If this Noctowl falls, how is he going to deal with the Trevenant in the back? Yep. Lurgan Rocket knows this too, and both of them know that this mid-game fight is the crux of this match. Ice Punch coming down from Lurgan Rocket. Does Chun respect the Ice Punch? He absolutely does, and he knows he has to, because both of his back 2 Pokemon are going to be not able to really deal with the Trevenant. Here comes another Sky Attack. Lurgan Rocket, he may have to shield this one up again, and we're going to see both players commit both shields to this scenario. How will this be played? Sky Attack loses CMP to the Medicham, of course. If this Ice Punch can allow Chun to survive, it will be absolutely huge.
Yeah, but still, the Trevenant will have a good time against the Medicham, especially, wow, he caught the Sky attack. He is going into the Galarian Stunfisk, taking this to the face, having the Medicham in the back still for possible wins. But the Medicham has the Dynamic Punch. We have seen that already, and that is absolutely huge. Right before the Galarian Stunfisk gets to the Earthquake, we are going to channel up the Dynamic Punch, which makes this matchup so much easier and is going to KO the Galarian Stunfisk.
Boom, there it goes. And now he just needs to throw an Ice Punch onto this Trevenant and get to the Zap Cannon with Registeel, or just go into the Noctowl. I think Noctowl, even with a negative amount of health, can put Trevenant back into the Pokeball.
That is 100% correct, but we can actually overcharge a lot in this matchup. We need one more Shadow Claw so we can throw the Shadow Ball. This is not quite Seed Bomb range. It would be huge if it was, but yeah, I think Trevenant is going to be taken out by the Noctowl. The switch timer is almost up. You can also always throw a Seed Bomb here. And we are seeing the Registeel, and now I think that maybe we are trying to catch a Shadow Ball onto the Noctowl, but we are not. Would you have switched in the Noctowl there?
I'm not sure how much energy the Noctowl had, and I think now you could probably begin to farm it down, but it looks like Chun trusts the process. It's gonna, he actually gets CMP'd, and now this is looking like a very difficult situation. I think he needs to farm down the Trevenant and come out with a move onto the Medicham. Yeah, there we go. Here he comes. Can he get to the Sky Attack? He cannot. The Medicham has no energy, though. I don't know if this is going to be winnable. Focus Blast on to the Medicham. I know this is enough, but he can't get rid of the Trevenant.
Oh, the Focus Blast is going to deal a little bit of damage, enough for the Medicham, but it is at so low health and the lock-ons don't deal any damage. We are actually reaching another Seed Bomb, but we don't have to. Lurgan Rocket takes this game despite losing the lead really hard.
Wow, unbelievable. When we thought that Chun had everything set up in his favor, winning the lead matchup for the most part until he got the move caught on the Galarian Stunfisk. Do you think that was the breaking point of this game?
Yes, I really do think so, because that move would have helped him a lot. The damage on the Galarian Stunfisk did not matter at all. The Dynamic Punch would have done even a lot more than we have seen. It was at 45% HP. I think without the Sky Attack, we would have been at 55. It would have still been more than enough. And this Trevenant really needed a check, because he was running ABB weak to Trevenant.
Yeah, but the Dutchman is down but not out. One more game separates Lurgan Rocket from his ticket to Worlds. But at the same time, still a lot of things can happen in this game. Chun had the correct alignment for the last two games, but he just needs to execute it a little bit better. Of course, he didn't try to do any of his catches like he did in the last game. Maybe he felt it was too predictable, so instead of being the one catching the move, he became the catch-E. I don't even know how to say that, but, you know, Galarian Stunfisk taking the Sky Attack is not ideal in any situation.
He got caught.
He got caught. He got caught lacking.
Yeah, that's true. So, okay, Lurgan Rocket now needs to focus. I mean, he's been to Worlds before. He is even a regional champion from Liverpool, not the most recent Liverpool. That was, of course, Human Catcher Bug, but he has won the Liverpool regional championships before that. So he has even lost the alignment here. He brought a really strong team. He played it perfectly. Good catch. The stars are all aligned for a Lurgan Rocket win here.
Yeah, absolutely. If he continues to play like that, despite the type disadvantage, despite the bad leads, the bad switches, he can make it happen. This is the player who is a favorite to win this entire regional.
So now let's think about his team one more time. I think it was kind of weak to Lurantis. Actually, Trevenant hardwalls Lurantis, now that I think about it. So it wouldn't have been that good. Okay, Registeel on the side of Chun, and we are seeing the Mantine into the Registeel. And also we are seeing the Lurantis. This is going to be really interesting, because Chun's team is kind of weak to Medicham.
Oh no, his entire team is weak to Medicham. He really needs his debuff, because if he can get the Lurantis in and throw a Zap Cannon plus the Leaf Blade, it will be enough to take out this Medicham. But oh no, he's going to have to bring in the Lurantis to these two Ice Punches. This is going to be such a difficult situation. Chun is going to get to this Leaf Blade, but I think he's going to need two to take out this Medicham.
Yeah, and Medicham has one more shield, so I think that the Lurantis is the best Pokemon in this situation for the Medicham. Registeel wouldn't have done a lot. Of course, Lurgan Rocket staying in there, looking really happy, hitting the Ice Punch. And I think one more would be enough, and we're almost at 2 and 3. So we're going to see the first shield here. Do we see another Ice Punch before Lurantis reaches another Leaf Blade?
Yeah, I think he can get to this Leaf Blade. Will farm to the maximum. He does. And Lurantis will dance its way onto potentially winning this matchup. Lurgan Rocket throws up his hands. I mean, he knows that this Medicham is going to be falling here. And how will he deal with this Lurantis now? The answer is clear. It's Mantine, but no, the Leaf Blade last second gets onto that Mantine. Is this Mantine going to actually shield it? No, he does not shield it, but it's going to do a lot of damage. Very, very bulky Pokemon. But at the end of the day, I mean, one Zap Cannon from the Registeel is going to kill this no matter what.
The plant-type Pokemon, the grass-type Pokemon with the fancy pants, putting in a lot of work here. We are seeing why this Spice Pick works. So, and now the Medicham is immediately switched into the Galarian Stunfisk. We are switch locked, so this matchup is going to stay. And we are seeing some issues, so let's see if this game is going to be a rematch or not. So far both players are not tapping at all. What do you think in this situation? The Earthquake, can Lurgan Rocket pull this off? Because the Dynamic Punch on the Medicham, it's looking kind of good.
That game is won for Chun, for sure. The Dynamic Punch onto the Galarian Stunfisk. You have the Zap Cannon for the Mantine.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can knock out all these Pokemon in seconds. I think this would be very, very interesting to see how this rematch situation settles out, but for sure Chun should be winning that game.
Yeah, that would really be kind of a surprise if Lurgan would find his way back from that one. So what did you think of the Lurantis here?
Lurantis actually put in quite a bit of work. I thought it would be worse against the Medicham. I thought an Ice Punch would do more like an Ice Punch does to a Trevenant, but no.
It was debuffed.
Oh yeah, a debuffed Ice Punch actually was quite fine for the Lurantis. And Lurantis Leaf Blade, 2 of them plus the Fury Cutters, was able to basically take out the Medicham. I was very impressed by that.
I think it was really funny watching these Fury Cutters charge up the energy on the Leaf Blade so quickly. It just went up, 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 up. And eventually it also got to another one on the Mantine, which is not the most important thing in this matchup, because one Zap Cannon deals 100% all the time with Registeel. So sometimes if you have a matchup with a Registeel, chip damage is not important at all.
Yeah, exactly. So when he got the Leaf Blade onto the Mantine, it doesn't really make a difference because one Zap Cannon is enough no matter what.
Yeah, this is super, 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 super effective on the Mantine. So it would be on a Pelipper as well, or a Swanna. Why are we not seeing Swanna?
I think it's embarrassing that nobody is running Swanna. In the Arlington Regionals I played in, I actually did face up against the Swanna.
Really?
It was Air Slash, Hurricane, and I think the guy only had one move on the Swanna. I'm really sorry to say, but shout out to the Spartan for running the Swanna.
Did you get baited by a possible second move, though?
I shielded up the Hurricane because I definitely knew the moveset.
All right. Of course. So we are soon to be going back to the match because Lurgan, of course, gave up. I think it's a nice gesture. I mean, everybody saw that he was, in fact, kind of in a really bad spot. So the issues do not matter at all. Lurgan lost this game, and we are going to a decider. This is now the next game. This game will determine who of these people will already qualify for Yokohama.
It is really coming down to it. We've already seen Chun bringing the Lurantis and the Dene. I think he can replicate his success again with these spicy picks. But so far, last 3 games, he has gone perfect alignment and perfect leads, perfect swaps. I mean, Chun has done the research. He has done his work, and it's definitely paying off in these games.
I mean, he is by now in Lurgan Rocket's head. It is an absolute powerful performance that he has put to the table so far, and we are going to see if Lurgan Rocket can creative his way out of this sticky situation now, because the momentum is definitely on Chun's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our game here. What are the leads going to be? This is coming down to a Medicham on the right-hand side. Oh, no, and it's into a Trevenant. How is he going to flip this matchup? Oh, but very good thing for him. He has 2 great answers to the Trevenant in the back, but it's going to be Umbreon now into the Medicham. Lurgan Rocket is looking to punch this Umbreon all the way down, and foul plays aren't coming through yet, trying to throw in good timing.
So what you could do is also throw a Psychic, even though it would be double resisted by the Umbreon. You could fish for a defense drop, but I don't think you will have to resort to that. Umbreon has a little bit of an advantage in terms of energy, because it was switched in first, and I think we are very likely to see a shield invested by the Medicham of Lurgan Rocket, because you lose the no shields.
Yeah, I think this Ice Punch is definitely going to go no-shielded from Chun, but Metacham is getting into the range where Snarls and Foul Play are going to put it to rest, but actually may he like commit to the Psychic just because it's a little bit more damage? No, opts for the Foul Play, throws on a little bit of interesting timing, lets through the counter. Don't think that's ideal in a situation where it's really coming down to the wire, but he knows he has to fight tooth and nail for this switch advantage.
And we will pay attention if one more counter is going to be a decider in the end. Oh, so Chun really wants to have another shield from the Metacham reaching the... Oh, we are using the next Ice Punch immediately, so just a bit more energy drained, but it's... Wow, we are using the second shield, so we want to go into the no-shield scenario.
Yeah, all shields invested here. He is fighting for Switch with his life, but Lurgan Rocket just shrugs it off. He knows that Chun is absolutely desperate here. Switch into the Metacham, met with the Trevenant. While this Shadow Ball is really going to hurt, he's at least going to get to the Ice Punch first.
And after this Ice Punch, you can always go for 5 more Shadow Claws, or 6 in fact, because you can charge move priority tie. Or is it 6-5 on Ice Punch? 1, 2, 3,
4, 5,
4. No, it's 6.
Yeah. Here we
So
go.
we can go for
Shadow Ball.
Could go for one more, but it would not be energy efficient because you're almost at 100 energy. So we're going to see the Shadow Ball come out, and it is going to KO the Metacham. But all this energy advantage is not going to be that useful for him because this Noctowl is going to get a lot of farm.
Yeah, and actually this Noctowl will take this Shadow Ball to the face, although it won't be very effective. If the Noctowl can get an energy advantage and somehow he makes a catch onto the Umbreon at some point in this game, this is still absolutely winnable for Chun.
Yeah, Noctowl don't care about no Shadow Balls, but we are going to see the first Shadow Ball from the Noctowl onto the Galarian Stunfisk. And I said this earlier, this Galarian Stunfisk is a special one. It has a really high defense stat and low HP stat, so those wing attacks should only deal 2 damage.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to make a catch on the Umbreon. No, not just yet. Lurgan Rocket has to be very, very careful here. One catch onto the Umbreon could end his run here inside the winners finals, but Shadow Ball number 2 coming through. I don't think this is going to be doing a very significant amount of damage to the Galarian Stunfisk. Is going to have to reach another one. Does he catch the Rock Slide? No, he doesn't. Lurgan Rocket farming up, and he gets it all the way down. Chun knows this one is all wrapped up. Lurgan Rocket is going to be going to the World Championships in Yokohama this summer. Absolutely wonderful play. I mean, he had it all the way that game, but making sure that he got the catch correct and didn't get caught onto the Umbreon. Beautiful plays here, and congratulations to him. But of course, Chun still has a lot to work up his way from the lower bracket, but I believe he still has a shot.
Yeah, Chun trying to predict that Lurgan Rocket does want to wait until the Noctowl is almost charged up for a Shadow Ball and then switch out, but he just farmed down the entire way, and he just didn't let him catch it. He had 2 Rock Slides by the point that the Noctowl switched in, so if one wouldn't have been enough, the second one would have done.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 Shadow Balls needed by the Noctowl, but he can only get to 2. That's really unfortunate, but Chun played really well. 2-3 against Lurgan Rocket. I believe a lot of people probably didn't expect such a close result, but the players hug it out. Chun knows he still has a fighting chance here. It's heartbreaking for him, but I really am excited to see what he can pull off in his later matches. And we are so happy for Lurgan Rocket being able to go to Worlds. So excited to see what he actually brings to the table there.
And there we can also see our next match, 23 EJB versus Arceus Aurelius. Of course, all happy for Lurgan. This is what I love the most about this community. Everyone is friends with each other. Everyone is so friendly. You can also see Abi, our co-caster, being in there, discussing with Lurgan when he's going to travel to Yokohama.
Absolutely. What an exciting day for Lurgan Rocket. He has found a lot of success in last year's Worlds, so we'll see what he can pull off this summer in Yokohama. Of course, now we will be we will have our next game up pretty soon here, and these players are so strong, but they're playing at a single elimination format. Of course, we have 23
EJB.
Yeah, EJB, and we have Arceus Aurelius, and these are both players with so many accomplishments to their name, and only one of them still is going to have a shot at getting this Worlds ticket.
Yeah, both of these players have played a lot of Pokemon Go in their lives. They are, at this point, absolutely used to the stage, so I don't think that the pressure will go to their heads. They have been in those situations already. I think that this is maybe still the highest achievement of Arceus Aurelius in the Pokemon Go context. So maybe there is a little bit of pressure on him, but he really wants to go to Worlds. But so does EJB.
Yeah, EJB would be making a return to Worlds, but for Arceus Aurelius, this would be his first time contending. He did get top 6 at Lille this year, but of course, top 6 is already really good, but top 4 is just that much better. And winning this game would bring him to the top 3. So very, very exciting for him if he can break out of these like top 8, top 6 situations and get into the top 2 where he'll make Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, top 4, already nice, already some better prizes, but going to Worlds is the after all goal of every player who competes in this tournament. And after you've achieved that, you have to care about winning the tournament. Then it's all about the title, about the honor, and about the reputation, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So this game, of course, we saw a best of 5 previously. This one will be just a best of 3 because we are still in the lower section of this bracket. So just wanted to contextualize that for everyone at home. But still, best of 3 means that it's going to be so much more tense because after the first game, somebody's already going to be on match point.
Match point, yeah, exactly. And did they already have many match points, or were they rather the reverse sweepers?
Yeah, well, match points are very... I guess reverse sweep and match points feel less impactful in the best of 3.
That's true.
Just because like reverse sweeps happen all the time. Like sure, someone wins the first game, but then you lose 2-1. But it doesn't feel as crazy as like a 2-0 to like a 2-3 inside of a best of 5. You know.
But I mean, you are put on the spot immediately after you lost the first game, and this is your ticket to Yokohama. Win 2 more matches, and you are in. So both of these players, I think, after you lose the first round, it's going to be really tough. You're going to get really nervous.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. When you don't have the control of your nerves on stage, that can make it very, very difficult to come back. Even in a very good situation where you have team advantage, you can still make mistakes just because you're so nervous about all that. And the best players that we've seen today, Lurgan Rocket, for example, and Chun, they're just so calm and collected on stage. They're completely relaxed, and we see them be basically emotionless from the start to the end of every game.
And Arceus Aurelius already played versus Lurgan Rocket before, and I thought that he had a better matchup. I thought that his team advantage was there simply because the Walrein was not checked at all by anything. Walrein was looking so incredibly powerful that the best Pokemon that you could align it with on Lurgan Rocket's side would have been the Galarian Stunfisk with the Rock Slides, which is obviously a good pick. But it's not the best counter. You can wish for something better. You can still lose this matchup if you don't call an Earthquake or if you get baited. Something like that. So it is a hard one for him. So maybe Arceus Aurelius got a little bit nervous when playing versus him.
Yeah, we'll see him play probably his signature Walrein pick a lot more in this game. 23 EJB has told him he does not believe in the Walrein pick at all. So he'll have to put his money where his mouth is in this matchup. Does he decide to bring just counters to Walrein knowing that he's so comfortable playing with the Walrein in the lead?
Yeah, but enough of this matchup. We are going into the winner's interview of the last round, and let's hear it from Lurgan Rocket. How happy is he?
Welcome, everyone. And can I be the first? Probably not the first, because I saw you chatting with your friends there, to congratulate you. You have punched your ticket to Yokohama. You have not dropped a full round yet. How does it feel?
It hasn't set in yet. I can't. So many months, so many events, and finally I get to go back. Yep. I get to try to exact my revenge on Rob.
Yeah, it's like we said, you were the very first person in Pokemon Go to get it, but you've had not a bad run this season by any means, but not as good as you were hoping for. But today you can finally say that you have made it. But are you still, you're going for #1 spot, right?
Of course, that's what we're here for. I'm a competitive person by nature. You know, I'm not just satisfied with this. There's someone else I need to beat. I don't care who it is. Put them up on the stage. Easy peasy.
Yeah, this is a call to action from Lurgan Rocket here. Come at me, brah. No, but really, I was joking around earlier as well because Cresselia is normally always on your team, but you decided to bench it for this tournament. Can we, now that you're almost near the finals and you've pretty much played everyone, talk about your team composition and why you chose what you did instead this time?
Okay. So, yes, I'm quite known for Cresselia. I won the inaugural regionals tournament with it and 4th place at Worlds. For this current format, since December, with the move updates, since Wing Attack got buffed, since Noctowl becomes so much more prevalent than it already was, it's just so hard to play Cresselia now. Common teams of like Noctowls and Ghosts and Steels in any combination, Cresselia can't touch them.
Right.
And what made Cresselia so good last year was a lot of the cores that people were playing, Cresselia was one of the very few Pokemon that could break those.
That's
so
right, yep.
your Medichams and your Walreins and your Nidoqueens, for example, but those Pokemon, aside from Marcus today with the Walrein, generally they're just not played together anymore.
Right.
So, but Cresselia is still amazing, still my favorite Pokemon. It's...
Maybe we'll see a comeback at it at Worlds, is what you're saying.
I would love to. I would absolutely love to. But for right now, I just think that there are better options. There are other Pokemon that can cover a wider range of threats. Cresselia is quite narrow in terms of what it beats that is being used at the moment.
So let's talk about your most recent matchup against Chun there.
Yes.
I mean, those were very, very intense games.
Yes.
And it really came down to the wire.
It really
best
did.
of 5. When you were 2-1, what is your feeling? Like, best of 5s, I think, are a different mentality than a best of 3.
So there's more mind games. You have there's a little bit more wiggle room. You can afford to take a risk because if it's best of 3, you go down that first game, then you can't make that same mistake. You can't give them an inch because if they win one more, then that's it. But best of 5, yeah. There's some mind games. You don't just want to bring the same team with 3, switch around the order or something like that. You get a chance to feel your opponent out to see what are they playing.
Right.
What on their team do I think is a threat that they're maybe not bringing all that much? So against Chun, for example, I don't like the Dedenne at all.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it.
And that was hard counter city that first game for it. You're like, I don't get this thing out of here.
Thankfully, that first game went as well as it did, so it discouraged them from playing it for the rest. But that's the point in best of 5 is there is that mental aspect that I really, really, really ruined that Dedenne is there. That Dedenne doesn't want to come out and see me anymore. And that's great. It frees up. It makes my Medicham more free. It frees up what I can do.
Right.
It expands my options. But in the best of 5, because you get there's more opportunity to see your opponent's trends. So, for example, Chun was bringing the Medicham, I think, every single game.
Right.
With the Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch, very interesting moveset. So because he's playing that every game, I may as well bring 2 really good answers to it every single game. One in the front, one in the back, because at some point it's going to get up against the Medicham.
Yeah, no, that's a really good insight. And it really worked out for you, right? I mean,
Yes.
here we are.
Yeah.
For sure. Chun is not out, but
No, not out yet.
I do have one more question before I let you go for now. So next up is going to be 23 EJB versus Marcus Aurelius. Have you any idea who you think is going to win, or who would like to play against?
So I would like to not play against Marcus, against Arceus Aurelius again. Very good friends. I just don't want to play his team. If it was myself and EJB in the finals, because we're very, very, very good friends, we play on a team together.
Yep.
That would really make my weekend if I get the chance to play EJB in the finals.
Very cool. Well, we'll keep your fingers crossed for you, and at least we know we're going to see you at least one more time on stream.
Yes.
All right, back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Amanda. That was really good insight from Lurgan Rocket's part. You can really hear that this guy knows what he is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how he can deal with the Walrein, though. If Arceus Aurelius is able to make it through, he talked about how that was kind of a problem for his team. So he's probably not wanting to see the big seal go through.
Yeah, that is true. The big seal, Walrein, it is really strong in this meta. I keep thinking about what matchup could be like bad for it.
Right.
And I can't really, I mean, of course you can think of some, but we have seen it line up versus the Medicham with Psycho Cut, Ice Punch and Psychic. So this matchup was actually really won by Walrein. It was really strong. Then you have all of these flyers. We have, okay, Pelipper is out now, but it's still really strong against it. If you don't get hit by the Hurricane, you win every time. It's good against Galarian Stunfisk. You have the Earthquake. It's decent against Galarian Stunfisk. You can play with it. You can flip the matchup. Same goes with Registeel. We have seen that before. This is how Arceus Aurelius got into top 4 with pressing on Earthquake and not having it shielded by the Registeel.
Yeah, he told me in the interview that he has already done the Earthquake to 3 Registeals today. Or no, today and yesterday, he already did 3 Registeals. That is absolutely insane. Just making a lot of great calls, and these players are all going to have to make really, really great calls in this match today. But again, it's just about bringing Pokemon that are kind of neutral to everything. Mantine, for example, has been a hero on Lurgan Rocket's team, and we actually... in the simulations, Mantine can actually beat the Wall Rain. All it has to do is go straight Bubble Beam, and it can wing attack all the way down. Wall Rain will be doing a negative amount of damage after those 3.
But I mean, Mantine also doesn't really deal that much damage, but with the wing attacks, it's kind of good. Wing attack generates not only a lot of energy, but it also deals a hefty amount of damage. And yeah, Bubble Beam, it also deals negative damage, let's be honest there.
Yeah, but it'll really start to add up once the Wall Rain just not doing that much damage. But yeah, I was surprised to learn actually that the Mantine can actually win that matchup despite being a flyer, despite doing all resisted damage.
It sounds like a timeout matchup, to be honest. It sounds like you could really run down the clock. If you then, after that, align an Umbreon onto another Umbreon, both running Psychic over Last Resort, then you are definitely going to run out the clock.
Yeah, I think that'll be the best day ever when we can get a game that goes to 5 minutes. I don't think have we ever seen that at a regional championship where people time out?
We have. In Liverpool, there actually was one scenario where the time went off and nobody realized that. I mean, at least I didn't, and my co-caster also did not do that. So we were surprised when the game suddenly ended, but then we realized. It took us a minute.
Wow, what kind of a situation was that?
I have no idea anymore. honestly, I just know that it happened. And we are going to go into the next game right after we show you some cool footage of our top 4 players. I love to see these players have fun with it.
Yeah, the zombie pose coming out again from him and Lurgan Rocket. But all smiles have turned all serious now as they face off in the stadium. Who will come out on top of this game? What are your predictions?
I think that this Walrein is going to win the entire tournament.
Wow.
I think at this point you can say Walrein is going to be the sweep, and it's going to be Walrein's redemption arc. You know, it has been so good before, and then Icicle Spear was nerfed, but I think it is Walrein's time to come back to the meta game and really shine, win an entire tournament, so everyone is picking it up again.
Speaking of Walrein, we're actually not seeing it in this first game here. It's going to be the Stunfisk led into the Trevenant. Now, this is not a great matchup by any means, but it is also not the worst matchup. Now, Arceus Aurelius has to stay in here because if he switches in Metacham, it's going to be bad. If he switches in Knocked Out, it's going to be bad later.
Yeah, it's going to be switched out immediately, and EJB is going to be really happy to see that Knocked Out later on. Arceus is just probably not going to be happy. He's calling the Shadow Ball. It is not a bait, and this one was really important.
Yeah, interesting that he throws on CMP instead of getting an extra sneak in. But still, this Rock Slide will put Trevenant into about 50% health. It's going to start adding up with these mud shots. I don't know why he is tapping on this Earthquake. Maybe he expects a catch? Oh, wow. Maybe this resisted Earthquake is a little bit more efficient than the 2 Rock Slides, so that's a great call.
Good shield.
Another great call. Just great calls all around, and this Shadow Ball is going to hurt. And EJB is now going to be in a world of joy. This Shadow Ball is going through onto Aurelius' Stunfisk, putting it into Seed Bomb range.
Yeah, you can actually reach another Rock Slide just before it gets taken out, and we catch it on the Registeel, and this Galarian Stunfisk is at such a low amount of health, I doubt that it is going to be able to take some more lock-ons. Okay, but now we are in the lead again on Arceus Aurelius' side. He has the Magic Gem now versus the Registeel, and this is going really well for him now.
Yeah, able to get this Psychic off before the potential Zap Cannon debuff. That's going to be huge. Fish for the debuff. Nope, it's not going to happen again. But here comes the Zap Cannon. Does he opt to shield? No, immediately presses the no button. He knows exactly how he's going to win this matchup, simply farming it down. But a debuff would be really, really bad here. Here's the debuff. This is going to prevent him actually from farming this all the way down. And it's just those small things that make a big difference at the end of the day. Let's see if this comes to haunt him later.
So Ice Punch has been thrown. I think that EJB can switch in the Trevenant again, but he can just let it go. He can click on the Ice Punch. We are going to see some energy thrown. Just let it go and bring out the Noctowl. So Arceus Aurelius, because this Rock Slide got caught, which was really good, you're going to be in a lot of trouble now.
Wow, okay. Now for one of the most exciting and quick matchups in the game, Sky Attack Noctowl versus Foul Play Umbreon. Looks like first Sky Attack's going to come out because Noctowl has that energy advantage. EJB is going to have to shield, got to shield something. And now it's going to be up to Arceus Aurelius to try to make a funny catch onto his Galarian Stunfisk.
Does Noctowl win the once? That is a really important question here. We are going to find out, I can tell you that much. But Arceus always has the chance to throw in the Galarian Stunfisk onto a foul play. And that would be really important because, of course, you cannot undercharge it that much that you can farm down the Galarian Stunfisk. So it is just an extra shield. And now this is crucial because those are 2 extra snarls that you don't want to see on the Umbreon.
Yeah, and actually, EJB gave him a free wing attack there instead of throwing one more Snarl. I don't think this will make a significant impact at the end of the day on this game, but Arceus Aurelius only needs 2 Sky Attacks here. And I think EJB has so many foul plays that he will just be able to run this Noctowl all the way down.
So Noctowl is, of course, going to get to another Sky Attack. It's going to go to 2 Sky Attacks. Actually, if it is able to take another foul play or a last resort in this case, because EJB was pressing onto this last resort, we are going to see it come out. How much damage is it going to do?
It's going to do just enough to knock out this Noctowl. Oh, actually... oh my goodness, okay.
It was Shadow Claw down by the Trevenant. That was such a nice KO, and EJB takes the lead in this best of 3.
Yeah, you know what that means. Trevenant is a Noctowl counter confirmed.
Yep, confirmed, like Mantine is a Lantern counter. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, but despite that, I'm curious, if he didn't go for the catch, would he just have won the no-shield scenario?
I mean, it was a 1-shield scenario after all.
Oh, right.
And I think that Noctowl might need the 2-shield scenario.
Yeah, that's a rough spot. But say he was able to get the catch, then all of a sudden that would have been a winning game. But EJB was so good at holding onto his energy. I'm not sure if he did something where he like waited a turn to throw the move, but he just really, really was on top of his game. Stayed very patient, stayed disciplined, and that's what's going to take him to the match point. Arceus Aurelius, one of the favorites for this tournament, now on the edge of being knocked out.
Yeah, he has his back against the wall, and he is going to have to go all out here. He has to find some way to beat EJB because that was a dominant performance by him.
Yeah, the usually calm, cool, and confident Arceus Aurelius looks very, very stressed right now. I'd best hope that the nerves aren't getting to him, but EJB, on the other hand, doesn't seem very relaxed either. Both these players know that this game is far from over.
Yeah, both these players have one goal, beat Lurgan Rocket eventually. So we are going to see game number 2 starting right now, and it is an Umbreon versus Medicham. So this time Arceus Aurelius has the positive lead.
Yeah, but it looks like he's staying in for just a little bit here. Probably wants to get a little bit of energy onto his Umbreon first, as he knows, oh, actually he's just opting to stay in here, despite having an Azumarill and a Medicham in the back, which both do much better than the Umbreon.
That is true, and we are going to see the Azumarill immediately. So we might see a Psychic here. Psychic is going to come out, and now it's going to be really important if that is going to be a defense drop or not. Psychic comes through, and none of his Pokemon have a good answer to the Azumarill. So Warren is switched in. Of course, it resists these bubbles, it resists Ice Beam, but Player Off can deal a hefty amount of damage, so you really won't need to rely on those Earthquakes in this matchup.
Yeah, this move will do about 45% of damage to the Walrein. Let's take a look. Here we go. Walrein now building up to the Earthquake. Is there even a use in baiting here? I think you just have to go straight for the Earthquake. Otherwise, it's just such a huge risk. If that Icicle Spear goes unshielded, that could be game losing.
Yeah, but if this Earthquake connects, which it does, it is going to be really good for him because he has no answer to this Azumarill, and getting rid of it without having big issues, it's a good thing for him.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius probably has landed more Walrein Earthquakes than any other player in this tournament. And the reason why I say that is because he's the only player using Walrein in this tournament.
Fair enough. At least in the top 8, we don't know if he is the only Wallrun player in the entire tournament. There is an Icicle Spear, and it is taking out the Azumarill with quite a good amount of damage.
Yeah, now the Medicham is going to be up against either a knockdown or his own Medicham. I think Arceus Aurelius will be bringing in his own Medicham here for now, because he can throw that Psychic and start pressuring some of these shields. Of course, both players are... Oh, wow, he doesn't even think about it. He just has to shield this move up. Doesn't even consider that it might have been a bait there despite 2 shields being up.
So again, Arceus Aurelius trying to catch a Psychic, but now we can freely go for Ice Punch, the cheaper move that is more effective than Psychic, more energy efficient because it is super effective, and we are already at the next Ice Punch. We will reach the Sky Attack shortly. I can tell you guys that Ice Punch is charged. Arceus Aurelius is trying to avoid a catch on the side of EJB, and he is overcharging a lot because you don't want to use a Shadow Ball into an Umbreon. So we might actually see a Sky Attack here.
Yeah, let's take a look. Sky Attack comes through. It has to be shielded, otherwise the Medicham will be knocked out. Of course, this Psychic is going to do more damage than the Ice Punch, so he's going to go for the Psychic. And Arceus Aurelius is not attempting to make a catch onto any of his Pokemon. Let's see. This is going to do a significant amount of damage to the knockout in an immediate swap. Umbreon trying to get to the foul play, but is met with a Sky Attack.
Yeah. This is going to deal a lot of damage as well. Let's see if this Noctowl wants to stay in this matchup. And no, it doesn't yet. Now we have the Medicham in there. The foul play is already charged up. Just one more Snarl to another one, but we are going to see an Ice Punch first.
Yeah, this is almost certainly an Ice Punch. I don't even need to see his screen to see which move he'll be throwing. But a foul play will now be coming through onto that Medicham. I believe this will be enough to knock it out. And now... Oh, maybe not just yet. Medicham can. Oh, going for tries. Oh, why does he not throw the move?
He doesn't throw the move because he wants to get the farm down here, but there's another Ice Punch thrown by the Medicham. We are going to see if this one counter that EJB gets off on this other Medicham is going to be enough for him to reach the Ice Punch, or is he going to be able to be farmed down? Can Arceus Aurelius reach another move? No, the Ice Punch comes out. Arceus Aurelius is going to take this Ice Punch to the face, and EJB advances to the game versus June in the losers finals.
Unbelievable. When we thought that game was all wrapped up, EJB finds his opponent a win condition. But still, both players hug it out. It's a very well-played match. Yeah. And I think Arceus Aurelius has a lot to be proud of. This is his best finish inside of the regional championships. But again, EJB just doing what he does best, punching out his ticket to Worlds as he has done in the past.
Yeah, June is the last obstacle for him to qualify through this Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Bochum 2023 to Worlds in Yokohama. And I don't know anymore. I really don't know. So everything goes as predicted, kind of. We have June versus EJB now. And who do you think will take it there? I mean, I know that you're kind of biased because of those spicy picks now.
I've already locked in my predictions since yesterday, but I think if you asked any of these players yesterday if Chun would be in the top 3, they would have said absolutely not. So my predictions, I feel like, hold a little bit of weight here. I definitely believe in the Dedenne pick. I'm not too sure how it'll stack up against EJB's team, but of course, even if he doesn't run the spicy picks and just runs his 4 Metamons, I think it's just enough to outplay and win the game if he needs to.
Yeah, talking about the Dedenne pick, well, what a surprise we were talking about the Dedenne. So, Lurgan Rocket actually in the interview said that he was really afraid of the Dedenne. He does not want to see it. I don't know if Jun has heard this interview, because he was so scared of that he didn't even bring it anymore in this best of 5. So after the first game, he never brought Dedenne again. But Lurgan Rocket is actually kind of terrified of this Pokemon. So if he manages to go back to the grand finale versus Lurgan Rocket, then he might bring Dedenne more often.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where you love running, like to say, the Mantine so much. Yeah. And your opponent's favorite thing is the Dedenne. I mean, of course, it's going to evoke some kind of fear. But eventually, he became comfortable enough with bringing the Mantine, and it did pay off. Here we see Arceus Aurelius talking it out, working out the kinks, and maybe we'll see him back in another regional championship. But what a great guy, and hope he does well in the next regional for sure.
I'm pretty sure. He is, of course, right now pretty disappointed. I can just imagine. He was so close to getting to the World Championship in Yokohama, which is what every Pokemon trainer dreams of, right?
Absolutely. The chance to play against the world's best, not only against your own country, your own continent, but from North America, from Asia, from Oceania. There's so many new players that you've never gotten to play against before, and on the big stage, I mean, that is just a dream.
Yeah, one of the other competitors in the World Championship will be Dancing Rob, our current German world champion, who is, by the way, and this is what I'm leading up to, our stream runner, so he chose the featured matches the entire time. So this is why those were the high quality featured matches, because we had a really competent player who is again a favorite for the next year's World Championship choose the matches.
Yeah, shocking that the world champion really knows how to pick the games, but shout out to him backstage and all the producers. But we will, well, yeah, please let us know in the chat. We've talked a lot about our predictions, but I'd love to hear what everybody in the stream has to think, what they think will happen, because you guys know the teams, and you can predict the matchups.
Yeah, I mean, there is a fan favorite in terms of Pokemon that are picked. But there is also, you got to be honest, Lurgan Rocket, he's quite the character. He is always fun to talk to. He's always funny on stream. So I can imagine that people also want to see him on stream. And also 23 EJB has had phenomenal performances. He is such a nice and lovely guy. So basically, I want all of them to win.
Yeah, that's so difficult because we have 3 players that everyone loves. One is a amazing Worlds competitor. Another one is a really funny guy and an amazing Worlds competitor. We have the underdog story of this entire tournament. I mean, we want everybody to win, but at the end of the day, only 2 of these players can go to Worlds. But I think if you're any of these players, like, you feel pretty good about your shot right now. Like, you're literally 1 game away from making Worlds, and I think those aren't bad odds compared to where they stacked up yesterday.
I mean, Lurgan even already made it to Worlds now. He is already qualified now. He just wants to win this title. He can just solidly focus on winning this entire tournament, which would be actually amazing, being a 2 times regional champion.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many of those floating around there. But yeah, that would be absolutely huge. Of course, these are one of the regionals that we're actually coming up closer to Worlds. But of course, just doing well in this meta doesn't imply that you'll do great in the Worlds meta, as we are going to see a shift pretty soon. But yeah, let's take a look at where this game is heading. We're going to be doing a quick interview with EJB and Shun, see where their heads are at before this game comes up.
Welcome back. We just had this exciting matchup where EJ beat Arceus Aurelius, who is a very close friend of his, but unfortunately you have to do this before you get through matchups. And you said, an important thing that you said was there any trash talking? Because was he really your friend?
There actually was no trash talking.
Oh, so he's not your friend anymore.
Yeah, he tried to, but when in the first game, in the end, he said, "Show me the Umbreon. Show me the Umbreon." And I was like, "Yeah, it's Umbreon in the back." I thought he has draft, so I thought this game was over. I had flashbacks against like I had against Benchstaller, but it was Noctowl, and we still had to fight a bit and try to catch. But yeah, he tried to, but I just was too focused to get into it.
Yeah, I'm really glad. And just before we give to Chun, it's a great opportunity for you, right? You're 1 win away from being eliminated and 1 win away from being that much closer to punching a ticket to Worlds. How do you feel about it?
Obviously feeling fine, right? Since I mean, John was the one who kicked me to the loser bracket.
Yeah.
Like, he was my only loss this entire weekend, and I haven't dropped a game since then. Like, I went on a 2-0 win streak since then, so I'm feeling good, feeling fine. Feeling comfortable about my team. Like, I haven't practiced a single bit before we actually started this tournament, like 1 time, but it's just 3 battles, and I'm feeling fine and feeling good. And
all right, Chun, you are now going to play after quite a bit of break, because there's been a lot of games going on. Have you been watching? Have you been trying to understand what people are playing?
Yeah, I try to watch all the battles and to see what people tend to use, but yeah, every battle is new, so yeah, even if you watch a lot, you still need to play the game.
That is true. And we've seen you, as EJ said, put him down into the lower bracket.
Yes.
Are you going to do this again?
I hope so. But yeah, today's a new day, so yeah, we will see how it goes today.
Yeah. EJ just told us before that he is afraid of your Dedenne. I think
Yes.
a lot of the teams here are afraid of your Dedenne because it was a very special pick coming out of nowhere, and it has play against most of the Pokemon except maybe ground types. So that is a very, very strong pick for you. What was going in your head when you said, "Ah, look, a Dedenne"?
Yeah, I was something like, someone else told me, maybe you should use Lantern because that's more tankier. But I'm like, the Dedenne can also beat Umbreon and also Medicham and also Noctowl, especially the first two when shields are down. So I was like, I expect to see a lot of Medicham and Umbreon. So I was like, then the Dedenne does have a better play than a Lantern.
Yep, fair enough. Do you guys, I know, for me, when I'm playing, right, I have certain rituals. Like, I will always keep a bottle of water next to me, and then I will drink sip between every charge move. That's like my superstition when I'm playing. Do you guys have any of those?
No, I don't. Don't know if EJ has, but I don't.
I used to battle outside on the fresh air. Like when I do GBL sets, I usually play outside, or when I do important silver factions battles, I play outside. But that's basically the only thing. I like to sip coffee while playing, but it's like almost impossible on stream. So, but I'm addicted to coffee, and that's why I usually sip.
It's understandable.
Yeah.
But usually for me, it's like how I say good luck to the opponents as well. I have a specific format that I follow. It's like I am very superstitious when it comes to starting a battle.
Yeah, I mean, here on stage for me, it's just easy. I just always ask if the opponent is also ready. Or I say, I'm ready, then I don't log in, because you don't want someone to start while someone is like not fully finished or fully in the game yet.
Yeah.
So I always tell, I'm ready and good luck, and that's how we start the game. But
So do you have any words for Chun before you go to the battle?
Good luck, have fun, may the best be victorious.
Are you both confident?
I think we both are. I think we both are. I think we both are ready to fight. And
well, we know now it's a best of 5, right?
Yes.
So you now have a little bit more leeway in planning for the games.
You mean I can lock my Wedgie Steel 5 times into a Dedenne?
Yeah. Well, you can try it, but that would be highly unlikely, I hope.
We'll see. We'll see.
We talk a lot about movesets and stuff in this, right? And you do have Zap Cannon and Focus Blast on your Registeel. Did the Dedenne make you want to consider a Flash Cannon?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, there's no way you can give up any of those moves in the current meta. So there's not changing a moveset for a Dedenne is like changing it for a Pidgey. You just want to.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for your time,
Thank you too.
I wish you all the luck in your next match. And we're going to leave here and go back to the casters. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Abi. That was quite impressive. Both of these players are confident. They are one game away from going to Worlds. And guys, let me tell you something. This is what you all have been waiting for. I know you have been glued to the television or the computer or to your phones. You have been watching this event, and now it comes down to this. Here we are going to the outside challenge of Frika and Amanda, part 3.
Welcome back. We are back to this catch challenge, and I am ready to rock and roll. Ooh, I shouldn't have even checked, because this stuff is higher than the one that I already caught. And, I'm not checking any more Stuffles. It's huge. I'm catching a Torchic. It's huge, and it's 600 and some. So we'll see. No. He's a jumpy fella, so. All right, we got him. So far, I think I've caught about 15 Pokemon. I'm not quite sure. I'm still holding out for like a high-level starter from the Ruin Tour, like either the Mudkip or we caught my Torchic. Now looking back, maybe I should have caught that Combustion because I haven't seen another one yet. But yeah, at the end of this, we'll have to see what we have with the highest CP. I want to make sure that my team is a little bit balanced, so it's not all normal typing, like I said, in case he caught a fighter. But yeah, as of right now, I'm probably just going to pick the ones with the highest CP.
So overall, I think the challenge ends soon. We have to go back in a few minutes and meet up again. I have to think about how to build my team. Now I probably know what she also got for spawns. I mean, we're in the same city, so the spawns shouldn't be too much different. And now I can think about what to pick, what you could catch with high CP, what I have to care to look out for. So maybe pick a weaker Pokemon just to counter a specific other Pokemon of her. And yeah, let's see. I probably will go for the high CP ones I have, but also like a really good counter pick for other high CP ones she could have caught. I'm not sure what I will pick yet. I have to look through my collection in the end, but I think there will be some good picks I can do in the end.
We only have like a minute left, so I'm only catching things that I haven't caught yet, but I'm not even being picky about CP anymore because it's better to have something than nothing at all. Okay, we're at the buzzer beater here. I am gonna collect this mudkip because I haven't caught one yet. He's not that high, 600 and something. Let's just hope that Frika had worse luck than I did around getting this high 1500 CP level catch. And that's it. The challenge is over. Frika, not the gentleman, he's kind of standing me up, I think. I at least got here first, so I should get some bonus points for that. But I'm anxious to see what he has, and hopefully mine is higher CP.
So we meet again.
Well, well, well.
Let's see who has caught a better Pokemon.
How do you think you did first?
I did great. I'm sure I will crush you.
Oh no. With that confident of tone, I'm also sure that you might crush me.
Yeah, but let's head back inside. The weather is getting any better.
Yeah, I would much rather prefer to beat you while you're comfortable inside.
That's nice.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Amanda Lundberger, and I am alongside Avi Countzevius. And I have to ask, now after watching that caster B-roll, can you floss?
Yes, of course I can.
Maybe we can get him to do it on stream a little bit later. You know, during technical difficulties, what else can we do besides have Countzevius do a little bit of flossing?
No, I refuse.
But in the meantime, I guess, while things are going according to plan, maybe we should get into the next round of matches. We kind of just had a little bit of insight with them in the caster interview.
Yep.
But with it, we are doing 23 EJB and Chun.
Yes, it's kind of a, let's say, a rematch, a redemption match, as you might call it. You have EJ going against the only loss in the tournament,
That's right?
And he's been on he's steamrolling afterwards. All his games after was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, whereas he's been on fire and he's been practicing and he's been playing. Chun, on the other hand, has had a long break.
Right, and also a bit on the downside, right? Because he has now lost a couple matches today.
Yep. So I think it will be interesting how that's going to play into player mentality, because you do so well day one and then you suddenly lose, and then now you are in a position where you're one loss away from losing all the things that you're built up to. So for me, EJ has everything in his hand, but for Chun, it looks more like a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, and also it's just something to think about. This is the top three regardless, so whoever wins this matchup, I mean, obviously everyone wants to be the winner of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
But this, I would argue, is almost the more important game, because this matchup decides who will be in the top two, who will get to go to Japan for the World Championship. So let's go ahead and just get right into it. These are some of my favorite things because I love how the Pokemon Go people are choosing Pokemon Go battle poses as their actual animations.
Yeah, this is amazing, but I'm kind of sad that we will never see RCS doing the ballerina again.
Well, maybe we can convince them later, just like alongside you flossing.
Oh, no. It's not happening. Nobody's flossing. But this is going to be a best of 5, and we already know that Chun is rocking that Lurantis and Dedenne. Dedenne is absolutely amazing against EJ's team. And we were just talking about it before in the interview that he is afraid of the Dedenne. So he has to try and find a way to beat Chun's team. And will it be by using the Registeel more? We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. There is another electric type. You saw the little Pikachu plushie on the stage. So getting all the electrifying results on Chun's side. And the game looks like it is starting up. We have an Umbreon from EJB into that Dedenne.
This is not what you want to see as EJ. This is a very, very favorable lead for Chun. But as we know, Umbreon is a very bulky Pokemon. It can easily tank this player off. And the player off comes in, will EJ shield? As Umbreons, you usually don't.
That is true. I mean, we always joke around that Umbreons can be used as a 3rd or even 4th shield sometime, but look how much damage that does to that bulky Pokemon. Going for the last resort here, and I think if you're Chun, you probably don't have to shield this.
Yep, last resort is a non-stab move, so it's not going to do as much damage. Dedenne is not as bulky, but it's got a fair few amount of bulk to it. And EJ going for another last resort, but what an amazing catch by Chun, going and tanking this move onto the Noctowl and all this energy from the Umbreon.
Yes, and you have to remember, Chun also pretty much has a move stored on that Dedenne as well, so that could come back later. Meanwhile, EJ charging up a bit of his own on the Umbreon before switching into that hard counter of Registeel, but now the Noctowl has so much energy and going to be able to throw the Shadow Ball, which will chunk the Registeel a little bit.
Yeah, he will do a little bit. But in the end, it will come down to whether the Reggie can get to the Zap Cannon before the Shadow Ball, and yes, it does. Will Chun decide to shield? He is not clicking on his shield at this moment, but yes, in the end, he does. Will this get an attack debuff?
It does indeed. This also is going very much in 23 EGP's favor, and a second Shadow Ball is being thrown here. But then we have to remember this will not do as much damage because of the attack debuff that just happened.
Yes, but unfortunately for EJ, the Noctowl will get to a 3rd Shadow Ball after, which is what they're going to race to. And he does get to it just before the next Shadow Ball. At this point, Chun is actually taking out almost 2 Pokemon with just 1.5 Pokemon.
That is really true, and now he's at the Zap Cannon, catching the Zap Cannon on the My goodness, Chun is just showing a masterclass in catching and knowing energy management here, using up his 2nd Protect Shield, though, to protect, and gets a 2nd attack buff. Oh, wow, EJB with a really, really good timing, knowing that he had that last resort, coming in, getting the charge move priority, and throwing. Not quite enough to knock out the Dedenne, though.
Yeah, not quite enough to knock out the Dedenne, but enough to save a shield, let the Umbreon go, and put everything on what we see is a Medicham at the back.
Which is so also, if you see this, he tried to bait with the Thunder, but it wasn't enough, and now EJ survives with just 1 HP and able to dictate what goes into whatever Chun decides to come into this Pokemon.
Yep. At this point, EJ looks like he's in an absolute driver's seat. He has 2 shields left. This Noctowl has to get to 3 Sky Attacks to get rid of this Medicham. Here comes the first Sky Attack. Will EJ shield? Yes, he does. Yes,
the first Protect Shield being used by EJB to do this super effective Sky Attack. EJ almost up to an Ice Punch himself. And once again, Chun catching a move onto now his Umbreon, which we've seen before is a very, very bulky Pokemon. It doesn't want to be taking these counters from the Medicham, but I mean, if, again, 3rd, 4th shield, you're looking at it right here.
Exactly. The shields are now even for both. And EJ trying to catch the move, but unfortunately that doesn't go in his favor. Racing to that Focus Blast. Absolutely.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Barely doesn't get there. This Umbreon is now fully locked and loaded, going for the first foul play. And this foul play will do about 20% to the Medicham.
Yeah, and EJ does not want to shield this one up yet. And now it's kind of going to be raced because, again, these counters are doing super effective damage to the Umbreon, but the charge moves will not be doing that much. So is it better just to keep on countering it until you're at maximum energy? Oh, my goodness. The Medicham is down to the red, and it is basically at 100 energy now, throwing that Ice Punch.
Yep, Ice Punch coming in, and at this moment, Chun is like, okay, my win condition is to do as much damage to the Medicham with the fast move as possible. Oh, wow, that Ice Punch does not do enough, and here comes the Noxal. Noxal will be taken out of the sky with this Ice Punch, but the Medicham has a very, very limited amount of HP to work with.
Yes, a wing attack went through, and I'm not sure if it will be enough. He does have a shield, but he's going to go down to that Snarl. The first game goes to Chun, who caught, I believe, like 3 or 4 charge moves in that, while EJB was running really in the driver's seat with 2 shields near the end. That catch onto the Umbreon with the Ice Punch really, really saved Chun.
Exactly. That Umbreon proving to be the best shield in the game.
Yeah, it seems so. A 3rd or 4th shield again.
And the match was so to and fro. It was like, yes, Chun is in control in the lead, and then suddenly EJ is in control, and then goes back to Chun again, and then goes back to EJ again. But in the end, it's that Umbreon that prevails. Chun taking the lead in this best of 5.
And this is very interesting because, again, these are the top 3 battlers, and they both have an Umbreon on their team. So I wonder if they will start using it together in that sort of sense.
Yep.
It looks like they were both on the field in this very first matchup.
Yes, but the difference between the 2 Umbreons is that Chun's Umbreon is running the Psychic, which means that against EJ's Umbreon, it is kind of not the greatest matchup for you, because you only hit for resisted damage, whereas EJ has a neutral move that he can throw at your own Umbreon. So I think EJ's Umbreon looks a little bit better than Chun's Umbreon just because of the mirror matchup.
I would agree with that in that sense. However, if you also look at Chun's Umbreon, I think it's also there to help counter like EJ's Trevenant or the Trevenants that have been in this matchup as well. Because, I mean, EJB has the Umbreon, and it's like a pretty nice safe swap, you would say. You know, again, it's going for this bulkiness that can absorb moves, but there's not really a target for it in the same way that Chun's Umbreon could target the Trevenant. I mean, the Trevenant is pretty much hard countered by this Pokemon.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. So you're always afraid of bringing the Trevenant because there's 2 good answers to the Trevenant. I mean, I would say 2 hard walls to the Trevenant.
Right.
Trevenant cannot do a lot of damage back. I think there was a discussion about whether there was some issues in the game, so we will wait till the judges decide, but at this moment it looks, for now, Chun has game number 1.
Yeah, and also because the Dedenne also looks pretty strong against EJ's team, he might need that Trevenant really, because that is a pretty good hard answer to it. However, again, with the Umbreon, it's kind of keeping it in check.
Yeah, but it was amazingly well played, right? Chun knew that, okay, EJ has to throw the last resort. My Dedenne has done a lot of work, so let me save my Dedenne and then just sack my Noxal. That catch was what started a chain of events that ended up with Chun winning, because that HP on the Dedenne came in clutch to put a discharge onto that Medicham.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And I think maybe the biggest decider in that matchup was when EJB tried to catch on his Registeel, couldn't, and then was able to get snarled down before he was able to reach the Focus Blast, giving that Umbreon on Chun's side so much extra energy.
You saw them frantically tapping the screen to try and get to the move, but unfortunately, EJ's Registeel is not Freaka's Registeel.
Yeah, it cannot tank everything.
That is unfortunate, but I think that Pikachu is the cutest Pikachu that I've seen.
Yeah, it's a Detective Pikachu.
Yeah.
Solving mysteries one at a time for Chun.
Yep, apparently it's done very well, except against one matchup. So both of them are now... I mean, look, in a best of 5, you have a lot of leeway to make mistakes. You can lose game 1, game 2, and then you can still try to reverse sweep. We saw it in Liverpool, where there was a huge reverse sweep from Human Catcher Bug. So I wouldn't be afraid if I'm 1-0 down in a 0-5. But
I completely agree.
But if I'm in a best of 5, I would be very afraid if I'm 1-0 down.
Well, that's the difference too. We were talking with Lurgan Rocket about it a little bit earlier. Best of 5s are a completely different mentality than a best of 3. How he said it, you're allowed to take a few more risks.
Yes.
In a best of 3, you maybe don't want to do something that is off meta or off brand for you because you don't know it as well. And if you lose 2, then you're completely done. But if you lose 2 in a best of 5, there's still some wiggle room to do some experimentation and really do something different to pull back a win on your side.
Exactly. And if you're 2-0 up, you are in the driver's seat. You can take a risk in game number 3. It might pay off or might not, but still, you can take another risk in game number 4. As long as you're 2-0 up, you're in control. But once it gets to 2-2,
yeah, that's when the nerves start to set in right again. So we have just been informed that the first game will be a rematch. So actually the scoreboard has been cleared and they are at 0-0. Both players have locked in and they are ready to rumble. We have a knocked owl into a Registeel. Oh, this is not a great thing for Chun. Let's see how he responds to this big steel typing, swapping immediately into that Dedenne, met by the Trevenant.
That is not the matchup that you want to see as the Dedenne. The little mouse is being fought at by that big tree. Or I'm not sure if it's a big tree.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the play rough is going to do a decent amount of damage, but now that EJB saw that the Noctowl was in the lead, he doesn't necessarily want to leave this matchup with a lot of health. He doesn't want to give a lot of farm to that Noctowl and let that Noctowl get a lot of energy, because nothing that the Trevenant throws at the Noctowl will really be that effective. Chun letting that Dedenne go down and now really deciding, obviously Noctowl is the best, but he knows that Registeel is going to come right back in.
Exactly. Let's see what Chun decides. Will he go into his Noctowl? Yes, he does. At this point, the Trevenant will most obviously get to the Shadow Ball and goes for the Shadow Ball. This is resisted by the normal typing of Noctowl and is not going to do a lot of damage, but Noctowl, as you said, is getting a little bit of farm here.
And also the thing is, though it is resisted damage, it's now put the Noctowl low enough that a Zap Cannon could potentially be enough to take it out, and if not, give the Registeel a perfect amount of farm to throw at whatever comes in afterwards. Chun going ahead and throwing that Shadow Ball, then swapping into the Noctowl, and EJB charging up a little bit of extra energy. Oh, he's going to go ahead and throw that Zap Cannon, maybe fishing for that attack debuff.
Yep, this is going to be pivotal in the game. Will the attack debuff happen? Here comes the Zap Cannon, and no, he does not get it. The Azu comes in, but Azu is an absolute brick wall to Chun's Medicham because he is running that Dynamic Punch moveset.
Yes, not only Dynamic Punch, but Dynamic Punch, Ice Punch. One of the main reasons that people are running Psychic on their Medichams is for the mirror and for those Water Fairy types like you see right here, like the Azumarill or like a Tapu Fini. This play rough is going to hurt should Chun decide not to shield.
Yep, unfortunately, but the Medicham obviously survives the play rough. Here comes another Dynamic Punch, but unfortunately, Dynamic Punch on an Azumarill is like tickling it.
It is doing more damage, however, than an Ice Punch would be because it is a heavier hitting energy move and it is same type attack bonus.
Yep, the Medicham will almost get to another Dynamic Punch, tries to catch a player off on the Noctowl, but unfortunately, EJ is wary of this and does not throw that player off as soon as he gets it. This super effective Ice Beam will put this Noctowl in a range where the Registeel is going to have a field day with it.
Yeah, EJ is saying, fool me once, shame on you. You know what? He like caught 3 or 4 moves on me in that last episode. So this time I'm going to be a little bit more wary. Shielding up the Shadow Ball because he knows it's going to do a nice amount of damage. And now he'll be able to get a little bit of an extra farm before throwing, a Zap Cannon for this Noctowl.
Yep, he just wants to get the Zap Cannon, the Noctowl out of the way. He knows that his win condition is the Azu. Here comes the Zap Cannon, takes out the Noctowl, and the Medicham is in the building. But at this point, Medicham's HP is not enough to even farm down that Registeel. Absolutely dominant display by EJ, taking that match with 2 Pokemon to spare.
Yes, and if you looked at the Azumarill, I think a lot of players maybe would feel like, oh, I know that my Azumarill has a really good matchup against this Medicham. I'm going to switch in immediately. But EJ going ahead, charging up, throwing that Zap Cannon first, which did, either was going to take a shield or do a lot of damage to the Medicham before switching into the Azumarill, and then allowing that Azumarill to just tank all that extra energy the Medicham was gaining during that round was very, very crucial.
Yeah, I think that was very calm and calculated by EJ. Even in game number 1, you saw him charge all the way up to a Zap Cannon before swapping out his Registeel. I think EJ has been showing a very, very good knowledge of energy management over the course of the 2 days here. That's what brought him here, and I think that might get him to the next stage as well.
Yeah, and if you're Chun, you have to wonder, okay, what did I do, not necessarily wrong, but how can I play it differently? Because sometimes you have a good team composition. It's just not good against your opponent's team composition in that specific round. So are you the type of player who's going to change up what you did, or you say, no, like, I think they're going to change because they think I'm going to. Again, this is a chess game right now, and this is only the first game down in a best-of-5 matchup.
Yep, and as I said before, all the pressure is stacked up against Chun because he has not won today, and EJ is now gaining more and more momentum momentum, putting that win on board. Yes, of course, he did, let's say, lose because of a malfunction in game number 1, but he is absolutely confident that he would have won that. That's probably why he did not hesitate to lead that Registeel in game number 2, even though he knew game 1 there was a Dedenne in the lead.
Yeah, and I think that obviously since the refs had taken a look at it and ruled in that favor as well. And we have Ilya actually on Safe Nexus Ilya, who is the head judge of this Bochum Regional.
Yep, he is a very solid head judge, and he's been head judge for quite a bit of regionals, actually.
Yeah, he's done a couple of them indeed, and alongside him we also have Eris, who was last season's UIC champion.
Yep, Eris, two players who are very, very good at the game, who know and understand the game. That is why they're up there in the losers final.
Here we have now also a bunch of little crowd shot of the players still supporting the rest of their teammates, but no time for them. We're going to jump straight into game number 2 with this time a really great lead for Chun with that Medicham into EJB's Umbreon.
Yep, this is an amazing lead. As an Umbreon, you cannot deal with this. You usually are okay with this because most Medichams run Psychic, but Chun's Medicham is running that Dynamic Punch. EJ throwing this move in between a counter animation before that Medicham gets the energy. Maybe he will try to swap a Pokemon in. Let's see. No, he does not. He will be tanking this Dynamic Punch, but opting to shield it instead.
Interesting. He knows it's going to be the Dynamic Punch, and also, I mean, let's face it, the Umbreon does not want to face that. And I think it looks like he's just going ahead and staying in, getting as much chip damage as possible. He knows actually as well that his Medicham is pretty good against the opposing Medicham when it's running this move, and forcing Chun to use his first shield as well, which is kind of funny to see in a Medicham versus Umbreon matchup.
Yep, this is a matchup that you almost always play in the zero shield scenario, but here both players opting to pull up one shield, and the Umbreon must go at this point. Oh, it survives with 1 HP, but unfortunately not enough to get to another move.
Yes, and now, again, going in for the mirror, and Chun knows it's not that great a thing, so moving to the Noctowl, which is immediately met by the Registeel, but this also could be calculated on Chun's part. We'll have to decide for sure the first Shadow Ball going through, and it's going unprotected from EJB.
Yep, Chun's Noctowl's function here was to get that Registeel into the play because he has a very, very decent answer to whatever Pokemon that EJ has at the back with that Umbreon. But the Zap Cannons from... This is not a great matchup for Noctowl. As you can see, it's already at the red that once, and it gets the attack debuff
wow,
as
this is
well.
worse for the wearer also for Chun, and I think that maybe EJB is going to go for an aggressive lock-on farm down here to have a lot of energy to throw at whatever comes in. We'll have to see. This Shadow Ball still will do a chunk of damage, even though it has been debuffed. But now he's going over 100 energy, going back down. Will another Shadow Ball be reached? It is in time.
Yes,
Let's
unfortunately, he gave a little bit too much energy for this Noctowl. It gets to another Shadow Ball, and was this enough? It's 1 HP and a Dream. Oh, and the Noctowl lives.
Wow, this
oh
is
my
huge.
God.
An immediate swap out back into his own. I don't know if EJ can predict what is in the back, but we did talk about how strong Umbreon was against EJB's team. He letting this Ice Punch go because he knows both the Ice Punch nor the Dynamic Punch will do that much damage to the Medicham. It would be potentially whatever is in the back that would be doing more. Will he go for the big move or the bait? He's going big move here. Will Chun call it? Will he use his last Protect Shield? It does. Oh, he does. Last second call.
Yes, these players keeping even us on the toes with the last second calls like that. Here comes another Ice Punch. EJ at this point is absolutely perplexed on what is at the back, letting this go. This is his last Pokemon. At some point of time, you really want to preserve this Pokemon. It's already at the red, and the Medicham is going to throw another Ice Punch to take out Chun's Medicham, because this is the range where you don't really have to overdo it with the Psychic.
That is true. But we have to remember, we have that Noctowl that could be used as a potential sacrificial swap. You see an Umbreon, and you see EJ getting a little bit annoyed with what's coming in because those Snarls are generating energy very quickly, already past a Foul Play, which would definitely be enough to take out the Medicham at this point.
Yep, as we discussed before, the Dynamic Punch moveset kind of is very bad against Azumarill, but this is one of those times where a Dynamic Punch would absolutely come in handy. This is also, again, why I say your fighter should always be a fighter. Your fighter should be able to beat what it's supposed to beat comfortably.
Yeah, and it did so in this matchup, securing the win for Chun, going 1-1 against 23 EJB.
Yep, that was perfectly played. He double Dynamic Punched the Umbreon, got it out of the way, saved a whole Medicham to deal with whatever it comes in after. Yeah, of course, you saw his lineup. That's 3 super bulky Pokemon. You have Medicham, Noctowl, and Umbreon. So that's basically 3 Pokemon, 2 shields, and 1 more shield.
Yeah, exactly. I think EJB might be kind of discouraged with himself because he could have thrown another move to get that Noctowl out. I don't think he expected the Shadow Ball to be able to do that much damage to basically take out the Registeel, because even a half-health Registeel that would still be able to get to a move could be more threatening than only having one Pokemon left at the end.
I think you saw EJ's expression after he saw the last Pokemon. He was not predicting it to be an Umbreon. I think he was going for maybe a Lurantis, for example, which would have made sense looking at the lineup. They're getting but sometimes it works out. It's a 50. It's not a 50-50 call. It's a 1/3 of a call, right? Because
count Xevious again.
No, 1/4. Yeah, 1 out of 4, 25% call. Because you have
because 2 are already on the field, and get out your chalkboard, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I'm probably wrong with this. I'm very bad at probability.
Well, then I might not ask you what you think the probability is that EJB will run a similar team in the next round, knowing that he probably could have won that matchup had he played it just a little bit different, had he got that Noctowl off the field before it got to that third Shadow Ball. I think he really would have been in the driver's seat at that time.
Yeah, maybe if he got that. If he got that Noctowl out of the field, right? So the Reggie has no energy, right? The Medicham still had more than 40% HP. So the Medi might have been able to farm down the Reggie and throw a bunch of moves at EJ's Medicham, which is basically what Chun wanted. Like, get that Medicham as low as possible, because the charge moves on the Umbreon doesn't really matter.
Right.
Because you can Psychic an Umbreon, but, well, you can Ice Punch an Umbreon, but it doesn't do any damage. But we are already locked and loaded for Game 3. Players have already decided what they want to run. Let's see what it is. It's a Noctowl into an Azumarill. This is, let's say, a neutral lead, but depends on the IVs as well.
Yeah, I think it usually goes more in favor of the Azumarill, but again, we've talked about some more of the attack-weighted Noctowls that are doing a little bit more damage with their wing attacks, and also the Shadow Balls can come in. Going for the wing or Sky attack here, and EJB choosing not to shield it up, knowing that these shields might be more crucial in the later game.
Yep, absolutely. We see that the first Ice Beam is coming in. There are too many punches going on. So the first Ice Beam comes in, does a fair bit of damage to Noctowl. It doesn't do a lot more just because it's not a same-time attack bonus for the Azu. Here comes the next Sky attack. This Sky attack will most definitely put the Azu into the yellow.
But these are two bulky Pokemon that are throwing some moves at each other here already at another Ice Beam. Looks like Chun trying to catch it, but this is a very interesting play, putting in that Medicham that doesn't have a good matchup against the Azumarill. I guess he figures the Azumarill is so low anyway, a Dynamic Punch plus a couple different counters would be enough to take it out, but that Play Rough did so much damage to this Medicham.
Yep, that Play Rough did a lot of damage, but unfortunately, Chun does get to this Dynamic Punch. EJ tries to go for the catch, but Chun, being clever, throwing in between that fast move animation to send this Azu packing. But here comes EJ's own Medicham, and this looks like EJ's Medicham can farm all the way down.
You think he will? I think it's a good possibility and going to come out with a lot of energy. You have to remember there's still all those Protect Shields left on the field here. No one has used one yet. EJ charging up a ton of energy, but Chun going ahead and just chipping away at this Medicham slowly but surely, throwing this next Ice Punch, which will, it's going to get it down to at least half health.
Yeah, for sure, it will get it into the yellow, but EJ is continuously punching that Medicham into a pulp. Here comes the Ice Punch. Ice Punch is in a range, Noctowl is in a range where this Ice Punch will most definitely send it back to the Pokeball.
This is very interesting of Chun because at this point, he's pretty sure it's the Registeel in the back, right? So he's offering up the Noctowl already as a sacrifice, and in comes the Lurantis. But that Registeel has to be worried about the superpowers, and it's very flimsy, so Chun using his first Protect Shield for this Ice Punch.
Yep, it is very flimsy indeed. It will be how much energy can this Lurantis save up, but before the Medicham gets to another Ice Punch, the second Ice Punch comes in, the shield goes up. This will be one heck of a farm down, but EJ already has his switch clock up and brings in the Reggie into this Lurantis.
Now this will be very aggressive. Will Chun go for a superpower, or is it going to bait? Because superpower lowers your attack and defense for the next one coming in. EJ, you can tell he's not quite sure. He is going to throw up a last minute Protect Shield, so now any superpower that's coming in afterwards is not going to be doing as much damage. And Chun, now that he has out of shields and defense dropped, could this Focus Blast be enough?
Of course it is. Unfortunately for Lurantis, it did not do a lot this game. It had a bunch of bad matchups, and its best matchup was Yazu, but unfortunately it was in the lead.
Yeah, but this is kind of like what we were talking about earlier. Best of fives, since he lost this one, in a normal best of 3, this would have been over. But it is a best of 5, and it gave him a chance to experiment a little bit. Now he can say that he at least brought the Lurantis in. Maybe it didn't go exactly in his favor, but imagine that it did. You know, imagine that EJ picked something different, or was the one out of shields. And then, man, the superpower and dynamic punches coming in, that Registeel would have been bye-bye.
Yep, I was very, very surprised when Chun tried to catch the move there, because if he did not, then potentially what he could have done is farm the Azu down anyways with the Medicham, because you have to throw the move onto the Noxal. And if he did that, then whatever's at the back, it was his own Medicham and the Registeel.
That's right, yeah.
The Lurantis could have been set up for a win there, but unfortunately, he tried to catch, and EJ was like, nope.
Not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
Here, take this play rough. So this is, again, this is the losers finals here, and they are a best of 5 matchup. We are now 1 point ahead for 23 EJB, but there's still plenty of games to go around.
Yep, now it's a reset bracket, right? It's a best of 3 now.
Essentially.
I mean, not a best of 3. For EJ, it's a best of... he just needs 1 point.
EJ just needs 1 more point, but yes, if you're Chun, then...
It's a best of 3.
You have to imagine you're wiping the slate clean, and you are now just trying to go for a regular win.
Exactly. And both of the players now taking a little bit more time, because they know the criticality of the situation. It's like, if I accidentally press this Pokemon without being convinced that I can win with it...
Yeah, and again, I would argue that this game is almost more crucial than the actual winners' finals, the finals, because whoever wins this is for sure getting to go to Yokohama.
Yeah, it is absolutely crucial, and I just figured we made a mistake. There's only 2 games left. It can't be a best of 3.
It could be if someone sweeps.
It's going to be... I think
again, we're deproving your counting skills. You're going to have to be just Xevious by the end of this stream as well.
Looks like it. I think at this point, I'm more nervous than the players are.
It is very nerve-wracking, and you also see it, and you can see EJ. He's kind of his knees are shaking a little bit, just from nerves and excitement, I'm sure. And Chun very calm and collected still at this point. He knows it's not over yet. He only needs 2 more. That does not sound. When you win the whole first day, 2 more games does not seem that unreasonable.
It definitely does not seem unreasonable, but EJ is showing that his knees weak and his arms are sweaty.
He's going to lose himself. But maybe not this matchup. We're going to get right into the next round here. And we have Chun's Dedenne is back in the game against the thing that it does not want to see. We have that Trevenant lead and an immediate tapping, tap, 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 tap for the Umbreon. The Umbreon comes in and is met with the Registeel. Now, this isn't completely horrible, because you still need 2 Focus Blasts to take it out.
Exactly. You definitely need 2 Focus Blasts to take it out. EJ is absolutely in the driver's seat, but he knows that something is up. Chun put this in for a reason, and EJ goes for the Zap Cannon, trying to fish for that debuff, because we know you need 2 moves to take this Umbreon out, so might as well throw the one that might give you the most advantage.
Yep, and I think also EJ's a little bit upset because he knows, oh, why did I swap in my Registeel? There might be a Noctowl that he's trying to lure out, and my own Umbreon does so well against this Umbreon. I can at least do some neutral damage instead of resisted damage. Going ahead and trying to go up for that Zap Cannon one more time, but as you see, like we talked about, the Registeel is already below half health here. Another foul play coming through, going unshielded.
Yep, another foul play coming in, unshielded, but this Reggie again going for the Zap Cannon. Will this be a next level undercharge? Let's see, or EJ just wants to get it out of the way? No, he just wants to get it out of the way, but it still lives. Oh my God.
Already at this foul play. Now, the attack did debuff, but we might see another scenario where, I mean, EJ does not want to throw another move at this. He's choosing to shield it up. Maybe going to go again, once again for that lock on farm down. Not going to get a chance because the Dedenne comes back in, immediately met by the Trevenant. It's almost like we're at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, we are absolutely at the beginning of the match, except that Chun now has the shield advantage. The Umbreon coming through for him and winning that advantage. It is insane how Umbreon just flipped a Registeel on its head. Now EJ is trying to bait with this Heat Bomb, and Chun absolutely calls it. Is this still enough to send the Dedenne back? No, it's not.
No, not quite. He's going to have to throw one more, or I guess he's going to go for the discharge, but no, Trevenant wins charge move priority, and a complete undercharge from EJB here, hoping that at least he could get a little bit more farm if the discharge doesn't knock out the Trevenant.
Yeah, the discharge will go off, and it will most definitely send the Trevenant packing.
Now, this is a prediction, because I think Chun is expecting that the Medicham is in the back. But it is an Umbreon, and it is an Umbreon with 2 shields versus a Noctowl, which, I mean, it's a pretty neutral matchup overall. But with the Noctowl having 2 shields, it could be flipping to the Noctowl's advantage.
Yep. Well, we have to look at matchups when there is an extra Pokemon, always in a sense that, yeah, okay, they have 1 shield, but maybe they also have a sack swap here. Oh, in comes the Registeel, he tries to overfarm. Oh my god, but if you have to shield a move, this is the move that you have to shield.
That's true. And he's going to most likely have to try to throw something. Oh, he gets the attack ball. That is also big. He's going to go ahead and just definitely wing attack down. And there's a lot of stress on EJB's face there, not being able to make it in time. And a Snarl coming through to knock it out. And now that attack debuff has been reset on the Noctowl in the back.
This is unfortunate. That debuff enabled that Noctowl to get more farm than it usually does. Went to 100 energy, throws the Umbreon in it, and gets even a foul play onto EJ's Umbreon. This EJ was looking like he was absolutely at the end of this game, and he was just punch a ticket, but now it looks like this Noctowl has something to say.
But I will say they both have a ton of energy stored on this Pokemon. They both have an even amount of shields. Actually, Chun choosing not to use his. He still has 1 Protect Shield left, but they're now almost 2 Sky Attacks. Will this be enough? We have to remember, Umbreon is so bulky.
Yep, Umbreon is so bulky, but so is the Noctowl.
That is true.
It is still not at a range where 1 foul play will send it actually send it home if 1 foul play takes it out, right?
That's true. Now Chun has used his last Protect Shield. EJ is a little bit past the energy, but he's not quite up to another foul play yet. Chun almost at 2 Sky Attacks. Will this be enough with Snarl damage afterwards? He's got to throw at least 1 more Sky Attack.
Yeah, he has to throw 2 Sky Attacks to send that send that Umbreon back, but the
so
Noctowl survives. Oh my god, it does, and the Sky Attack and the Sky Attack, this will never take out an Umbreon, but as
he has another one queued up. Will that be enough, or will that Snarl go through? Oh my goodness, being able to get to the Sky Attack at the very last second with 1 HP left. Chun takes game number 2 to go to a decisive game 5 in this losers finals best of 5.
Oh my god, I think EJ got a bit too comfortable with the lead when he saw the Umbreon swap, and without thinking for a second, he just immediately went into the Registeel. This game was done and dusted if EJ swapped in his Umbreon.
Yes.
It would have been absolute hard reading of Chun, and that would be the end of it. But Chun now has a fighting chance. Now it's suddenly a best of 1.
That's right. It's whoever wins this next one will be one of the top 2 competitors of the Bochum Regional Championship and will secure their ticket to Yokohama. The other one has, I mean, you can't be sad about 3rd place, but you can kind of be sad about 3rd place in this scenario.
Especially when you're 2-1 ahead, and you knew you kind of hard countered your opponent. I mean, it's super disappointing now. I think Chun suddenly flipped all the energy to himself with that win. You can see EJ visibly dejected there. I mean,
yeah, I think he knew it the minute that he swapped in his Registeel too. You saw the little shake of his head, realizing, you know what, the Umbreon probably would have been the safer choice at that point. And also because the Dedenne lead, you know that it can get to those play roughs very quickly, which would be doing a lot of damage. So maybe just using the Umbreon as a shield, a sponge, and just a time clock waster.
Yes, man, I feel bad for EJ, but amazing play by Chun.
Yeah, Chun is doing very well. And we have to remember the people from Germany in the first season, there was like a lot of them in Worlds. But already so far, I believe there are 2 people from the Netherlands that are in the World Championship. And maybe we're about to see the 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, Netherlands showing up.
Yeah, the Netherlands are showing up.
Both of them are nervous. Chun now looks more nervous than EJ was last game. and EJ was in absolute control last game, so maybe it might flip this time.
Yeah, this is going to be, once again, this is the decisive game number 5. Both players have locked in. We see a Trevenant, and we see
a Dedenne. Oh, is it the same lineup? He is spamming his Umbreon again. Will Umbreon come through again for Chun? But this time Umbreon is met with that Azu. Azu, as you know, has such a good matchup against Umbreon. But if the Umbreon has a psychic debuff, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance to flip this matchup.
This is also interesting too because he still has that Trevenant, and you see there is that Noctowl in the back. So if for some reason this Umbreon somehow wins against the Azumarill, there's a potential for that Noctowl to be locked on EJB's Trevenant, which would not be good for EJB.
Yep, and it looks like EJ is in no threat. He knows that the Psychic is not going to do a lot of damage. He didn't even take him half a second.
Well, I mean, it is not a same type attack bonus there either. It is coming from a Dark-type Pokemon, which is taking super effective damage from this play rough should Chun decide not to shield. And I think he's just letting this Umbreon go down, probably coming in with that Dedenne, hoping to get a little bit of energy.
Oh, barely. The Umbreon lives, but he really wanted to go for the next Psychic. But this Azumarill is putting in a lot of work. Surprisingly, the only Azu we see in the top 8 here, and it is showing up.
Yeah, it is showing up indeed. This discharge will be doing super effective damage to it. Do you think it'll be enough for this thick bunny to take it out? It looks like it is. And what do you do at this point? You're coming in with that Trevenant. The Noctowl comes in immediately, hard countered by this Registeel.
Yeah, Registeel is one of the worst things you can see at this moment as your Noctowl. The Noctowl goes for the Shadow Ball, and EJ knows, all right, it doesn't matter. I don't really need a lot of shields. As long as I preserve the first Shadow Ball, I don't take damage from it, I can pretty much safely win this matchup. Going for the Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon is being shielded, but it's not about the shield at this point. It's all about the attack debuff.
That's right. An immediate one. But this led EJB one time into a false sense of security, so I don't know if he will still choose to shield this up just in case or let it go through. But again, these Zap Cannons that are going through are going to be doing way more damage than the Shadow Balls are to the Registeel. EJB almost at another one. The switch timer's not up yet, and Chun uses his last shield because that Noctowl is what is necessary for him to win.
The Noctowl will have to carry Chun, but from the looks of it, luckily it did not get another debuff, but here comes another Shadow Ball, but Chun opting to wait, maybe potentially trying to catch, and he goes for it, but he does not get it. The Dedenne is met with that Trevenant, and this Trevenant is going to win charge move priority, sending the Dedenne packing, and this looks very, very grim for Chun.
Although, I mean, you have to think about it. There is a big farming opportunity now for Chun because this Noctowl is up against a fully healthy Trevenant. No, he's going to go ahead and throw that Sky Attack, and I think that if you're EJB, you choose to just let it go down.
Yeah, and at this point, this game is over because Registeel does already have a Zap Cannon stored.
It does indeed.
When it comes in, he's just going to click the shield, and then click the charge move.
Yep, we'll have to see for sure. There are no more Protect Shields left on Chun's side, I believe. So this one is protected indeed by EJB, going ahead and throwing this Zap Cannon, and I do believe at this range it will be enough. And even if not, Chun might not be able to get to the next charge move in time, and down goes that Noctowl.
Down goes the Noctowl, absolutely knocked out from the skies.
Yes.
It was very, very well played. Not making the same mistake he did game number 4, recognizing what Pokemon he needed to bring to make sure that Umbreon swap-in does not happen. That Azumarill did so much work.
So much work indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we officially have our second competitor for the Bochum Regionals. We have Lurgan Rocket and we have 23 EJB who will be dueling it out in the winners finals.
Yeah, and oh man, it's insane. Like it's like a group of friends who came in, EJ and Lurgan,
yes,
and
that's true.
Now they've wiggled all their way to the finals, and that will be very, very exciting to watch.
It's also very funny because a lot of people were talking ahead of time about who was coming to this tournament, and neither one of them let many people know that they were coming. It was a last-minute surprise. Actually, a surprise to see one of their friends who was coming in from France who was celebrating his birthday.
Yep, they knew that this tournament had a lot of potential, so they didn't let it go wasted.
Yeah, you can't waste that potential. Yeah. That is for sure. Oh, look at this.
Look
We
at
have
this.
the two finalists hugging it out before they duke it out on stage in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and EJ is probably talking about game number 4, where it's like, I don't know what I did.
Yeah. You can see, also, you can see Arceus Aurelius, who had just previously lost to EJB, giving him a big hug as well. Everyone is congratulating their winners because, like we said, Pokemon Go is a very tight-knit community.
Yeah, and EJ he cannot believe it. I think he's still in disbelief. He was actually shaking when I was taking the interview as well. He just wanted to get it done with and just go straight into the match. He was like, don't do this. Let me be.
Oh man, those were very, very exciting matches. And I mean, I'm sure if you're a player, you hate it, but I love it when it comes down to a decisive game 5.
Oh, as a player,
You're just
No,
you're
no.
shaking more than EJ. He was shaking more at the desk.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It was an absolutely amazing game number 5. Of course,
Oh,
it could have been a lot better, but I think EJ absolutely read what Chun was trying to do. It's very brave, right? Like going Dedenne twice, and I was thinking in my head, like when it was game number 3, I was like, okay, it makes sense. Chun probably leads the Dedenne at this point because every game EJ has been trying to find a way to wiggle around it, but then when he played the Dedenne, unfortunately for Chun, EJ found a way.
Yes, and I mean, it was a good strategy of Chun as well to try to like get something out that doesn't do well against the Noctowl, so the Noctowl could really sweep in the back.
Yep.
And if for some reason that he didn't bring the Zoomerl or something that so hard countered that Umbreon, and he won switch advantage, that game would have completely flipped in Chun's favor because, like we saw at the very end too, the Noctowl and the Trevenant, it doesn't matter if you're a full health Trevenant, you are not going to win that matchup unless there's some sort of stall or time.
Well, that's the problem with playing Pokemon like Trevenant, right? It's, I mean, yeah, of course, you do have such dominating matchups. Your most dominant one probably would be against Swampert, which we didn't see a lot of in
or maybe a Lantern.
Maybe and a Lantern as well. So you have amazingly dominant matchups, but you also have a matchup that you're absolutely helpless against.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit of what makes this meta a little bit rock paper scissors.
Yes, I think the main thing is that the Lantern and the Trevenant matchup. If you want to deal with a Noctowl, you have to bring a Pokemon that's going to be weak to a Trevenant.
Yes.
And inherently, that would mean some matches would be, well.
All right, 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Well, it's a best of 3. We try again.
Okay. We'll do it after the next round. So in the meantime, Abhi and I are going to do maybe a couple best of 5s on our own for rock, paper, scissors, but we're going to go over to an interview with both of the winners. So we have Lurgan Rocket and 23 EJB. I'm pretty excited.
Welcome back, guys. What a match. Another 3-2. Both of these players have struggled against Chun. Both of these players have played versus the Dedenne, the maybe coolest Pokemon in the tournament. EJ, how are you feeling after this match?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm just feeling amazing. Like this was probably the toughest matchup alignment-wise I could face, and I pulled it off. So I just can feel great. There's no other possibility.
I mean, you really deserved your ticket to Yokohama. Both of you did. Now it really comes down to who is winning the title of regional champion of Bochum. So do you guys, I mean, you are friends. Everyone can see that.
Yeah.
Who of you is going to take this down? Do you guys have any predictions here?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
At this point, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. We're both going.
We're both going. We both had a ticket to Yokohama. We both feeling good. We had a great weekend. We had a great event. And I'm going to just stomp him.
Okay, so Lurgan.
Twice.
Lurgan, you said that you wanted to face EJ in the finals.
Yes.
How happy are you that you don't have to play versus Chun's lineup?
Okay, Chun, I wouldn't be too worried about. I really did not want to play against Arceus Aurelius. Marcus had a fantastic team for against me. The Walrein is very threatening. I'm just so happy I don't have to play him. I get to play EJ in the finals. Amazing. First time we've ever played against each other for anything. And I'm going to wipe the floor with them. Easy. Bubble beam everything to oblivion. Bring your Registeel, I don't care. You don't know your matchup. But I'm super, super stoked that it's you, dude. Yeah, today's a good day. Today's a good day.
Because we are sharing accommodation.
Yeah.
Okay, so he just said that they are sharing accommodation, and they just said that it was going to be a good day, and
Yeah.
I think it is for the both of them. You can see the love in the eyes for each other. Those guys are really having a good time. I think this is probably the most chill finals interview I have ever had. So what about the lineups? I think if you are sharing accommodation, you guys know each other's teams really well.
No.
No. We haven't talked
Can you pass over the microphone?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
like we haven't talked about the teams ever. Like I know he was once Cricket at Diggersby. He knows I run Azu, and I think that's about it.
That's it.
That's about it. Like again, I checked the bracket this morning or yesterday evening, and I saw the only way I could face James is basically the winners finals, grand finals. So I was like, I don't have to prepare for his team anyways. So I mean, I didn't do any preparation, not that I did for any other opponent, but I was like, I didn't even have to look at it because it's like so far away. Like if we face in the finals, then so be it, and then we just gonna see.
So you didn't team build at all together?
No.
No. We separate.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're looking at the team now, who do you think has the edge? I mean,
show me the team, I can tell you. No, I'm joking. I think it would be. I said earlier on their last interview that it would be a quite even matchup, team-wise, I think. And we just roll the dice, play rock paper scissors.
Yeah.
And whoever wins in the end wins.
so I think at this point we all realize that this is just pure natural talent. Both of these guys underprepared, going into the absolute grand finale, possibly achieving a bracket reset here if EJB plays it as well as Lurgan does. And this is an evil question, but who's the better player?
Ija.
I'm gonna give the edge to James. Like, maybe I think let's split it up in two sections. I'm maybe the better player in the game, like during battles, etc. But he's the better player before games. Like he knows his matchups, he knows what to do, he knows IV spreads, individual values, he knows everything. And I'm like the guy. So do I win this matchup? I think I win this. Like based on those information I have, I should win this. And he's like, yeah, you win this exactly. You have like 3 HP left. You come out of this matchup with 25 energy, and you can bubble beam the next Pokemon easy. And so I say I'm the better player during the battle. He's the better player before the battle.
Considering how this interview went so far, I did not expect a real answer to this, but I think this is a beautiful note to end this interview on, because you said he's the better player. He said you are. So, guys, that was absolutely beautiful. I can't wait to watch the finals. I'm going to be sitting in the crowd, and we are going to give it back to both of our casters who are also going to cast the finals.
Cheers.
All right. That was an amazing interview. You saw two friends. And finally, I think when it came to who's better, I think EJ won there because he silently maneuvered around and then said, maybe it's just me.
Yeah, but maybe Lurgan Rocket won because of his very humble answer. And he just won overall. I actually thought that EJB was going to say that he was a better player in the game, but Lurgan Rocket was a better player in the world. I was like, he's getting ready to throw some shade, but no.
No. They're very nice people.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and get set up for the winners finals to see who. They're both going to Yokohama, but to see who gets that travel incentive as well. And also, let's face it, going to go ahead and take the #1 spot in the Bochum Regional.
Yeah. It's not always about the ticket, right?
No, it's not always about the ticket. Sometimes it's just about winning.
I was going to say ticket. Yeah, exactly. It's just about winning. You're right. You're absolutely right.
So we're going to go ahead. I know that you guys have been desperately wanting to know who's going to win between Frika and I in this Go Challenge. So we're going to get right back to that. But before we go, our second round of rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fine. He went early. I automatically win that, too. All right, not only are we inside, I can't actually think of a better location for this PvP matchup than right here on the Go stage. We have already determined our team of 6 from our catches and also given them the moves that they wanted. Don't want to spoil anything with him right there because he's going to try to take all of my strategies. So we're going to separate and I'm going to show you what I chose for my team, and Dominic's going to do the same.
Yeah, I will, and I will crush you.
I don't even doubt it. All right, so this is the team that I decided to use. The first one on it is my highest CP one. It's the Absol that I caught during noon when there was the Absol like 5-minute time. The second one up is a Buizel, and I am going with Water Gun just for the heavy hitting pressure, and also Water Pulse. I'm hoping that he has a fire type on his team, but even not, the Water Gun damage should be decent, but the rest of my strategy is a little bit mean in that sense too. So I'm having 3 Pokemon, my Turtwig, my Bergmite, and my Stuffle all running Tackle as its fast move. It's kind of annoying, and it takes a little bit to get to the charge move, but all the charge moves that I have, I did the lowest energy possible ones. So, you know, because the Pokemon are going to be much lower than 1500, I think that even having these low energy moves will be coming in handy because we only get 2 shields, right? And then the very last one was one of them that I caught from the Daily Incense, and that is my normal cast form, which he's a pretty good Pokemon to begin with. He has almost 1000 CP, and I'm running it with Hex and with the Rock Weather Ball. So that'll be good in case he has any flyers or anything like that. But all low energy moves for the charge moves and all heavy hitting damage for the fast moves. So he's not going to be prepared.
Team I have decided for is the first Pokemon is a Wurmple. I really like the Pokemon. It has no use for the competition, but I just wanted to bring it in my team of 6. So that's why I choose it. I didn't change anything about it. It's just a nice Pokemon. Then for the rest of it, I choose mostly high CP Pokemon because they have more stats overall. One of them is a Lumineon. I played with Water Gun and Silverwind because it's the move that generates the energy fastest and also a low-cost move. And then I decided for Turtwig. It's a grass Pokemon, with a Razor Leaf and Body Slam, just a stab move, hard hitting. And I decided for Absol. It's also a high CP, and it has a fast charging fast move, and it's just a hard hitter. Then I decided for Stuffle. I think it's pretty flexible with Tackle because there will be no Pokemon who resists it, and it's also a fast charging, or it's pretty spammy as well. The last one is a Yanma. It has a good coverage for the things I needed coverage for. So I tried to build a balanced team with the 5 Pokemon and Wurmple. I think I did it a great job in the end. I play Yanma. I played with Aerial Ace. I just thought, maybe it's better to have something against another fighter or a Stuffle or something like that.
It all comes down to this. Lundberger versus Frika, Turtwig versus Lumineum in a favorable matchup for Amanda. The immediate switch out into Stuffle, and this might be a mistake of Amanda. She switches into the Absol. Absol in a unfavorable matchup versus the Stuffle, going for the Brick Break. Brick Break goes unshielded and will immediately take out the Absol. Now Amanda has to make a hard decision. She can't bring in the cast form because it will also suffer from these fighting type moves, which are super effective. So Turtwig is going to come in, and it is charging up to a Seed Bomb. It will win the race before Stuffle gets to the next Brick Break. We are going to see a shield or no shield. It is a no shield, so does the Seed Bomb take out the Stuffle? It does not. Stuffle is going to reach another Brick Break, and this might be a shield because then Amanda can farm down the Stuffle, reach probably another Seed Bomb before the next Pokemon comes in. But this Stuffle has done a lot of work. So what will Frika decide to bring in? Oh, the Yanma, which deals super effective air slashes to the Turtwig, not being able to reach another Seed Bomb. Now Cast Form is in, going for these Ghost type fast moves, and we are seeing the next charge move thrown. This is the last Pokemon of Amanda. She will have to shield this. Aerial Ace will not come down, but this is a Weather Ball, Rock type. It is going to deal super effective damage into the Yanma, and Yanma decides to not shield this one. The last matchup of this match we are going to see is the high CP Lumineon that Frika has, and it is looking really good, even though the cast form is already at 2 charge moves. 1 shield left, 2 shields left on Frika's side. He can shield everything that Amanda can bring to him. So first shield is gone. We are immediately going to see, a silver wind charged up by Freeka's Lumineon. And there is no protect shield remaining. Is that it? Can Freeka win this important battle? And the silver wind connects and it takes out the cast form.
I knew it was going to happen, but I have to admit, you played it great. You didn't like my tackle strategy?
Thanks. I really liked your choice of Pokemon and your choice of move. It was really interesting for me to see what kind of Pokemon you brought and which move you played. I really expected the Bergmite, but in the end, it worked out for me that you didn't bring it.
It's true. I was thinking as well that I shouldn't bring in the cast form with Hex to the Stuffle, but I didn't really have a good answer by bringing the Absol. I wanted to bring the one with the highest CP, but in the end, it turned out to be not that great up in our matchup.
Yeah, it's as I did. I wanted to bring the Yanma just to counter your hard counters for my best mon. So, yeah, it was pretty lucky for me that it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I even had the great lead with the Turtwig, but it wasn't meant to be. But I'll get you next time.
Next time, I'll crush you again.
All right, so that was our Go Catch Challenge. I hope you like this type of content. If you do, make sure to say so in the chat and talk about how cool both me and Freeka are, and you'll have a chance to see him a little bit more in action in the Bochum Regional as well. Welcome back, everyone. I just want to say that I was reading the chat, and I heckin' love you guys, too. I am Amanda Lundberger, alongside the host with the most, I would say.
Oh my God, and I am Count Xevious, and we are absolutely looking forward to the finals.
I know, this is very exciting. We have two friends, teammates, but now rivals who will be facing each other in a best-of-5 matchup to see who will be #1, who will be the Bochum Regional Champion. We have 23 EJB versus Lurgan Rocket. What do you guys think about that?
I'm absolutely hyped, and I'm also very, very nervous because I think this is one of those situations, right? When you really battle your friends in the finals, you're absolutely going to have a blast. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. As you saw in the interview, they already said we don't care.
It's true. It's true. So also, we're doing something a little bit fun for the finals. We are going to do a poll prediction where you can win channel points on your Twitch to see. So if you think that EJB is going to win, go ahead and click on him. And if you think Lurgan Rocket is going to win, go ahead and click on him. Abi, if you were doing a poll prediction, who do you think would win this matchup?
For me, I'm going to pick EJ.
How many channel points would you attribute to that?
Whatever I have.
Okay. So if you've been watching the streams for a while, you might have more channel points to bid. So you pick EJ. I'm going to go ahead, just for a little friendly opposition, I'm going to go with Lurgan Rocket. I mean,
so you don't think EJ will win, is that it?
I'm going to go ahead and say, he said that you're not a real friend unless you're smack talking. Well, I'll start the smack talk now.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. I do think that looking at Lurgan's team, EJ's Azumarill is so good.
You know, Azumarill, it really was one of the top meta Pokemon for a long time.
Yep.
Even when Nidoqueen was really popular, Azumarill was still around, but we haven't seen it as much anymore. Could it be the rise, again, of Azumarill?
Yeah, I think the meta is evolving. The meta always keeps changing. You never have, let's say, you do have the core Pokemon, but if you look at the regionals, the Pokemon that have won and that have done very well is that one-off pick that you don't see, right? And that's what you see here as well. Like Lurgan has that Diggersby, that one-off pick that you don't see.
With the quick attack.
Yeah, with the quick attack, which I never actually simmed before.
Yeah, I didn't even know either, but he said, yeah, it beats the Noctowl. We've seen it. The steel's okay, but it's going to hit heavy with the Earthquake, and even the Fire Punch bait is nothing. It's not like, okay, they didn't shield it. At least you got a decent amount of super effective damage as well.
Yeah, so it's an amazing, well, look, against steel types, it's an amazing bait move.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd still do super effective damage. So is it a bait move, really?
That's a good point.
And I think Diggersby, you saw it doing really well because there was 2 in the top 8, and then you see the Azu. This was the only Azu in the top 8, and
that's
it's
true.
in top 2.
Yes, I know. Like, basically, no matter what, we can say that maybe Azumarill is back to stay.
We'll find out because in 1 week's time, everything changes.
Everything changes once again. By the time the next special event in Utrecht comes around, we might see entirely different Pokemon.
Yep, I hope to see entirely different Pokemon as well. And soon we are going to see the players set up and then ready to go.
Let's get into it. Again, every time I see them, they make me laugh. What if you were doing one of these poses? Which one do you think that you would do?
I would do the ballerina.
The ballerina?
Yeah, for sure.
I heard that you tried to convince.
I coached him there when he got to the ballerina.
Arceus Aurelius, if you guys saw it, he did the ballerina pose. I think I would do the one where it looks kind of like you're flying, you know, with the arms down and the chest out.
The one where you've given up on life, is that it?
No, that one's my favorite pose. What is it, Season 6 or Season 7 Go Battle League Legend pose?
I think it was Season 6. Season 7 is when they started animating it.
Oh,
right?
that's true. Yeah, it was the last cool non-animated pose. It's cool. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a cool pose. Speaking of cool poses, check out the Pikachu on EJB's World Championship shirt from last year. Speaking of World Champion shirts, I just want to point this out. So Lurgan Rocket, every event that he went to, he had people sign his shirt who also competed or were at these events as well. So throughout his time, he collected a lot of signatures from the community. It is on official Pokemon merchandise, and he was allowed to wear it during competitions, which I think is absolutely amazing.
Okay, let's try to guess some names. I see Kevin Saludaris there and Caleb Peng, Arsenio as well. What else do you see, Amanda?
I know I signed it somewhere, but I can't even remember. It might have been on the side. But yeah, this is a pretty cool thing for the community. I also like the Corsola was in the middle of the stage, but now he's region locked and he's back now a little bit closer to the judges.
Yep. Unfortunately, some of your names are not there, and I see you complaining in the chat, but, well, it is what it is.
Maybe you have to meet Lurgan Rocket. Maybe after today, he will get a new shirt that people can sign from this time on until they see him in Worlds in Yokohama.
Yep. Ooh, we have a player view here. Everybody is busy playing the Honan Tour. That's why they're not looking up, even though the camera is on them.
Which is very important. If you guys see, there's a lot of really good stops here also at the Bochum Regionals. I've been spinning every time that I'm off stage.
Yeah, I think they did it very well this time around. Like, I did not feel like I missed out on the event at all.
Yeah, did you go for the Primal Groudon or did you go for Primal Kyogre?
I went for the Kyogre. As you know, I really like Rainy Cast Form, so any opportunity to get another Rainy Cast Form shiny, I'm taking it.
That's very smart. I went for the Groudon just because I don't have a good Groudon, and it just seemed like a kind of cool pick overall. I like the shiny.
Yeah, fair enough. I think if you don't have a good Groudon, and I would definitely go for the Groudon as well, but just because of the Rainy Cast Form I went. I do have myself a full perfect IV Kyogre, but I don't have a perfect Groudon. But I do have the
the XL candies.
The semi-okay, the 15 foot.
That's what I have to ask though. Do you have the XL candies to power these up to level 50.
These are Master League Pokemon.
They
right?
are indeed Master League Pokemon. So already the answer is going to be a resounding no from Count
I
Xevious.
didn't say anything.
Meanwhile, let's take a look at the teams again from these two competitors here. We've seen them a lot through the tournament, but we have the Medicham, Diggersby, Mantine, Trevenant, that Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and a Stunfisk, Galarian Stunfisk on Lurgan Rocket's side, and the Noctowl, Umbreon, Trevenant, Registeel, Azumarill, and Medicham on 23 EJBs.
Yep, and just looking at these teams, right, you know that we are going to see a lot of Umbreon from EJ. The Alolan Ninetales is on Powder Snow. So let's see. They've already locked in. That was pretty quick.
Yep.
So let's see what we see. It's an Umbreon from EJ into a Alolan Ninetales. This is an absolute horribly okay matchup.
Yeah, exactly. Since it is on Powder Snow, it is not so bad for the Umbreon. Still 23 EJB, wasting no time, immediately swapping into the Azumarill, which is met by the Trevenant. Now, the Trevenant, it does have those super effective seed bombs, but Azumarill is pretty tanky and can take one easily, while Trevenant can also tank an Ice Beam, just not as well.
Yep, exactly. Trevenant, what it lacks for in bulk makes up for in attack, but unfortunately its attack is not amazing enough to do a lot of damage to this Azumarill. Here comes the Ice Beam. Ice Beam already puts it in a much lower health range than the Azu, but this is still an amazing matchup for the Trevenant, charging up a lot of energy, going for the Seed Bomb on charge move priority and winning it.
Yes, very smart here. And 23 EJB choosing to let the Azumarill go down there. It is enough to take it out, but the Umbreon coming back in, kind of walling the Trevenant. And I think we're going to go ahead and see a Snarl down, but not before a Seed Bomb goes through. But again, EJB saying, shields, what shields? I don't need them quite yet. And going ahead and tanking this Seed Bomb. And oof! There goes the little charge move of the Umbreon again.
All right, Umbreon now has a wee bit of an energy advantage. Wee bit, it already has a foul play store. Unlike the Charm, Alolan Ninetales, the Powder Snows still don't do a lot of damage onto the Umbreon, but these last resorts will slowly but steadily add up. Will the Umbreon get to another? But no, he immediately swaps into the Medicham, being met by Lurgan's own Medicham.
And this is a Medicham mirror indeed, but since they are not on even energy, 23 EJB is able to get to this Psychic first, throwing it immediately, hoping for potential, defense debuff. Let's see if he gets it. It goes unshielded by Lurgan Rocket, but no defense debuff. Lurgan Rocket is charging up a little bit extra energy before throwing a Psychic of his own. At the same time, the EJB gets to that Ice Punch.
Yep, that is absolutely unfortunate. Lurgan winning that charge move priority, but this Psychic is not enough to send the Medicham packing, but it's even better because EJ decides to shield it. Here comes the Ice Punch. Ice Punch would have most definitely knocked out Lurgan's Medicham, but the shield comes up, and let's see what happens after.
I mean, I think he will definitely be able to get to another Psychic, so he is now deciding, will 23 EGP use up his last shield? Yes, he will. He wants to keep this Medicham as healthy as possible to try to threaten this Alolan Ninetales, because we have to remember, it's only one Pokemon that's left, and it is going to be half health, going to go ahead and counter down this Medicham, and now we have a fully loaded, and he is baiting with the Ice Punch. Will Lurgan Rocket use his last shield? He does!
Oh my god, that is going to be absolutely costly for Lurgan. Without the shield, the Alolan Ninetales is going to be taking a lot of damage from the counters. You don't need the shield for that, but oh my god, what an absolute heads-up catch there. Catching that Weather Ball onto this Umbreon, and Amanda, go for it.
I mean, oof. I mean, that was really, really smart of EJ, because he knew that the Ice Punch, or the Weather Ball would have been enough to take out the Medicham, so he knew that Lurgan was going to go ahead and throw that Weather Ball to not waste his damage. Now this Dazzling Gleam is definitely going to be enough to take out the Umbreon, but the Medicham is almost at his Psychic, going to go ahead and throw it there, and he's just opting for the Ice Punch, because this should be enough at this range.
Yep, that was very, very well played by 23 EJ. Absolutely dancing around Lurgan Rocket to win that game. That was amazing. So Lurgan, EJ kind of understood that, all right, what does he need to win the back matchup? He needs energy. So at the moment he hit 2 Weather Balls, he knew that Lurgan was going to throw, and then he immediately swapped into the Umbreon. That was an amazing heads-up play there.
And because Lurgan was getting up as much energy as possible, he could have, he did reach the Dazzling Gleam before he got to 2 Weather Balls. He could have thrown that immediately, and then even if it was a swap, I mean, That'd be a lot of damage on that Umbreon. But, I mean, it was also really smart of Lurgan to be charging up as much energy as possible because he knew he needed to get to that Dazzling Gleam no matter what to take out the Umbreon. Yep. Really, really heads-up play by EJB there, swapping that in and just tanking the Weather Ball on one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League.
Playing everything to his advantage there. EJ absolutely on point. He even baited that Ice Punch, I think, and that kind of was pivotal because then suddenly you're at a place where, okay, yikes, I don't have a shield anymore, and this Medicham can hurt me, so can the Umbreon,
right.
So what do I do?
I mean, I think that Alolan Ninetales has a pretty good matchup against both the Umbreon and the Medicham, but the two together, it might be a little too much for that Ninetales to overcome.
Yep, exactly. Two together was too much for that Alolan Ninetales, but I think it did. To be honest, I did not feel like Alolan Ninetales contributed to this match as much. It had a bunch of good matchups, but it could not do a lot. So maybe that's one of the reasons why, let's say, for example, in Knoxville, you saw some Charm Alolan Ninetales, because imagine having a Charm Alolan Ninetales at this point. Those Medicham and Umbreon would not have liked it.
That's absolutely correct, and makes the Galarian Stunfisk a little bit stronger too. Remember, we were talking earlier about why there were no Registeels in the top 8 in Knoxville, but we used 5 of them here in the top 8 here in Bochum.
Yep, I think Reggie is probably one of the reasons why we end up running Paris now, because, well, Charm Ninetales, I mean, both of them have a bad matchup, but maybe Paris now can do a little bit more damage.
Yes, sometimes even just the smallest of chip damage can be the thing that flips a matchup, and we see an Azumarill lead into a Stunfisk. I believe Lurgan Rocket probably knows that the Azumarill moveset is Ice Beam Play Rough, and it's not going to be doing that much damage. The bubbles, however, will be adding up. As you can see, before a charge move is even thrown, that Galarian Stunfisk is just being chunked away. Now at an Earthquake, will 23 EGB choose to shield this up or let it go through?
Yeah, at this moment, you see EJ's backline, right? He's not really afraid of that Stunfisk anymore as long as it's a little bit chipped down. But here comes the Ice Beam. So that's exactly what he's doing. He's letting his Azure go, throwing one Ice Beam. Let's see if he stays in or tries to bait a Pokemon out. Here, the Stunfisk is almost at another Earthquake, waits a turn, and then throws that Earthquake in between that bubble animation.
It's really smart. And he does get that first shield off of EJB here because he has a lot of energy stored up as well. And it takes a long time for the Azumarill to get to charge move, so he didn't want to waste all of that energy. Gonna go ahead and throw the Ice Beam here, which is the more effective. It's not that effective against a Stunfisk, but it is more effective than a Play Rough. Not quite knocking it out, but one more bubble should do it. Down goes the Galarian Stunfisk, and in comes, what do you think? Probably that...
It has to be the Alolan Ninetales, because at this moment, once you see the Azure out of the way, the best Pokemon for you to win this game is that Medicham. The Azumarill already getting to that Play Rough, and Lurgan pulling up that shield, keeping this Alolan Ninetales healthy for that Registeel to go to town on.
Yeah, basically, if you look at the back, I mean, obviously, players don't get to see what the backline of each of the people have, but that Medicham would do very well with 2 shields in the back against that Umbreon.
Yep, and
the Registeel.
We are going to see this Registeel immediately, and Lurgan is not happy. Medicham is met with the and Umbreon. Umbreon is not really, as we discussed, a great answer to Medicham, but people are playing Psychic and Ice Punch, neither of which is a bother for the Umbreon.
Yes, I mean, we saw it earlier with Chun running Dynamic Punch, and it's for reasons just like this that a fighter can do some fighting damage. Lurgan charging up a lot of energy, doesn't want to let those snarls go through before throwing an Ice Punch of his own here. I mean, it's the counter damage that's doing a lot to this Umbreon. Oof, there he goes again with his little paw up in the air, throwing another foul play, just chipping this Medicham. And if you're Lurgan Rocket, you don't want to be shielding this because you know the Zap Cannons from the Registeel are going to be the harder hitting move. All of the Pokemon on the field have been revealed.
Yep, and at this point, the Medicham goes for another Ice Punch. This Ice Punch is enough to send Umbreon back into its Pokeball, but unfortunately, EJ pulls up a shield. He wants to get this foul play onto the Medicham, and he does end up getting it. Medicham shielding this for good measure, knowing that any amount of damage on that Registeel is good damage.
And going ahead, the Registeel swaps in right now while the Medicham is so low. He's maybe going to try to go for a farm down, but I think that's a pretty risky. The Medicham is still pretty healthy at this point, and now it's just going to be counter damage. But as you can see, already at the Zap Cannon going a little bit above because a Focus Blast will be enough to take out the Medicham at this range. And now we have a pretty healthy, for now, Alolan Ninetales in the back. But the thing that it does not want to see more than anything is this Registeel.
This is a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. What I would like to see is how much damage it takes. It does win charge move priority, throws the Dazzling Gleam. Will this be enough to send Registeel packing? I mean,
you know, I saw it one-shot a Medicham, to be fair. That did way more than I thought it was going to. My goodness, that almost knocked out the Registeel. A resisted move, but with that extra shadow damage going through. But this Focus Blast, again, is going to be taking some extra damage. And EJB is up 2-0 in a best-of-5 matchup for the finals.
Yep, EJ is on course for a bracket reset.
Yes, if EJB wins this next round, then the bracket gets reset, and they're going to play another best-of-5 for a grand final matchup. Lurgan Rocket hasn't lost a round yet, so that is why this reset would happen. EJB has come up from the losers bracket. Lurgan Rocket hasn't lost. So, what do you think? Is this going to be it? This is your poll prediction right here, right?
I did
You're
tell
going for the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, I did tell you, EJ is on. He's on a roll. He's been playing continuously, and after the loss in I think the first round, he's never lost after.
I think that's absolutely true. I'm looking at Lurgan Schertigan when we were trying to identify more names. I see Misha's name, and I see Leandro. I see Felix, who is the nut. Who else have we got?
Leander.
Yeah.
As well.
Leandro Jacques is on the sleeve there. It's like Lurgan Rocket is rotating just to show us all the different names that are on the shirt.
Can somebody...
Oh, I see my name actually too, Lundberger. It's right above the pocket next to the palm tree.
Can somebody rotate him a few times?
Yeah, just can someone spin his chair around so we can see all the names on the back as well.
Ooh, Lurgan is feeling the pressure slowly but steadily. It is mounting. You don't really see Lurgan in a mood where he is absolutely thinking, like just looking on his phone. You always see him do something on his phone, put it down, and like, okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the thing. Both of these players are very, very good, and both of them are friends. You know, EJB talked earlier about like trash talking each other, but when it comes down to it, they said it doesn't matter who wins, but they're both still playing to win for sure. We have a Registeel coming in against a Manton. Oh my goodness. Lurgan Rocket going for some risks here and then immediately clicking on that Medicham because the Manton would not like that. And hard counter citied here by Trevenant, already able to get to this Ice Punch first, but this is going to be an uphill climb for Lurgan Rocket. EJB not even bothering to shield up this first Ice Punch.
Yep. At this point, it's EJB is absolutely in the driver's seat. But remember, we've seen this before. We saw the Lantern lead into the Mantine and Lurgan being able to flip it. Let's see if he does it again. Here comes the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball into the Medicham. Does a ton of damage. Super effective damage. And Medicham is gone. The Mantine comes in and it will opt for a full farm down on this Trevenant.
Yes, and the Trevenant throwing the Shadow Ball, which is the harder hitting move here. What is kind of funny is one of Lurgan's things he was talking about was like, I'm just going to bubble beam things into oblivion. Well, we're about to see this happen. Bubble beam number 1 coming through.
Does this even do damage to the Registeel? Here comes the first bubble beam. Bubble beam goes through and it does nothing. Registeel is still standing and it has not even moved an inch. Here comes the Stunfisk. Stunfisk is going to be met with an Umbreon. This is not a bad matchup per se for the Stunfisk, but it has to get through the Umbreon and the Registeel.
That's true, and going ahead and throwing the more effective move here with the Earthquake and getting shielded up by 23 EJB, recognizing he wants to keep this as healthy as possible as well, and already now throwing the first foul play to this Galarian Stunfisk, but Lurgan Rocket is not using a shield yet. He is kind of laughing already. He knows it's gonna, what an uphill climb it actually is.
Yep. At this point, you see the Umbreon, like, it has taken no damage. It has used a shield, but it's still in the green. That is 85% of the Umbreon that you have to get through with this Stunfisk, and that is absolutely a huge uphill climb. Here comes another Earthquake. EJ knows that this is not enough to send the Umbreon packing and does not shield. Earthquake connects, does about 35%.
Yeah, I mean, it brings it down to the yellow for sure. But at the same point, look how much energy this Umbreon has. Lurgan Rocket choosing not even to shield this up. I think he saw the writing on the wall in this one, and it looks like we might have a bracket reset. But we'll see. These players continue to play it out. Maybe using the first shield here just because he's at the Earthquake. No, he's going to go ahead and let that go through the foul play, taking out the Galarian Stunfisk, and in comes that Mantine. Will we see a Bubble Beam bait?
I think at this point, Lurgan is saving 2 shields for the next game. Here comes a foul play unshielded, and it's absolutely going to reset the bracket for 23.
Wow.
What a streak. Oh my god, absolute domination.
A 3-0 sweep of Lurgan Rocket is something that not many people can say, especially when stakes are this high as well. Like you said, EJB has now reset the bracket. They're going to go into the grand finals.
The grand finals.
The grandest of the grandest of the grand finals.
Oh man, the grandest of the grand.
So I mean, I'm a little bit worried now. The poll prediction that you said is, but I think my man Lurgan, he's cool as a cucumber. He's gonna take it.
No, that
through.
was a poll prediction for that game.
Oh shoot! I thought it was overall. I was like hedging my bets. I was like, he has to. Like, okay, maybe we can get a Neurocard to do another poll prediction for who will win the grand finals.
Who do you think will win the grand finals now?
I don't know. Like you said, a lot of the momentum is now in 23 EGB's favor. He's been winning. Like the man hasn't lost today.
I mean, it's insane how good he is. I think he's took a loss, and then he's like, well, I'm just going to win everything else.
Yeah. Turns out, I'm going to get my losses out of the way first day, and I'm just going to come in and completely sweep in day number 2. And it looks like so far he's been successful. But remember, this is also Lurgan Rocket's first time that he's lost this entire tournament.
And trying to recover from that is always going to be hard.
Yes,
right?
I think that's true. But like I said, I think a little bit of the pressure is off both of them now. And they know that they both are going to be competing in Worlds. And this is just kind of a trial run of this.
Yeah.
But I know both of them. And I know that both of them are competitive people who like to win. So don't let their friendship fool you. They are both desperately hoping the other one screws up on stream.
I'm absolutely sure both of them want to win. And what I'm very interested to know is that, of course, these are 3 very unfortunate games for
Lurgan Rocket. Yeah, it's true.
Rocket, because it's very. If you lead a Mantine into Registeel, 9 out of 10 times you cannot come back from that matchup. Okay, leading a Lantern into Registeel, bad, and then you have swapping your Medicham in, and then you are met with a Trevenant.
Yes,
worse. I mean, you don't come back from that, can you?
It's what they say, stuck between a rock and a hard place, or
out of the frying pan into the fire.
That's an even better analogy.
Yeah, it's from a book that I like.
Yeah. Our third match.
Yeah.
We're in a best of 5 as well.
Okay,
so it's 1, 2, 3, and then you do it. Okay.
Yeah, so it's 1-0, right?
No, it's 2-0 because you missed it. All right.
So
1, 2, 3, shoot. All right, he's coming back, ladies and gentlemen. He's fighting. He's going to go for that 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I'm going to go for the 3-0 sweep.
So in the meantime, while these players kind of reset, get their calm and collectedness together, we are going to go into a couple Go tips for some of you in the community who maybe want to be on that stage yourself and could use these to become a grand champion.
Yes, exactly. Stay tuned. Hello trainers, today we are going to take a look into one of the most basic concepts of Pokemon Go PvP, which are turns. What are turns? Pokemon Go is a turn-based game, so every action you do is based on a turn. A turn is 1/2 of a second, and different Pokemon have different fast moves that have different turns. So, in the meta, the most common one-turn Pokemon are Licky and Registeel. There are other actions in the game that also consume a turn when you do it. What are these? These are 1. Throwing your charge move, and 2. When you switch a Pokemon into the match. You have a lot of 2-turn Pokemon, especially in the current meta. These are your Medicham, your Noctowl, your Sableye, your Stunfisk, your Trevenant, and Lanturns. Lantern can also have a 1-turn move if you are running Water Gun. The other set of Pokemon that we are going to look at are going to be 3 turns, which are going to be Azu and Umbreon. We don't look at turns more than this because right now in the condensed meta, we are only seeing these 3 turn-based moves. Your knowledge of these turns can determine whether you can win certain matchups, or you can get an advantage in certain matchups, or lose the advantage you have or you could have built using the timing of your actions in the game. There are three main actions that you do in Pokemon Go PvP. One is your fast move, two is your charge move, and three is when you switch a Pokemon. The throwing of your charge move is one of the key places where your knowledge of these turns can come in handy. With that, we are going to take a look at an example of one of the worst matchups you can potentially have in Pokemon Go PvP. That is your Sableye locks up against an Umbreon. If you have a good understanding of the turns, your Sableye can get to 2 returns against your opposing Umbreon. Why is that? Because you try to make sure that you don't give your opponent free turns. What do I mean by this? Umbreon has a 3-turn move, which is Snarl. Sableye has a 2-turn move, which is Shadow Claw. Knowing when to throw your charge move is going to affect this gameplay a lot. The goal is to try to limit the amount of free turns your opponent is getting. For example, your charge move takes 1 turn to throw, and as a Sableye, you have 2 turns on your fast move. So if you throw 1 Shadow Claw and 1 charge move immediately after, you are always going to be in between the Umbreon Snarl. 1, it means that the Umbreon cannot swap to catch a charge move. 2, you are still denying the Umbreon free turns. If you're running a 2-turn fast move Pokemon against a 3-turn fast move Pokemon, what are the instances throughout the battle where you can throw your charge move? The first instance is after your first fast move, the second is after your 4th, the third is after your 7th, and the next one would be after your 10th, and this goes on. As long as you keep understanding this sequence and throw the moves at the right time, you will always be able to get that extra bit that can help you win a game. Let's take a look at the matchup at hand that we talked about, which is Sableye versus Umbreon. If you time your moves correctly, Sableye as a safe swap can potentially get to 2 returns against an Umbreon. If you don't time your moves based on turns, the Umbreon will be able to defeat your Sableye without you getting to 2 returns. This can, in certain cases, force a shield or get you switch, which can be very important towards the endgame. And that is how knowing what turn to throw your charge moves can absolutely flip a bad matchup to a not so bad one.
Are you a Pokemon Go battler considering the best way to organize your Pokemon for battling? Try a few of these ideas. So we're going to be using the tag function for Pokemon Go. If you want, you can create a series of tags for the different leagues in Pokemon Go. For example, you can use the tags for Great League to create a tag list for Pokemon that are below 1500 CP in range. You can also do one for Ultra League as well, where the CP will be 2500 or below. And finally, you can do one for Master League where you are unrestricted by CP, and you can categorize your Pokemon across these 3 different leagues that you typically find in Pokemon Go's GBL. There are also other tags that I like to use. One example is pending, which is where I place Pokemon that I'm looking to power up or second move so that they are ready for my next tournament. On rare occasions, Pokemon Go sometimes adds Little Cup into their GBL, so I sometimes create a tag specific for the 500 CP Cup. So for those of you that also enjoy Little Cup, this might be a consideration as well. Finally, I also have some tags for Pokemon that I'm trying to get XL trades for, and I also have tags for the tournaments that I'm in where I'm trying to have a set of 6 Pokemon for my Pokemon Go tournaments. So I can categorize them based on which tournament I'm going into and have a set 6 for those. Why would you use tags in Pokemon Go? Well, firstly, you can categorize your Pokemon based on whether you want to use them in Great League, which is CP 1500, Ultra League, where a limit of CP 2500, or indeed in Master League where there's no restriction. It's also quite handy to have tags available for powering up certain Pokemon or making sure they're saved for you to power up in the future, or indeed for having specific tags for tournaments where you want to have a set of 6 Pokemon that you know that you're going to use in those tournaments. I hope these tips have proved useful for you, and if there's any, and hopefully these will help you to become a more successful Pokemon Go trainer, battler, and hopefully you too will win your first championship, or the first of many, I'm sure.
Hello, welcome back, trainers. I'm here to give a little bit of information on a more complicated topic in Pokemon Go PvP, which is the stat distribution. What exactly makes a Pokemon good in Pokemon Go PvP? One of them is stat distribution that defines a Pokemon. It consists of attack, defense, and HP. Every Pokemon has their own unique base stats. For example, a Chandler has a higher attack, which means it can deal more damage. An Umbreon has a very high defense stat, which means it will take less damage from opposing Pokemon's fast and charge moves. A Guzzlord has a very high HP stat, meaning it can take more damage before it is knocked out. Generally, Pokemon with a high defense and HP stat are described as bulky, because they can take up more damage before they are taken out. While Pokemon do have their own unique base stats, they can be tweaked a little bit through IVs. IVs stands for individual values, and they consist of attack, defense, and HP. These individual values can be viewed through the appraisal option on a Pokemon. Every stat here has a separate bar that can be filled up with points, up to a maximum of 50. Each piece has 5 points. These points specify the stats of your Pokemon. For example, an 8 attack Obstagoon has a higher attack than a 4 attack Obstagoon. The attack stat in Pokemon Go is critical because it adds more value to your combat power, CP, than the other 2 stats, defense and HP. This is why many players prefer a lower attack Pokemon, simply because then they can add up more power-ups within that Pokemon to reach the CP cap of that Pokemon. For example, the 1500 CP cap of a Pokemon in the Great League, or the 2500 CP cap of a Pokemon in the Ultra League. The more power-ups you can get in your Pokemon, the higher stat distribution you could have. This might allow your Pokemon to barely reach to that final charge move before being taken out, whereas a Pokemon with a lower stat distribution could not have. So now you're thinking, well, why would I want a higher attack Pokemon then if defense and HP are way more valuable? Well, there is some value in having a higher attack stat. Not only are you able to do more damage in specific scenarios, you might also be able to win a charge move priority event. So this covers basically the stat distribution. Amanda will tell you more about how CMP works. I hope this information is useful for you in choosing the optimal stat distribution for your Pokemon.
Welcome back in, everyone. I know you guys are super excited, just like us, because if you missed it, you missed a lot. 23 EJB climbed his way up through the losers bracket, beat Lurgan Rocket in the winners finals, and now on to the grand finals to see who will become Bochum's regional champion.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very impressive run, right? You were down so early in day one, and then you do not give up. You keep going and going and going, and you even get revenge against the person who sent you down in the lower bracket as well. And he is absolutely in song right now. He is calling every lead, he's calling every lineup, and he did not even sweat against Chun, if you ask me.
I completely agree. Even though it did come down to the wire a little bit more, I mean, even against Lurgan Rocket, he didn't even sweat. He had a 3-0 sweep of a best of 5.
Yep, and that is an amazing way to set up the grand final, as we're going to call it, right?
Yeah, well, I like the grand finals.
The grandest of them all.
But yeah, well, I mean, without further ado, let's just get into it, right?
Yep,
I mean,
absolutely.
I'm sure everyone wants to know who this champion is going to be.
Yeah, for sure. 23 EJ.
So the poll predictions say.
Does it?
I don't know, actually. It was an overall poll prediction last time. So we are on opposing sides here. You think 23 EJB is going to take it? I have to say he has a lot of momentum right now. I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But Lurgan Rocket, cool as a cucumber. He's also a high contender and our first ever Pokemon Go regional champion. So I kind of like to root for that as well.
I mean, Lurgan is, I like to root for the underdog. That's why I root for 23J, because he doesn't have a title yet. So I think this is his chance to get one.
This is indeed his chance. Well, you know, he did win the last chance qualifier, so he did get the title then, but that wasn't necessarily a place, right? That wasn't a regional competition.
Yeah, it was him securing a ticket for Worlds, but not the regional champion.
That is true. Worlds, and he was already there. He was in London.
Both
as you can see
been.
by both of their shirts, yes. So these two are back on stage once again. And once again, we have basically the two main head judges for a lot of the European Play Pokemon tournaments here. We have Nexacilia on stage along with Susie.
Yeah, rocking that Corsola, and we are ready to go, locked and loaded, the grand final.
The grandest of grand finals with the
Azumarill leading into a Medicham. What an absolute insane lead for 23EJ, but this is not a dynamic punch Medicham, so there is still play.
Yes, I mean, we do know a lot of shielding scenarios that Medicham can come out on top, and of course, if they get that Psychic debuff on the Azumarill, things can definitely flip. Both of them going over the energy needed, and now Lurgan Rocket throwing that first Psychic, and 23 EJP choosing not to shield the Fierce, because again, if you get the attack debuff, it's the second one that you're going to want to shield.
Yeah, exactly. If you get the defense debuff, you definitely want to shield the second one. EJ going for this player off, and this will do super effective damage to that Medicham. Medicham being such a bulky mon that it is, it easily survives that. And trying to catch a Psychic onto the Umbreon, but unfortunately met with that Alolan Ninetales.
Oh, and if you look in the back, the Diggersby is coming into play against the Trevenant. This could be very, very interesting. 23 EJB already at a last resort here, throwing, which is going to do a decent chunk of damage to the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. But the Alolan Ninetales almost up to a Dazzling Gleam, going a little bit over and actually going for the Dazzling Gleam. Will 23 EJB think it's a bait? If not, oh, he's letting it go.
God, he lets it go. I have never seen an Umbreon get almost one shot. That is a lot of HP. That's absolutely taken down from the Medicham. From the Umbreon, that is one Pokemon that vanished in 1 second.
Wow, that was very intense. And now still even a little bit of energy on that Alolan Ninetales. Going to be able to maybe get to a Dazzling Gleam? No, Lurgan Rocket doesn't think so. Going to go ahead and throw this Weather Ball, which, I mean, it is a Shadow. We did see it do a lot of damage before. One more of it will be enough to take it out. And I think EJB wants to go for a farm down, but not being able to. Lurgan Rocket throwing that second Weather Ball now, and EJ letting that Azumarill go with so much energy.
Yeah, that was a lot of energy that goes to waste. No, but it does not go to waste. It gets to that move with barely any HP left, sending this Ninetales packing. It's all going to come down to what is in the back. Let's find out. The Trevenant comes in, hopeful that it can win, but it is met with that Diggersby. It is a normal type with an access to a fire type move, and this is not what EJ wants to see.
No, and Lurgan is not fooling around, immediately going for that fire punch. And I think 23 EJB also recognizes, just like Lurgan did last time, and not bothering to shield things up, that it might be over. But let's see for sure, because these Seed Bombs are also super effective. And even though this bunny is pretty chubby and thick, I mean, super effective damage on that Diggersby did a lot.
Yep, super effective damage does a lot to any bunny. But at this point, EJ has to kind of find a way to bring this matchup, shielding this Fire Punch. The Fire Punch goes through and goes for another Seed Bomb, but look at the bunny. Bunny is still in the green, whereas the Trevenant is already in the red.
Yes, we have to remember this is a quick attack Diggersby, so the fast move is not doing much damage at all to the Trevenant. But in the same sense, these Shadow Claws are not doing a lot to the Diggersby either. They're both doing resisted damage, and everything is going on these hard charge moves, and the shields are just being used now left and right. Only one left now on Lurgan Rocket's side as well.
Yep, Lurgan will be forced to pull the shield up to save that Diggersby's HP. In comes the Seed Bomb. Seed Bomb will do 1 damage. It will all come down to this very moment. Will Lurgan wait a turn? Yes, he does, and I think that's enough.
He did, trying to go for a swap there, but Lurgan going ahead and just keep on quick attacking down, able to throw this Fire Punch. It was a very desperate attempt, but not a bad in that way either. I think they both knew this was the only win condition 23 EGB had, was to catch that Fire Punch on the Azumarill. Not able to do it, and Lurgan Rocket has taken game 1 of this new best-of-5 matchup.
That's showing absolute mechanical skill to wait a turn.
Yes, exactly. Some people know how to wait a turn.
Yeah. And that's great, right? Like, look, this is exactly what Lurgan needs to get going. He had a bad lead, and he flipped it.
Exactly, 100%. I mean, losing the lead doesn't always mean you're going to lose the game. Sometimes, if you're hard countered with your lead, immediately hard countered by your counter swap, it can be a little bit difficult. We did see that in game number 3 of the last round, where leading that Mantine into the Registeel, immediately swapping to the Medicham, only to be met by the Trevenant. That was a little bit too much for Lurgan Rocket to overcome, but this time, still able to pull out a very decisive victory here.
Yep, and I've never, never seen a Dazzling Gleam do that much damage. Like,
I know.
The Umbreon was at 70% HP.
We did see it one-shot a Medicham earlier as well, so it is kind of funny. This Pokemon is something pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's showed up, right? It absolutely showed up. It did show some of its, let's say, drawbacks in the first set of in the finals, but now it's like, okay, fine. I mean, I have my drawbacks, but if you don't shield,
yes, well, exactly. I mean, that is one Pokemon that really packs a punch there.
That was a huge punch.
Yeah. I mean, even the resistive weather ball from the Alolan Ninetales on the Azumarill, you saw how much damage that did.
Yep, and on this game would have been done a lot faster if the second weather ball knocked out the Azumarill, but that Azu living with 1 HP,
yes,
throwing the move.
I really respected EJB immediately swapping out. He knew that the Azumarill had no other play except for a potential sacrificial swap later on, and Lurgan Rocket, though, he recognized that he swapped out, and that could be a potential in the back.
Yep, exactly, leading this Medicham into a Stunfisk. Another favorable read. EJ is absolutely on point with these. In comes the Alolan Ninetales, and out comes the Registeel. You do not want to see this as Lurgan.
Yeah, but we did see how much that resisted Dazzling Gleam did last time. Will 23 EGB actually want to shield this up? It does about as much as that Shadow Ball did from a Noctowl, I feel.
Yep, it did more than a Shadow Ball from a Noctowl on the Registeel. But the Registeel is at a Zap Cannon, and unlike Noctowl, the Alolan Ninetales is not going to like this.
Yeah, it still survives at the very least, but also getting the attack vault, making it just more of a regular Alolan Ninetales, which does definitely not want to see this Registeel. And going for an aggressive lock on farm down, will he make it in time do another Dazzling Gleam? This will not do as much damage because of that attack debuff, but at the same point, it's going to definitely chip at this Registeel.
Yeah, of course it's going to chip at this Registeel, but this Registeel is still fairly healthy and has a charge move loaded. The incoming Stunfisk is going to have to deal with this super effective Focus Blast, and Lurgan is not shielding it.
Yeah, he saw that Medicham as well, and he knows that one is not going to be enough to knock it out. He's going to go ahead and save up a lot of energy here, and I wonder if he's going to try to swap out or if he's going to shield this because he was unable to get it farmed out. No. Oh, and EJB going for a Zap Cannon here, which will not knock out the Stunfisk.
Oh my god. Is EJ trying to give win conditions to Lurgan Rocket? Lurgan is going to mud-shot this Registeel down.
Oh my goodness.
1 HP. What is at the back? It's a Medicham, but the Medicham's counter goes through and he goes for this Earthquake. Will there be a chance for redemption here? Will that Zap Cannon cost him? Unfortunately, not.
This whole game was hard countered. No matter what Lurgan would have swapped in for the safe swap, it would have been met by its hardest counter. If he had swapped in the Trevenant at this point, the Umbreon is already here saying hi, going ahead, throwing this foul play, super effective damage, and yeah, Lurgan not even bothering to waste a little bit of time here, just gonna head and use these resisted Shadow Claws and watch his Trevenant fall.
Yeah, both players saving 4 shields for the next matchup. We already know Lurgan had 2 left over from the previous one.
Again, Count Xevious, how many shields are left on the field?
6. And 2 Umbreons.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, if you can see that they're at least laughing with each other. They're having a bit of fun. The score is now tied 1-1, but remember, it is not a best of 3. It is a best of 5. So there are plenty more matches to go. Each player needs to win at least 2 more to secure the spot as number 1.
Yep, and the chat is requesting a rematch because the shields were not functioning.
Oh, yeah, we might have to have the staff look into it, but I think that since neither player is requesting anything, we might go ahead and go for game number 3.
Of course, game number 3, and this is really important. It's going to be pivotal, right? See, Lurgan bought it back, and then EJ was like, "Yeah, I made a mistake, but not anymore."
Yeah, man, I am so impressed with 23 EJB's predictions. Like, he has called basically the lead and almost Lurgan Rocket's team every time they played. And this is kind of funny as well, because as we know that they are very good friends. So while they haven't battled each other competitively very often, I'm sure they've battled against each other plenty of times. So they are familiar with each other's play styles. We're getting right into it. We'll see if 23 EJB has another good prediction.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, this guy needs to buy a lottery ticket. Once again, a really good lead. Lurgan Rocket is laughing, but we'll see how much longer he laughs. He's swapping in that Galarian Sunfist met by an Azumarill. Not the hardest of counters. I guess it's much better to see than the Metachamp.
Exactly. He now knows that there is no Medicham at the back, so he's going to try and use this time in this long matchup to plan for it. But here comes the Earthquake. Earthquake would have done a lot of damage to the Azumarill. EJB trying to be safe, wants that switch back, so he shields that move up.
This is really smart of EJB. If you notice, he's been doing this a lot with his Azumarill, that he goes ahead and shields because 2 Earthquakes is usually enough with the mudshot damage afterwards to take out an Azumarill. But now Lurgan Rocket retaliates with a shield of his own on the Ice Beam. He also wants to get swap here.
Yep, this is going to be, if you look at the backline, right, you need to secure swap in this matchup. The second Earthquake also being shielded. Somehow, since coming from not using any shields, 2 shields are already used in the mid game. Here comes another Ice Beam, and this is unshielded by that Stunfisk. Stunfisk being such a bulky Pokemon, survives it, going into the Trevenant immediately, trying to get that energy lead to throw on to that Umbreon.
Yes, and then now this first Seed Bomb's going through. EJB counting very well as well. Getting the Azumarill up to another charge move before swapping out because he knows he can take all this damage on the Umbreon. I'm going to start making the little Umbreon noises again because it is so cute whenever it gets hit by a charge move, and with how fast Shadow Claws generate. These Seed Bombs are coming in. Wait for it. Wait for a little Umbreon. He's going to go. Oof.
Oh my God. Okay, Umbreon is taking no damage from that Seed Bombs. Of course, this is going to be, it makes no sense to shield your Trevenant at this point. You have to put all your money onto the Pokemon that's at the back that you think is going to give you the best possible way to win this game. That said, this Trevenant has already done quite a bit of work here. The Umbreon is into the red.
Yes, he's basically into the red now after this has gone through. And though he is able to snarl down, we have to remember that Galarian Stunfisk has a ton of energy on it as well. It has an Earthquake stored, and EJB is out of shields. That Umbreon is unable to use any of that energy that he made because it is about to be knocked out. And now we have to see what will come back in, because we do see the Registeel on the other side, but the Registeel needs to be able to throw those charge moves to knock anything out.
Yeah, you see him staying in with the Stunfisk. Stunfisk can only reach a Rock Slide. The Rock Slide, unfortunately, does not do a lot of damage, saving that shield for that Digger Speed to absolutely carry him into the game number 3.
Yes. And this is pretty dangerous as well, because if you look, the Azumarill has basically almost 2 ice. You can't store 2 Ice Beams, but you can get pretty much almost back-to-back. One bubble goes through, now the second Ice Beam. This is super effective against the Diggersby, but also the Registeel has that Focus Blast, which would do a ton of hurt.
Yep, at this point, you still stay in as the Azumarill or even go to the Registeel. You can do what you want. Unfortunately, running Quick Attack puts you in a difficult situation against his Registeel with your fast moves doing no damage. But here comes the first Earthquake. Earthquake is super effective against the Registeel, but both of them being bulky Pokemon, as Inadequance explained, has no viable attack stat to back this huge moves up with a lot of punch.
Yes, and like you said, it is very bulky, but now even the Focus Blast at this range should be enough to take out that Diggersby indeed, and the Galarian Stunfisk is now getting locked on down. 23 EJB has now secured the lead again in this grand finals. 2-1 so far. He needs one more match to be the Bochum regional champion.
Yeah, both of them are extremely close to securing, and it's insane. Like, EJ has called every lead so far. I've not seen him lose a lead yet.
This is insane. He is definitely inside Lurgan Rocket's head here.
Man, at this point as Lurgan, you have to be like, what do I want to do? I'm going to do the exact opposite of what I think I want to do.
And if you're EJ, you said, he's going to do the exact opposite of what he wants to do.
All right, let's play a game. What do you think Lurgan's going to lead?
You know, he did say that, you know, you have a lot more flexibility in a best-of-5 matchup, but you did see it in the last round as well. I think when he was playing EJ for the first time, he was like, I can take as many risks as I want. I have a whole nother best-of-5 after this. But now that he's at this point, do you start playing more conservatively again? Do you, like, buckle down and say, okay, I need to win these next 2?
Yes, I think that's the only way. Now you need to buckle down. Now you see him thinking, spending more time, and EJ is already locked and loaded. He's like, I'm gonna push him. I'm gonna stare at him. I'm gonna show him that I'm ready. I'm gonna try and intimidate him in every possible way. Of course, this is a sport that you play on the phone, but then there is a little bit of, let's say, in between game psychology tricks that you can do as well.
I mean, the competitors can hear each other in the headphones, and EJB did say earlier that you're not my friend unless you're trash talking me. We do see the mouth masks moving a bit. We're not sure what is being whispered to one another, but I don't know if it's something good.
Yep, I do think that that Lurgan might end up leading the Trevenant again, just because I think it's not going to be an Umbreon lead again, right?
Let's see for sure. Maybe you can do better predictions.
Probably not.
Let's see. We have a Trevenant lead into a Medicham.
Oh
So,
my EJ.
wow, EJB once again
EJ.
winning the lead here, and an immediate safe swap, which is going to once again be met by that Registeel. Lurgan Rocket knows it. He's already kind of shaking his head. They're going to play it out. These are competitors who want to see, and I also love how much damage this Dazzling Gleam is going to do to the Registeel. We saw it before. It does more than a Shadow Ball from a Noctowl, and this is a resisted move.
Dazzling Gleam comes through and it does so much damage. I'm surprised that it does this much damage. Another thing that the Registeel possibly might have to worry about is if this doesn't attack fall. At this point, Lurgan can potentially do a lot of damage back. No attack fall, but there is no time to get to another Dazzling Gleam. Here comes the next Weather Ball.
Oh, Lurgan unable to make it to the Weather Ball, which is very crucial here because now this Registeel was able to lock on Farm Down, throwing this Zap Cannon at the Medicham here, and this may be very decisive for this end game.
Oh my god,
And
he gets
getting an
the
attack
attack fall
fall.
as well. That is absolutely unfortunate. Lurgan being pushed back into the pan he came from. He tried to get out of it, but no, that attack fall puts him back, and here comes another Zap Cannon. Will he get another attack fall?
I mean, at this range, he's just,
Oh
he
my
does, oh my goodness,
God.
another attack ball. He's still able to counter down. This Medicham has a ton of energy, but at this point, oh, he's going to go ahead and throw the first Ice Punch. You know, he's got this much energy. Might as well do it. It is a double debuff Medicham. 23 AGB not even bothering to shield up this Trevenant here, but will he shield the second one that comes through?
At this point, you know you survive the second one, and I think he is trying, he knows what's at the back, but he does secure the switch by shielding it. An immediate swap into the Diggersby. EJ throws the Seed Bomb, and at this point, he throws the Seed Bomb and potentially think, okay, why I don't mind. My Azu can deal with the Medicham as well. So let's see if he stays in. He stays in this matchup. Will he try to catch a Fire Punch? Oh, he does, but unfortunately does not succeed. But still, this is a Diggersby against a Water-type Pokemon. It has access to Earthquake, but, well, Earthquake from a Stunfisk does not do a lot. Earthquake from a Diggersby most definitely will not do a lot.
But we do have to remember the quick attack damage is doing a little bit more, but these Ice Beams are going to be super effective also against the Diggersby, and Lurgan Rocket choosing not to shield this up either. That super effective damage going through. Will he be able to make it to another Earthquake? He's not even sure. He does make it, but he's just going to let it go down. And the Medicham also
comes in, and unfortunately, these bubbles are doing more damage than the counters, and the Azu is at a lot of energy. EJ knows that Medicham has a shield, so throwing the move does not make any sense there. This will be a bubble down, and 23 EJ is the Bochum Regionals champion, coming all the way from the bottom to the top.
That is amazing. 23 EJB, yes, he was knocked out first day into the losers bracket, and day 2 has not lost a single round.
Yep, that is amazing.
Oh, I love this. And you see these two friends and teammates just hugging it out. And also you get another really nice look at all the names that Lurgan Rocket collected over the previous season for World. I see Junebug's name. I see Silvio Serrano's name. Let's see. We got nickname.
You see Kaiser.
My goodness. The man has been all over.
Yeah, but both of them have secured their tickets to Yokohama.
That's true.
And that's what's important. They did already say, we came here to achieve our tickets, and they did. But this is just an extra cherry on the pie, and absolutely EJ is fully happy. I had an interview. I interviewed him just before the Chun game, and he was absolutely like, okay, I mean, let me go. But he is absolutely, he's having the moment of his life right now.
I can imagine that we have our very last regional champion, but not of today even, because if you guys know, there is another regional competition going on in the United States soon after this, and that is in Knoxville, Tennessee, and they also have their top 8 that are performing today. So there will be another regional champion crowned as well. But in the meantime, EJ can really soak in the fact that he is the regional champion of today and definitely for the European.
Yeah, I think it's just amazing to not tell anybody that you're going to show up and showing up and then winning the regionals. I think we did tout a lot of names that were potentially going to take this, and EJ, if we knew prior, we would have definitely put him in.
Yes,
in there.
I had no idea that he would be on the, or else I definitely would have put him on the players to keep an eye on. But same with Lurgan Rocket, I didn't know. Even the names that I did say, I think it just is a showcase of how good people performed in these past couple days, because Stone Collection, Frika, JBG, they were all world champion, or the contenders in the world championship last year, and they were all competing and got knocked out even before day 2. So that just shows that even though this was a smaller tournament, the PvP level of competition was very, very high.
Especially, I was saying yesterday as well, the lower bracket was so stacked.
Almost more stacked than the top.
Yeah, maybe Lurgan got the easy way through.
Oh, I'm very happy for 23 EJB and also to Lurgan Rocket. Our top 4 competitors did absolutely amazing, and it's such a cool thing to see. Chun coming from the Netherlands. I did say that maybe we would see another person from the Netherlands taking over, but now we have an Austrian and someone from Ireland taking over.
But it's great, right? Like, look, whenever you think of a regional, honestly for me, I know that Lurgan's going to be there, right?
Right.
And it's great to see him rewarded for his continuous attempts. Of course, guys, you're never going to be able to win the first regional. Of course, maybe some of...
Well, I don't know. I guess human catcher bug.
Yeah,
if you're not human catcher bug.
If you're not human catcher bug, it's highly unlikely. But never give up hope. Go to other regionals. Go compete multiple times, and you will get there slowly but steadily.
I think Inadequence is another good example of that.
Yes.
He's someone who's even consistently day 2 seemed to fall short of winning the tournament, and he is also punching his ticket to Yokohama, so they'll see him at Worlds as well. And also, maybe we'll see him next month in Utrecht, because he is from the Netherlands as well, and he's been trying to convince people to go. He said he will personally shake the hand of everyone who comes. So go ahead and take him up on that offer if you're going to be at the special event.
Yes, for sure. And he has a very firm handshake.
So before we get on to the award ceremony, where we will hear a little bit more from 23 EJB himself, we are going to give some more little highlights of day 2. Thank you for sticking with us this whole time. It's been a lot of fun for me. I know I've loved all of the gameplay, and I've loved casting alongside you, Abby.
But we need to finish our game, though.
Oh yeah, last one here. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Win! You're going to see me on the winner stage.
Yeah, no.
I can't beat Frika, but I can beat you at least rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. You can beat it, yes.
All right. See you later, everyone. I'm Amanda Lundberger.
And I'm Count Zivius. We are back again with Frika to continue this interview. What I want to ask you, Frika, is that you played Dunsparce in the previous events. Is it really good? Because there's a lot of controversy going on whether it's a good Pokemon to use or it's not. What do you think?
That's a really good question. Because I played it, I surely have to say it's a good Pokemon, but I also think in the current meta, it has its place. I don't know if it's really good, but I think it's good to because it has play against many meta Pokemon, and especially most of the teams only have like one counter against it or one real counter, so you can use it as a really safe pick overall in most matches.
What do you think is that one real counter?
Yeah, it's the counter user, but it's Medicham in general.
Yep, fair enough. That is something that I would obviously consider, but you paired it in Liverpool, for example, with Shadow Sableye. But I did not see that as much on stream. Do you know why?
Yeah, I just built a Shadow Sableye and was, I think, not as confident as picking it. I knew the matchups, but yeah, I hadn't had the confidence to pick it, and each time I picked it, I lost the game, so it even went down a bit, so yeah.
Well, each time you picked it, you lost the game, but are you confident to bring it again, the Shadow Sableye?
I'm not sure, maybe in the next tournament when the meta changes, but for this one, it's not picked.
All right, that's already a great insight, I think.
And speaking of off-meta Pokemon, let's talk about why some of the more meta Pokemon are being seen less inside of the regionals. Say Frostlass was seen about 10 times in Liverpool, only saw it once at OCIC, along with Lickitung, which is just kind of seeing less and less use over the past couple regionals. Well, why do you think that is?
For Lickitung, it's one real good reason because Noctowl just got way stronger and Noctowl counters Lickitung really hard. For Frostlass, I don't know why it has less is less picked. Maybe in the last for the last regional because the new Pokemon Shadow Alola Ninetales came out, so it maybe is a better ice type to pick or something new to discover. Also, it could be that just like the meta in different like regions is different, so the people pick other things.
Yeah, absolutely. So you think that because Shadow Alola Ninetales has that fairy subtyping, it's kind of similar to Frostlass, where they're not really having that horrible weakness to the counter users, it's making them a strong ice type in the meta.
I don't know what makes it strong. I have looked it up a bit, but because I didn't get a good one, I haven't looked up all the matchups as the other ones. But yeah, I think it has good coverage because of the fairy typing. It is good against the counter users. It lacks a bit of the coverage for the steals, unless Frostlass, but I think for the other matchups, because it's a bit more bulky, it can withstand more attacks than Frostlass and can be a good pick because of it.
Yeah, the big question is, would you run it with Powder Snow or Charm?
Yeah, I for sure would run it with Powder Snow. I don't like the fast move Charm. It's too inflexible.
It is a very good Pokemon, and as you said, the main reason that you have to either consider Frostlass or Alola Ninetales if you want to cover the Steel types or not. If you want to deal with Registeel, you're probably better off with the Frostlass.
That's true, but it's a Show 6 format, and so you can cover the Steel types with other Pokemon. It's only one of them, and Frostlass still loses to Registeel or Stunfisk, so you have to cover it anyway, but Frostlass is a bit more neutral to it than Alola Ninetales.
Yeah. Pokemon Go PvP, as you know, is a very mechanic-centric game, in the sense that you need to know when to throw the moves. You need to know whether the switches take a turn or not. How do you think this affects like gameplay? Do you constantly think of these things when you're in the game?
For me, I really constantly think about these things. I mean, you more or less already answered the question. You have to think about it, like complete the whole game. When can I throw? How much energy does my opponent have? When do I have to throw that he can't throw? Can I throw now on sync because he won't shield and I don't let him sneak in a fast move? You have to think about all of it, especially like sneak-ins are really game-changing, so you always have to time right, but in some occasions you can't time right, so you always have to think about it.
Yeah, and in this European region where all of the best players are going to be coming for this regional, do you already understand a lot of their patterns mechanically? Like, let's say some players wait one turn after each time they get the energy to throw the move. Like when you're playing a top 8, for example, do you already understand these patterns of these players and do you know how to address that?
The problem is you can play with these kind of patterns, but the people, they change the patterns. Sometimes they wait, sometimes they don't. It depends how the match is going and how well they are like in this kind of match at the moment. Sometimes they wait, sometimes not. It's not easy to guess right, especially even with catches. If you don't have to wait, it's still like a bit of a random factor sometimes.
That's all the time we have for this segment. We will get back to Frika soon, but for now, we go back to the coverage. Welcome back, trainers. We are still here with Frika, and we were just talking about how good players find a way to get into the top 8. You have consistently been a very good player, Frika. What is your preparation like for a regional?
To be honest, my preparation isn't much. Sometimes do some practice battles, especially when someone else asks me. I'm normally not the one who goes to the other people, but I always build a team like a week ahead and think about it more and then change a bit. So most of my preparation is building the team of 6, but you also have to consider that I play the game a lot and do all my GBL battles a day, so the preparation mechanically more or less is by playing GBL.
All right, that is how most players would want to train. But let's say if you want to use a Pokemon like Dunsparce, which is not usually used in GBL, would you play that in GBL consistently just to make sure you're used to the Pokemon, or you're going to be like, okay, I like this Pokemon, I like what it does, so I'm going to bring it to a regional?
For me, it was more like, I like the Pokemon, it seems good in the meta, so I brought it into the regional. But sometimes I tried things out in GBL or like in practice battles or in other formats. Sometimes there are also websites where you can simulate like how a matchup would be or how good a Pokemon would be. So I use these kinds of sites to get more insight on the Pokemon without using it in the end.
All right.
Well, would you say that this actually just preparing less is going to help you? Because your opponents, first of all, aren't really going to know what to expect, and you can sometimes surprise them with an interesting Show 6 team?
More or less, I always pick meta teams. There are like 1 or 2 picks that are not in the main meta, I would say, in the that are complete meta picks like Dunsparce. It or more or less has risen to a meta pick, but when I picked it, it was not that much of a meta pick. But I more or less play only meta, so it's easy for the opponents also to get the opponents normally know the matchups of the Pokemon I use.
All right, before we go back into the series, I have a question. Are you a Spice player or are you a meta player?
I consider myself for Open Great League. I consider myself a meta player, but for like GBL or theme cups, I would say I'm a Spice player.
All right, and there you go. Frika, the Spice player. Back to you guys.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We are at the end of an amazing weekend here at the Bochum Regional Championships. We had 40 of some of the best players from all around Europe playing, and we were able to get our 4 top players at the end of the day. This is at the end of a very long meta game process. The last 4 months, we've all been playing around the same core Pokemon. So this is everyone playing at their absolute highest level, and we were able to crown our regional championship. Top 4 players in order. We first have Arceus Aurelius. Then we have... Next, we have Chun 027. And in second place, we have Lurgan Rockets. And finally, our regional champion. Give it up for 23 EJB. Congratulations, man. How are you feeling? It has been such an exciting weekend. You were able to go through the losers bracket and actually pull off 2 full matches in a row. How do you feel?
I actually feel amazing. Like, it looks like I'm pretty good at RPS. So I just feel good. I don't have words anymore. I'm feeling fine.
Yeah, congratulations again.
So we have seen you calling the leads over and over and over again. Do you have any advice for the players at home? How you are that good at calling leads? How do you win this every single time?
There's no advice, just try. Just do what feels right, and if you end up being lucky like I did, then you can win a regional championship.
Okay, just listen to your gut. If that is not the perfect advice, then I don't know what is. So, you guys at home, thank you very much for watching. Thank you to our beautiful crowd, to all the Pokemon Go players that attended the Bochum Regional Championships. We are going to see you guys in Utrecht. In 3 weeks, we are going to have a special event there. I have to thank all of the guys here who work here. We have to thank the Pokemon Company, to the staff, the judges, and the production crew. And of course, again, you guys at home. Thank you very much. One more time, guys. Give it up for your regional champion, 23 EJB! I hope you guys heard that at home. Take care. Have a good Sunday.